All right, all right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Otto Jacobson. I'm with Yap Global. I'm emceeing this stage this morning. Welcome to day 2 of the conference part of it, Denver. Hopefully, a lot of you had a good time last night. That might be why some people are taking time coming in this morning. But I just want to highlight that if you have kids or you have friends with kids and they're hesitating to come, there is qualified childcare on site, which you can make use of, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. every day. So don't let that stop you from coming. But right now we have a great first talk. Andrew Aitken, he's the Chief Open Source Officer at Hedera Hashgraph, and he'll be talking about why contributing to open source matters. So Andrew, thank you.
Thank you very much, Otto. Yeah, so I'm really excited to be here. I had a chance yesterday to spend time at our booth and had dozens and dozens of really great conversation. There's really good energy here. I can tell it is a little bit early for some people, but that's all right. So what we're going to talk about a little bit is why open source matters, why contributing to open source matters. And for those of you who may not know who Hedera is, we are a layer 1. We are fully open source today, and we're really known for due to our Hashgraph consensus algorithm, we are known for being the lowest carbon impact blockchain. And we're also known for our governing council. So as you can see, we have a lot of well-recognized brands from across the planet. And when I first joined, I've been here about 6 months. When I first joined, I was really excited to be a part of Hedera, but I wondered how a governing council of 31 members was going to work. I'm like, holy crap, it's going to take a long time to get stuff done. And I've been very pleasantly surprised that isn't the case. This group is actually really, really efficient, and our governance model was really, really effective. So, pardon me. Okay, there we go. So who am I? A little bit about my background. So I live in Durango, Colorado. It's a short 6.5-hour drive here from the venue. My passions are my wife and my teenage daughter. As you can tell, I'm also a big skier. I hope people are going to be going up to the after event in Breckenridge. I'll see you there. I'll be there for a couple days. I also in the summer I do a lot of four-wheeling up in the mountains, and I'm a bit of a wine geek. I spent 22 years in Silicon Valley, and I spent a lot of weekends up in Napa. So a little bit of a wine geek. I've also spent a lot of time in open source. And I've had the opportunity to work with well over 100 different organizations, helping them understand how to leverage open source for their organizations, from large entities like the Microsofts and IBMs and HPs of the world to dozens and dozens of startups and also a lot of end users. I, with a partner, launched and ran being a wine geek, I wanted to figure out how I could write off my wine purchases legitimately as business expense. So a buddy and I invited some friends to Napa, and we gave this weekend event a really prestigious name called the Open Source Think Tank. So we were up there, and we had a great time, great conversations. We were able to write off our wine purchases and decide, hey, next year let's do it a little bit bigger. So essentially for 10 years, we invited 120 of the top open source thought leaders from around the world to join us. And what we found out is, hey, we can write off our wine, make a little bit of money, but most importantly, have just awesome conversations with some of the smartest people in open source. And I learned a tremendous amount from those 10 years. Again, I've had an opportunity to work with well over 100 clients. One of those, the MBCI there stands for Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians. That was one of the more unusual open source engagements I had. So they made a whole bunch of money from their casino and resort operations. Someone told them about open source, and they decided we want to diversify. So we actually put an investment portfolio together, how to invest in open source software and hardware, and we got to present to the chiefs of the tribal council. And that was really fun engagement. These are some of the sharpest people I have ever met. The point being is that I've seen a lot from large to small. I've seen a lot of what works and what what hasn't worked, and then hopefully bringing some of that to Hedera and to the stage today. So we are talking about why contributing to open source matters, or why should you open source stuff, right? And hopefully at the end, this will give you a bit of an idea of why it's actually important. So let's talk about why it actually does matter. Probably aware that open source really is the foundation for virtually every single technology invention since the internet has come along. The internet, cloud computing, AI, and of course DLT. So I'm assuming that all of you are actually consuming open source, you're building your solutions on top of open source, but are you actually contributing, are you giving back? So we're going to talk about why that's important. Now, that first number, last year GitHub exceeded 100 million developers on their platform. That's a lot of people. They also had 98 million new projects last year, and today they have a total of over 420 million. It's important to keep in mind, not all open source is done on GitHub. So this is the largest portion, but it also happens elsewhere. So these numbers are even actually bigger. They had 4.5 billion code contributions to their projects. Now, what's important to take away from these numbers are the first and the third numbers. Right? So 100 million developers, but over 420 million projects. So what that actually tells us is there's far more demand for developer mindshare than actually exists out there. That makes it a little bit tough to do what we want to do. So that's something we have to pay attention to, and that equation is not going to change for the near future. Whoa, that's interesting. I didn't put that animation in. Just happened. All right, so although Hedera is not solely about the enterprise, that we are focused on the enterprise, but we also have other types of use cases like karate combat and Galaxy. And open source is, of course, not all about the enterprise. That's what we're going to talk about, or I'm going to talk about. It's really an easy way to communicate the impact of open source today. So why does the enterprise care about open source? Really, there's three core reasons. It's innovation, it's cost, and it's their developer and the greater developer community. So I got to work with a large bank in the UK a few years ago, and they were considering deploying a logging and monitoring application in analytics. Not that sexy, but everybody has one, right? And so they were looking at one open source solution called Elastic and 3 different proprietary solutions. At the end of the day, they selected the open source solution Elastic. The reason they did so initially was for cost reasons. It was more cost effective than the proprietary software. But what they really found out is that being a part of a huge, active, innovative community that's evolving this software on a continual basis had huge advantages. And so they were able to deploy this software, and they found out it didn't quite exactly meet all their needs. So their developer community jumped on board, and they began actually customizing this software because they could. They gave some of those contributions back, some they didn't. But what they noticed after a couple of years of this, not only did it work, but that group that was responsible had the lowest loss of developer rate, highest retention rate in the whole bank. And so what they realized is their developers wanted to work on the software. And this is one of the key reasons for enterprises to adopt open source, because you know what, it's not really cool to work in a large bank. Sorry, Ian. It's not. And so enterprises are investing in open source as a way to lower costs, drive innovation, and keep and bring to them the best developer community. Okay? So some of the data points around enterprise adoption, 30%, which is actually a really big number and it's growing all the time, have OSPOs. Those are called, that's open source program. They invest millions in creating these offices. They take open source very seriously. It's strategic to them. Right? And so an OSPO is typically centered or housed in their engineering group, but it also has roles from people participate from HR and procurement and security and other functions from around the bank or that enterprise. And the reason they're doing this is because they need to run that software and manage it as effectively and as efficiently as possible. And part of that reason is today the average enterprise is using over 20,000 different open source components, and some far more than that. And what they care about really is making sure that they're secure and that the software that they consume is supportable, that there's a community around it. And so they need to have this centralized organization to help manage all of this, help engage with the external community. Because if you think about it, the ingestion model, the software ingestion model by a large bank is really complicated. right? They build their own software. They grab stuff down from the internet. They buy software from startups. They buy software from large enterprises. People don't like SAP, people don't realize over 80% of SAP is built on open source. And they work with large systems integrators who contribute open source. So they have this open source software coming at them from all different angles. And if you look at one security issue, anybody familiar with Log4j about 4 years ago? So Log4j is a fairly commonly used library, right? And after a vulnerability was discovered, in the first 3 days post that vulnerability, there were 850,000 attacks on enterprises across the planet, right? Log4j is only the 21st most widely used open source library. And today, well, it's about 6 months ago I saw the last stat, 17% of Log4j libraries that are downloaded are of the unremediated version, right? So that's why the enterprise needs to figure out how to manage the open source that they're consuming really effectively, right? And how many of you are passionate about documenting the software you write? Right? How many of you just love documentation? You're a unicorn. It's not usual, right? Most developers are at best ambivalent about it, right? When the enterprise gets involved in open source projects, they actually encourage their contributors, their developers, to do documentation because they want good documentation for themselves. So I always point this out as a reason why we want to engage with the enterprise community, because their developers will help you with your documentation. All right, so why does this matter to you? The whole reason behind creating an open source community or your own open source ecosystem, and I've seen this so many times, when it's done well, is collaboration in your community will drive revenue for you. It can drive new products, new features, it can bring you into new geographies, you'll get feedback on your business model, right? Getting your partners and your customers involved in your own open source ecosystem has huge advantages, right? You're building something that's really sticky. You get your customers involved in your ecosystem, they don't want to leave. They want to be a part of the organization. They will tell you what's working, what's not working. They will tell you if they like your business model. They will help you with your product roadmap. And again, I've seen this work many times over the years. I've also seen it not work, but it can. Now, there's a great example of this ecosystem I have here. It's called finos.org. It's called the FinTech Open Source Foundation. So this organization was created about 6 years ago for financial services to some of the most conservative enterprises on the planet to open source more software. And so that's what they've done over the last 6 years. And you have today over 40 of the largest financial institutions on the planet, from BlackRock, MasterCard, Visa, Fidelity, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, on and on and on, that are members of this foundation. And the whole idea is, one, open source their software, share innovation, drive innovation, share costs, and you have you have vendors that are a part of this community that are open sourcing their software to all these banks. So it's a great example. If you ever want to see an example of how this ecosystem can work really well for all of us, that's a good one. So one absolutely key lesson that I've learned and that I coach when I'm talking to them about helping to open source their software or create an open source community, it's really the most successful open source projects appeal to the self-interests of their community and who they want to be a member of their community, right? Are you people participating in your community because they want to build cool stuff? Are they there because they want to bring cool stuff back to their employer? Are they there because they want to make money, or a combination of all of that? Figure that out, right? Figure that. Why are partners there? Why do other dApps want to potentially be a part of our community? Why do our customers want to be, and then appeal to that self-interest, right? If it's an enterprise, help them understand that by participating, they can make your stuff more secure. If it's another app vendor, help them understand how they can make money from being a part of your community. Appeal to their self-interest. There's nothing wrong with that, right? So this is a quick snapshot. I know it's a really ugly eye chart up there. But this represents our own ecosystem of communities, how they're interrelated. These are different projects within our stack. When you get online, we can use a company called Bitergia is building these tools for us. You can actually drill down. It's 100% interactive in real time, and you can see which projects are growing, which aren't, how they're connected to other projects. But what I really wanted to show is this is the Guardian platform, and so this is one of our projects. It's a really comprehensive policy workflow engine that you can build sophisticated ESG apps with. And when I came on board and I started getting information like this about our own communities, I love this. This is awesome. This is what we want to do. It's got 89 different contributors. It's got 24 organizations. It's got thousands and thousands of contributions. It's a great start for us. This is a platform that has a whole bunch of use cases in production. We've got vendors, partners, customers that are participating in this community. It's a great start, a great example. It's not big enough. We need it to be bigger. Hopefully, if I do this in a couple of years, these numbers are 200%, 300%. But this is exactly what you want one of your projects to look like. So, how do you actually make this happen? Well, the first part is open source something that matters to someone else, not to you, right? That's great, open source your stuff, but make sure that you're also open sourcing something that matters to your audience. Because if you don't, it's a non-starter. Make it easy to use. I can't stress this enough. And then when you thought you've made it really easy to use, make it easier. I worked with one company actually in Colorado years ago, and it took 4 hours for people to download the software, configure it, before they could actually start doing something with it. And they wondered why they didn't have a lot of adoption, right? So they worked really, really, really hard, and they got that down to 28 minutes. And they saw a 600% increase in the uptake of their software. So that's what I mean. Make it easy, make it simple to use. And this is really important. Make sure there is value at no cost forever in your community. Make sure there is something that you are open sourcing, even your partners are open sourcing, that is at no cost. Somebody can just download it, play with it, and it has value, it does something for them. If everything you open source is tied to something that costs money, that's a bait and switch. And your customers will figure that out really quickly. So that's important. Have something, have a nugget of what you're open sourcing that will have value and not at cost. Okay? And it's hard to do this right. It's actually hard. I usually tell people it's going to take a lot of effort, and even if you execute well, it's going to take probably a couple years to do it right. But it is absolutely well worth it. So, if you want to learn more about who we are, we're actually right around the corner at booth 105. Love for you to come and join us and ask questions. We don't have a lot of time for questions here. And then come open source with Hedera. So I've got 1 minute. I've got one last question. I want to see if anyone here knows their open source history. So does anybody know who this man is? RMS. And do you know what his persona is that he's showing you right here? This is Saint Ganusius. And Saint Ganusius, so Richard Stallman, actually, we all think of Linux as being invented by Linus Torvalds and others. But I've seen him make developers cry because they didn't call it GNU Linux. So Linux is a kernel, GNU is the actual operating system, and RMS invented GNU Linux. But he is the founder of kind of the whole open source movement. So, again, hopefully some of you will come and open source with Hedera. Thank you very much for your time. Thanks. All right.
Very much, Andrew. That was great. Our next talk will be in just a couple of minutes, so I don't know if you want to do questions.
I think we have 18 seconds. So
we might have time for 1 or 2 questions.
We are right around the corner at 105, at booth 105, and I am happy to answer questions.
Right around the corner for any questions.
Thanks for your attention.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, nice. Yeah, it should be under. Are you trying to turn your laptop screen off?
I'm not sure I want to do that.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
It's okay. I can do this.
Yeah.
I can just put it on the other display.
Oh, is it doing as a? Is it not mirroring?
No, it's not mirroring.
Is it under reflections?
No,
I haven't used
reflection is to
No.
swap the thing. It's okay. I'll get this done.
Are you using Linux?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big Linux person. I don't know a lot about Linux. I wouldn't say.
Okay. That's now on the display.
Okay.
Or it will be.
Here, I'm gonna go.
So, Harry Roberts.
Yes.
Hello, hello. There we go. Right, our next talk is from Harry Roberts, who's technical product manager with Oasis Protocol. We're talking about confidential EVM, next generation contracts. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I'm Harry from Oasis Protocol, and we're making confidential EVM. So I think first I should start with a little bit of context to show my perspective of how I'm thinking about this. So with transparent EVM, we have a very basic function. You have the transaction that comes in with the previous state, and all of this is public information. It executes the contract, for example, and then it emits the new state and the events. So I'm starting with this, and then I'll get to what is confidential EVMs and how is it different and what can we do with it. But I think first, I'd like to go through a little bit of the history of how we got up to confidential EVM from transparent EVM. If we start with the ZK protocols on EVM, they exist because of pain points. So these are like deficits in the protocol where you don't have enough transactions per second, so you want to do more transactions, or you don't have privacy, so you want to make private transactions. And these were developed initially as roll-ups and ZK privacy protocols that ran on transparent Ethereum. So what we're really doing with the ZK stuff is we're using the zero-knowledge protocol to emit information. So in the example of a ZK rollup, this would be all of the signatures and the auxiliary information that you can be condensed down into the bare minimum that you need to replicate the chain, which would be like the account index that was the source of the funds, and the account index of the destination of the funds, and how many funds were transferred. So likewise with a ZK protocol, the information you're hiding is which of the balances you're spending from. But I think that the crucial point with zero knowledge in comparison to transparent EVM is that you do have privacy, but only if you're proving the ZK circuit. So for example, with rollups, if you wanted to add privacy to a rollup, you have to find another privacy system that can work inside the rollup because the prover of the rollup has all the information. So if we next sort of move on to ZK EVM, for example. So with a centralized scheduler, one of the main things that it's doing is to put together a batch of transactions. And really its only job is to prevent read and write conflicts. So you might have a bunch of different contracts that read from the same state. So be that like Uniswap, price, or some sort of DeFi protocol. And it serializes the order of the application of the contract, so that if you have two contracts that modify the same keys, they need to have a consistent view of this so you don't get overlapping conflicts and stuff like that. So the problem though is that with the scheduler, this ends up being a sort of very centralized sort of aspect to it, and if you want privacy, you still have to add an additional layer of privacy to hide that information from the scheduler. But with ZK EVM and privacy, I think this is something that's sort of underutilized at the moment. So if you look at being able to provide a ZK EVM proof to a ZK EVM contract, that as long as you don't do anything with your contract that would cause a storage conflict forever, then you could potentially do as much computation you want in private, give that to the ZK EVM sequencer, and then that would go ahead and schedule that with the rest of the transactions. And as much as I like ZK EVM, I don't think people are really taking full advantage of the confidentiality aspects that's possible at the moment. But really, I'm trying to get at like confidential EVM. So we have ZK, it can do privacy, it can do rollups. We also have multi-party computation. So if you want to have a third party that signs something for you or keeps something secret, then really there's only sort of three different options. Either you have something that's private and you provide a proof that shows that you know it, or you have an MPC protocol that keeps it private for you. And that means that, for example, it would only sign a transaction if it was built into the protocol. But they're both quite sort of technically complex. So with both ZK and MPC, you end up with these very specific use cases where to do it quickly and efficiently, you have to minimize the amount of functionality you have. But if we look at a trusted execution, so this has kind of the benefits of multi-party computation, where you can have, for example, a contract that has secrets from everyone else and does delegated signing. And you also have some of the aspects of ZK snarks as well, but without the proving time or without the multi-party communication overhead, means that it's kind of like the sweet spot is confidential, trusted enclaves, where you can use them as an honest third party. So I think there's like three modalities where with confidential EVM, I'm really saying that this is a slightly different way of attacking problems. So with ZK, there's lots of different novel ways of solving problems that you have to sort of work around the semantics of how that works. With a transparent EVM, you also have the similar kind of problem where you have to figure out, how do I make this into a smart contract? How do I make this sort of fully autonomous and interactive? And I'm looking at the confidential EVM as being a new problem space where there legitimately are very different ways of thinking about this and the ramifications that has on a DeFi ecosystem, for example. So yeah, this is, we do have a confidential EVM in production, and it's been running for the past year or so in mainnet. And yeah, it's Sapphire, so this is our product. But if I wanted to define what confidential EVM is, so really, it's something in the middle. It's the trade-off, right? So you don't have the proving overhead of ZK circuits. You don't have the overhead of multi-party computation, but you do have unobservable execution. So you can have any contract that can execute in private. So all of its state is encrypted. You may have end-to-end encryption between the user's DApp in the browser and the smart contract itself. So unlike with normal EVM, you could have password authentication. So you could put secrets into the contract, get it to operate in private against encrypted data, and then that can emit public events. So it's a new way of thinking about it. So for example, you could choose the different types of things that you want to be private and you want to be public. And because it's all Solidity in EVM, you could do this at runtime. So instead of having like a pre-configured circuit that it's not very flexible, you could load in whatever plugin you want that could do queries against its own confidential data and decide in private, like, is your authentication sufficient to use this contract, or maybe releasing audit information in a public event log. And really, this comes down to, like, what can we do with this? Where if most of the stuff in the real world is a mix of like public and private, we can start thinking about how do we make what information do we really need to be public, and what information do we really need to be private? So for example, if you're looking at the social graph, and I know there are some messaging systems on Ethereum, there might be who interacts with the DEX, and you could say specifically, I want all the information to be public, but I don't want people to be able to discover my transaction history, or I don't want people to discover who I'm interacting with. So on a case-by-case basis, you can decide what in your application do I want to make this public or private. And an example we have here is like account abstraction. So if you have a confidential contract that can have its own secrets, then I could create a Bitcoin wallet or an Ethereum wallet from the contract and ask the contract to sign for that. So it's not just about privacy, where if you have a secret that you can't let out, like you don't want to give everyone your private key for your wallet, then this is like a new piece of functionality that you have to avoid people from extracting secrets from it. So an example of the different type of thinking you'd have is if you have two blockchains. So if all of the blockchains that were EVM compatible were also running in trusted execution, then you could have two contracts on different chains that each trust each other's public keys, and they could sign messages for each other. So instead of having a bridge and yet another consensus protocol to verify the block state on both of the chains and shuffle the messages across. You can get rid of that extra piece of infrastructure and just use the users themselves to relay the messages because it's trustless. So if you have two contracts that can encrypt data for each other and they can sign this, then it's tamper-proof, it's verifiably from the correct source. You can enforce things like sequence constraints, and there's nothing the user can do to modify that. But you also cut out a lot of the extra infrastructure that is no longer needed. So an example here is like private voting. So we made a demo to present a couple of days ago to show, well, how can we do something that most people think is pretty complex? So there are a lot of different projects that are doing private voting. And we thought we want to have someone be able to make a spicy opinion poll for their DAO. So anybody could come along and use like the Ethereum block header storage proof to show that they have an account balance in a specific contract without revealing exactly which account they are, only that they're a member. So if you were to do this with a multi-party protocol system or like a ZK circuit, doing Ethereum storage proofs in a ZK circuit is not trivial. It takes a lot of time to prove. You need to implement like the Ketchak function in zero knowledge, and this could take like a couple of minutes, maybe 2 minutes to actually create the proof to show that I am an anonymous DAO member. But with just plain Solidity, you just verify the storage proof. So there's a lot of code for this, and it's really straightforward to do. And because it's just Solidity, it's I'd say it's like 15 times quicker than doing the equivalent with ZK, because you can use the standard Solidity stack. Another thing is, well, you could also do something similar to ZK rollups, but with trust execution environments. So if you have a contract that can sign things, that means that it can verify that it gave you something before. So an example I have is like a Bitcoin light client that's running fully in view calls. So that means you don't have to make any storage writes at all. If you have the previous block header that was validated by the light client, it can sign that. And it can also sign, for example, that I have signed 4,000 blocks in a row without ever making any writes or storage updates. And then I can give that latest block header to anybody, and the fact that the contract has seen the previous 4,000 blocks means that I don't have to replicate that information. So similar to ZK rollups, we're doing computational compression with like a proof of authority, but in this case, the proof of authority is like a trustless, decentralized smart contract. But yeah, it's not a free lunch. So if you look at the kind of security problems we had with Solidity and EVM when people were first making contracts, and there's the entire security industry in the blockchain space now, to re-entrancy was a problem because it was something new that we hadn't thought of. But with confidential EVM, you also have quite a new set of considerations. So if you have the contract that's executing in private that not even the node operator can see what's going on, it does have these side channels. So for example, you can see how much gas it consumed, or you could, even though you can't see the content of the message, you can see that the message, the call data input is of this length, or that the gas payer is paying for this, or they're interacting with a specific contract. So yeah, it's a bit, if you look at like electronic engineering, I think you have to start thinking about if I'm doing cryptography in constant time for some kind of high assurance, low level implementation, you do have to start thinking more in that mindset when you're developing confidential contracts, because you have to be protecting against malicious users more than you would on transparent EVM, for example. So the interesting point is with confidential EVM, you might not need a lot of this other infrastructure. So if you're trying to keep like the user's token balances private, how do you discover what kinds of tokens you have? So with Ethereum, like Polygon, you'd go and look at one of the indexes. There'd be something that monitors all the token transfers. But with confidential EVM, you might not be able to have this indexer. So how do you get this information? How do you make it easy for users to use the confidential contract? And a lot of this comes down to, well, you have to query the contract. So instead of just having a token, you need a token registry. So you can register the tokens that each user has. Or if you want to iterate through, say, the last transactions or the last set of orders, you have to implement this in the contract, because only the contract can query its internal state and do the lookups for you. And that also means that you also have to be sure that people aren't impersonating you. So for example, on Ethereum, I can simulate a transaction from anybody to any contract, and I can see how that would play out. But with confidential EVM, you obviously don't want someone else pretending to be you. So again, there's a small cascade of subtle differences when designing contracts on confidential EVM that you have to think of. And one of those is authentication. Do I have a login like I do with Gmail that I then use this token to look at my emails? But I could also give that to other people, so I could get to view my data for a limited amount of time. And instead of using message sender authentication, they would have to use alternate schemes that sort of give you finer grained access control. And yeah, that's all I have to say today. So if you have any questions, you can come and talk to us. And thank you very much, guys.
Harry, that was great.
Go.
Give us a couple of minutes and we'll have the next talk ready.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Everyone, we're ready for our next talk. We have Karel Kubat. He's the CEO of Union. He's going to be talking about the sovereign trilemma and the challenges and approach to that. So yeah, let's give a warm welcome to Karel.
All right, good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to be talking about Union, a sovereign interoperability layer for the modular stack. First, a little bit about me. I'm Karel, 0x Kaiser Karel, give me a follow. Developer by background, mainly systems engineering, and founder of Union Labs. Our vision really is towards a unified roll-up-centric future. We see a state machine for every single product out there, fully asynchronously composed. That means interoperability, bridging, asset transfers, and general message passing going around, but with the same user experience as monolithic stacks. Right now, what we're seeing in the ecosystem is that products that move to the modular stack can do tremendously well. DYDX moving away from its L1 and instead capturing the full value accrual led to far better UX while still enabling users to trade like they used to, and to be honest, even more performantly. And obviously, with the hype and rise of Celestia, only more is happening in this space. Before we start talking about kind of the modular stack, we first need to go back to what we're doing in Web3 really and what we're trying to build. Web3 is the world computer after all, the original vision of Ethereum. One global state machine, one global computer where code is absolute law, trustless, verifiable, without intermediaries. API calls are smart contract calls that cannot be intercepted, where nothing can go wrong. And so when you interact with a product, one can basically simply read the code and know in full what is going on. Why was Ethereum so successful? Not only because of the fact that it's trustless and secure, but to be honest, truly because of the composability that you have. This is what allowed for the Cambrian explosion of products. One can build very simple, small, smart contracts that do ERC20s, DEXs, and aggregate them into further products, while still maintaining those same guarantees as if you're just interacting with a single product. Composition over duplication. That's what defragments liquidity across the stack. In the end, we don't want to be reproducing products over and over that require the same liquidity to be functional for the end users. We want to reuse existing liquidity over and over to build new products, because products get more performant once we increase the liquidity in them. That's the case for DEXs, that's the case for vaults. In the end, most DeFi protocols need a minimum amount of liquidity to function. Kind of as an example, this is what I think kind of most magic DeFi looks like in the EVM. We all start with the ERC20s. We might put them in different DEXs, pools with different guarantees, aggregate them in LSTs, probably have an aggregator in front of those DEXs, that's another DEX, and finally, we do some magic DeFi on top of that with incentives, etc. But the real power of the EVM is that all of these protocols can basically be banked out in a couple of weeks, and that new teams can come in and build on top of them without necessarily needing to have a contract with the company that they're building on top or an agreement. You can just start composing everything and build new products. Now in the modular stack, we have to ask ourselves, can we achieve the same? Does horizontal scalability prevent composition? I think we're all familiar with 2018 when we had the alt EVM rush, where there were new chains being launched, but these chains were just copy clones of Ethereum. Really, we didn't see any new products, and we also didn't see interactions between these products. What we see is individual monolithic chains where users bridge in temporarily, maybe they stick around for a couple of weeks, and then hop into the next one, where we don't really see products tied into each other across these different chains. So what we need to wonder, how can the modular stack outcompete monolithic stacks? Right? If we don't really have this composability yet, how are we going to bring it? And finally, how do we prevent isolationism? How do we make sure that all of these decentralized sequencing networks, DAs, don't end up with 1,000 L2s that all have exactly the same, all have 100 products on top of them, and all need to build their own tribal worlds? So before I'm getting too bearish on the modular stacks, there are some great advantages to moving to it. Obviously, shared security brings massive economic security for any application. So we can actually move out of L2s, no longer pay high gas fees, but still benefit from the same security of the L2s. Now with execution proofs and ZK proofs, we get even higher security guarantees. And finally, with data availability and sequencing, we kind of remove the risk of censorship attacks. So moving to the modular stack with your application is actually great. And modular is obviously on the rise. Trustless interop within the modular stack is on the rise. It's grown tremendously over the last couple of years. This is mainly from the Cosmos ecosystem, but also a bit from the Celestia ecosystem. And I truly think this is going to boom. And in a few years, my next graph is going to show 1,000 more L2s and 1,000 more app chains. Now to kind of tie into the topic of my talk, the sovereign trilemma. As it stands right now in the modular stack, we really cannot build a product that benefits from kind of the modular, horizontally scaled characteristics that's still fully decentralized and interoperable. Right now we kind of have to give one of those away, and most of the time what we do away with is the decentralization. We accept interoperability through multi-sigs or trusted bridging providers, and we do achieve decentralization on our consensus stack through DA, Celestia, and proofs, but we lose control over our assets, we lose control over the bridge, because in the end, if you're an L2, obviously you have a settlement contract, but outside of your settlement contract, there exists some type of bridge contract. And that bridge contract is what truly is in control of the assets on your chain. Now, this is obviously what we're looking to solve with Union. As it stands right now, modular truly cannot succeed. What we've gained in security so far, on the consensus layer, the A layer, we lose in security on the interoperability, but more than that, we lose it in composability. As it stands right now, asynchronous composability, which is the ability for us to bridge in and out of different chains, send general messages, and basically make calls to other chains, it just isn't as good as synchronous. It doesn't have the same security guarantees, it doesn't have the same speed, it fails all the time. It's one of the most horrible UXs out there. Right now what we see is bridges that are run with a single signature relayer, maybe multi-signatures, and some better than that, multi-party computation. But in the end, we're still offloading our security to some type of intermediary. The real future towards decentralization is consensus verification and state verification, and we're kind of at the cusp right now of getting this in production. To go back a bit, because everyone always waves the flag, like be aware of the security risk, etc. We're all obviously familiar with bridge hacks. Bridge being emptied completely, some hacker gaining access to the contracts, and all of us losing hundreds of millions. Something that we've forgotten in our mission in crypto is actually that we're also at risk of the SEC of nation-state attackers. In the end, crypto is about laying down a level playing field where no single country, no single company, no single party has an advantage. As it stands right now, when we want to do asynchronous composability or bridging between app chains, we do need to move out of this pure code is law space and enter this kind of dirty off-chain third-party intermediary space, where we can be stopped by the SEC, by Lazarus, or perhaps by the team that runs the multi-sig. One has to wonder, do we want to live in a world where privacy protocols are completely unavailable, where certain products built by perhaps developers from certain countries on sanctioned lists are literally unavailable in this modular stack altogether? Or do we need to basically enable anything to be used and have the users decide to take on the risk? I at least went into crypto because I want to take on the risk myself. So we cannot ditch interop security itself. That's probably the first basic block that we need to make this vision true. In the synchronous stack, code is law, you read the smart contracts, it just works. In the asynchronous world, we use intermediaries. Multi-sigs, oracles, they're all the same. There's off-chain parties running a server, they get to decide what happens, and most of the time, these are run in the US. In the synchronous world, we have atomic execution. We make a call, it's either going to succeed or fail. But there's no intermediate state where your funds are in limbo, not on one chain, not on the other chain, and now you need to DM the team what the hell's going on. In the asynchronous world, we have broken states. It's just, to be honest, a horrible experience. And so the synchronous world, to me, still is truly Web 3. And with the asynchronous modular stack, we've gone back to Web 2. And so this is what we're obsessed with at Union. How do we make this asynchronous world as good as the synchronous world? How do we get that composability to the same level? How do we prevent crypto from being attacked by nation states? And how do we make that modular future true? Really, the first key is to invert control. Interoperability is a right, not a privilege. Right now, interoperability is as if the Ethereum Foundation were to whitelist every single smart contract. We would never had the Cambrian explosion of products if Vitalik had to proofread every single contract out there before it was deployed. And this is what's happening with bridging providers right now. You contact them, you wait 16 months, they vet you. If you have enough traction, you might get support. If you lose traction, you're going to lose support. And then you're kicked out of the ecosystem. We need unstoppable systems. systems that cannot be taken down by anyone, not even the team, right? Because sometimes teams abandon their chain or project, but the chain itself remains alive with liquidity. We saw with the multi-chain bridging system that literally the CEO got arrested, and somehow that was sufficient for the entire project to go down and literally the smart contracts to become inoperable. And finally, we need to hyperscale, because what we're working towards is a future of 10,000 L2s, 1,000 app chains. If we're going to go to that future, we cannot be allocating 50% of our block space to interoperability, right? We need to actually make these system-level calls that just function as a core part of a protocol as cheap as possible. Because we all want to make sure that we reserve as much block space for our user transactions. I don't want my DEX to serve 50% interop, I want my DEX to do 100% in trades. And so these are the qualities that we need to look for. And obviously at the forefront, permissionless and trustless, allow any team to integrate in the system. Don't have the bridging provider go to teams, do the integration, have teams be able to spin up an L2 or an app chain, make a smart contract call, connect to the interoperability protocol, and be part of the full stack. Because that allows you to go to this like 10,000 or 100,000 app chain future. Otherwise, no company could support this. We see some other protocols attempting to do this. They might have pick and choose security models, pay a bit more for higher Oracle security. To me, that also doesn't work. SSL everywhere, TLS everywhere. So with that, interoperability should have the same security everywhere. We saw with Tornado Cache that their protocol was fundamentally sound, but the real avenue of attack was through the DAO, by basically kind of boring low-level messages to gain control of the entire protocol. In a world where we have different security in the interop stack itself, we're of course all going to put the highest security on asset transfers, because we're all aware of hacks going to happen. But definitely teams will cheapen out on their general message passing, which leads as an avenue of attack to take control of the protocols. As it is right now, just go with the highest security level that also composes the nicest. Can you imagine a world where if you made a smart contract call to one contract, it had a different security guarantee than to another one? Where with one you had to kind of hop outside of this world and have a potential failure or someone change the data that you're sending, but with the other one it's pure. It would be an absolute pain to write any smart contract on Ethereum. We would have to read through all of them one by one, see what the guarantees are. We couldn't just arbitrarily register new Uniswap DEXs in our aggregator because the guarantees would be different. And so it has to be all at the same level. Now, with kind of all of the guarantees and properties that we want laid out, you really end up on one thing, and that's consensus verification. With consensus verification, we track individual chains, and we rely on the security of the validator set. Instead of relying on these third-party intermediaries, we generate proofs. And if you want to scale out these proofs, we generate ZKPs, zero-knowledge proofs, which enable us to no longer allocate 50% of block space, but instead only 0.1. With consensus verification, we inherit the full security set of the underlying chains. You inherit the full security of Ethereum without actually needing to pay EigenLayer at all. You literally just get it for free by tracking that. And so it's kind of the best we can do with the least gas cost, with the least value necessary to be put into the system, which means that protocols that do consensus verification have the highest value extraction for the own protocol for the end user. It means lower fees for your users or higher revenue back into your protocol. And finally, of course, I've said already, permissionlessness leads to hyperscaling. If an interoper protocol has to decide on which protocols to support, it will fail. It's not going to scale out. We at Union have decided to bet on IBC. IBC is a protocol originating from Cosmos, designed to exactly allow this hyperscaling and kind of the app chain future itself. Everyone knows the meme, there's 14 competing protocols, let's build a 15th one. Instead, Union decided to go with the fastest growing protocol and be compatible with that. So what are we doing first? We're connecting all IBC chains, we're connecting Celestia rollups, we're integrating with Ethereum settlement proofs and integrating Scroll. We're targeting different EVM chains, all with proper consensus, with proper finality, and basically building out kind of this first layer of a ZKP-based powered, standardized interop protocol across everything. At the moment, our proof generation is about 6 seconds, doable on an M2 MacBook. So we have actually achieved the technological future where it is possible to build such a system. Now, this is not a long-term future, because the moment you start generating hundreds of ZKPs across the stack, there's only one logical thing to do next. And that's obviously proof aggregation. A singular proof of proof that tracks every single state machine out there, every single L2, every single app chain. This is basically where now we have a direct connection from every single chain to every single other chain, where we can do storage proofs, state proofs, asset transfers, general message passing, with the same cost as if you connected to just one other chain. It literally 10,000 chains has the same overhead as a single chain. The only downside is computation goes up a bit. But actually, I think that this year we're entering the era where proof aggregation starts becoming feasible as well across the stack. And I think in 3 years' time, we're going to do proof aggregation across thousands of chains. This is also the opportunity where we can actually see intents become a reality. Right now, intents are a bit wishy-washy, right? Like, describe what you want to do, it's done, but there's no protocol actually doing it. But when you have this singular point of interoperability, you can do coincident of ones, matching order flow against each other. You can do just-in-time liquidity. You basically get a single point where you have a complete overview of all chains, all order flows, and everything that goes on there. And that's the future of making all blockchains homogenized, where it no longer matters where your product actually lives, because now blockchains are just basically rented security and order flow providers. And this layer on top is actually where you want access to all of this order flow. That's actually where you want to build your products. So how do we actually solve the interoperability problem? How do we ensure that all chains remain sovereign, but connected, decentralized, and hyperscaled? The first one is simple. Ensure that we get those same guarantees as we have in monolithic stacks. Make sure that in the end we stay in this code, this law space. The next one, standardize across this chimera within the modular stack. Right now we see different consensus systems, different execution models, different DAs. All of that leads, of course, to an explosion of new products and technologies. But in the end, the one thing that needs to be the same everywhere is the interop. Because otherwise we can't connect these products and then we can't homogenize them. Finally, of course, make interoperability extremely fast and decentralized, and ideally allow users to generate their own proofs. In a world where we can generate our own proofs, there is no company that can disappear. There is no off-chain centralized compute that can be attacked by nation-state attackers. Make proving and interoperability the same as miners. Allow anyone to just spin up their laptop and start participating. Because then you have a system that truly is software, not a service, and that cannot be taken down. For me, horizontal scalability is the future. It's the only thing that makes sense to make crypto useful for the wider community and to support any project out there. The monolithic stack is dystopian and it leads to censorship in the end. Already it's hard to get tornado gas transactions into Ethereum. It's already being limited on the protocols that can develop on there. Light clients and ZKPs enable this horizontal scalable future, and the future is modular. If you guys are interested in the work we do, check us out on union.build, at union.build, and give me a follow. This is type of stuff we talk about that we're interested in, and feel free to reach out to me afterwards if you have any questions or Q&A.
Thanks, Karel. Super interesting. Just a couple of reminders for you folks. Tomorrow we have presidential candidate RFK Jr. be giving a talk at 5 p.m. Should be super interesting to hear what he thinks about crypto and how that can interact with politics going forward. In just a couple of minutes, we'll have our next speaker, Rana Hammer from Orbs, who'll be talking about the future of on-chain liquidity. We'll just get everything set up here.
It's rare that these are on time, so it's nice. Yeah.
All right. So we'll be hearing from Ran Hammer, who's the VP of Biz Dev at Orbs. I'll be talking about the future of on-chain liquidity. Thank you.
Hello, is this working? Yeah. So hi everyone, happy to be here. Thank you for the many people who are listening on this stage. Yeah, my name is Ren Hammer. I lead business for Orbs. I'm a lawyer by trade, but I do not practice anymore, happily. I've been in crypto since 2015, initially as a service provider and gradually moved into business roles. And I've been with the Orbs team since 2017. A little bit about Orbs. We are a decentralized public blockchain infrastructure based on proof of stake. We are been around since 2017 as a project. Our mainnet has been live since 2019. And you know, we've had a few pivots along the way, like most projects in our space. But we are now positioned as a layer 3, essentially providing decentralized backend for DeFi. You know, a lot of projects they implement a lot of the logic based on EVM smart contracts or smart contracts of different kinds. But then there are some things you can just not do with smart contracts. And you do need to run a little bit backend. Even you have good scalability solutions, still some things require other type of compute. And that's where Orbs comes in, as we can be a decentralized backend and allowing DeFi protocols to build a fully decentralized stack. We mostly work with EVM blockchains. We support all the big ones. The only non-EVM we support right now is Ton, the open network, the Telegram chain, but hopefully we'll expand that in the future. Yeah, so as I mentioned, Orbs is positioned as part of a fully decentralized stack. So if you have like your layer 0s for interoperability, you have your layer 1 for security, you have your layer 2s for scalability. We sit between the layer 2 and the dApp itself, and we provide that kind of enhanced execution. And I'll give a few examples throughout my keynote today. Two main products are Lambda and VM, which is very similar to the type of products you get on a centralized cloud solution. So that's nice, that's us. And now the question is, what do we use that for? And we did have quite a journey because we've been building this for almost 7 years now. And you know, once you have like that great infrastructure in place, then you have the questions, how do you actually go to market with it and what is it valuable for? And we did have quite a journey trying to kind of understand what can we do with this technology and where can we bring a difference and where is the right like product market fit for what we do. And I would like to share a little bit of what we found throughout that journey. So one of the things that we found is very good that our infrastructure can do is essentially smart contract automation. So as you know, smart contracts, they need something to call the function for them to execute. So either another contract or a transaction. You know, when people need in DeFi, they need to do execution and send transaction. They usually use some sort of server. So we can provide a decentralized server for that. One of the best use cases we found for that is TWAP and limit orders for decentralized exchanges. I'm sure everybody here knows what a limit order is. It's an order that sits there waiting for the right price. It then gets executed at the right price. And TWAP is time-weighted average price. It means that, you know, I want to do a large trade. Either I want to do DCA, so I want to like go in gradually into a position or out gradually out of a position, or I want to neutralize volatility, so I would cut the trade into a bunch of smaller trades and get them executed. You know, I can take $1,000, do a $100 trade each over, you know, intervals of 10 minutes or 1 hour or 1 day or 1 week. And that's TWAP, that's stuff that's very used in centralized exchanges and in TradFi, but it's very hard to implement on an AMM. So with Orbs layer integrated, you can have TWAP unlimited for DEXs. We have 12 DEXs integrated now, and we're growing that on 7 different chains, 13,000 TWAP orders placed, 5,400 different wallets, and over $40 million in open interest. So that's going very, very well. But that's, I would say, like an easy use case. One, it's not something you can really monetize. There's not so much money in this, not so much protocol revenue. You could put a little bit of a fee on limit orders, but it's not that interesting, not that material. And also we feel like our network could do compute that's more robust, and we wanted to look for a right use case to use it for. And that gave us to a place where we came back and kind of thinking about what's going on, where is it valuable. And one of the things that we have a very strong conviction on is that the next bull market is going to be on-chain. This is something we strongly believe in. And there's many reasons why we think that. One, we do see month-to-month grow on DEX volumes. We do see DEX volumes grow. This is supposed to be a graph. Our designer here was very creative, but this is a graph. So essentially, we do see growth month to month in DEX volume, and we do see a lot of more on-chain activity. Also, in looking at regulation, we have seen obviously the crackdown on CeFi. We saw there's the SEC has been super aggressive with Binance, with Coinbase, with other venues as well, and tokens. While on DeFi, we do see that at least the regulators kind of approach to DeFi still hasn't been defined. So I'm not necessarily saying it's positive. I'm just saying we don't see like active enforcement actions against DeFi protocols at this point. And what happens is, specifically here in the US, we are seeing a lot of people moving out of CeFi and into DeFi. I think a lot of the people trading today are DeFi first. And also one of the interesting things we have been seeing is that a lot of the people actually, the good, like new cool kind of assets are first trading on DeFi before they even get to the CeFi. So for those, degens who are looking for like the newest assets, the newest meme coins, the newest things going on, you do see that, they need to trade on DeFi before you get to CeFi because honestly, if you wait until a token is listed on Coinbase, there's a very good likelihood that all the people who bought in DeFi are going to dump on you the moment you get listed on centralized exchange. And this just, have the example of WIF, but that's one of many tokens that you can see that the trading was very strong before CeFi and market price, like price movement was positive when it was traded on DeFi only, and then when it came to CeFi, you can see, price went down a little bit. Sometimes it keeps going up, but still, if you want the newer assets, you'd have to start trading them when they get listed on DEXs way before the centralized exchanges. And obviously, there's counterparty risk, right? Like we all know what happened last few years. We've all seen FTX, Celsius, and others. Billions lost, funds misappropriated. It's not that DeFi is without risk, but at least it's not that kind of risk. It's different risks. And, you could hedge them, I think, better in DeFi than you could in CeFi. So what's preventing from everything being on-chain? One thing is user experience. Like user experience is still lagging behind. Again, I've been in this industry for, since 2015. That's almost 9 years now. Everybody's talking about like next year they're going to figure out the whole UI UX thing is going to be amazing. It's still bad. You still need your MetaMask. You open it. You still most like web-based and not like mobile-based. Oh, it's getting better. So still the on-chain user experience in DeFi is worse than on CeFi. We have seen a lot of improvements. There's a bunch of other protocols working on like account abstractions and DeFi wallets and stuff like this. It's getting better. One specific project we like a lot in this space is Ton. We've been building on, as I mentioned. And that's because we think Telegram is emerging as kind of the prime venue for Web3. A lot of the Web3 activities are going on Telegram. And most people I'm meeting here in the conference are primarily using Telegram. And we've seen Unibot and Maestro and a lot of other protocols using Telegram as the main kind of interface. And Telegram itself has vouched on a chain. It's called Ton as their exclusive chain that they're using, and they have a Telegram wallet integrated within the Telegram Messenger. I'm not sure if this functionality is specifically open in the US. I think maybe it's not, but everywhere else in the world you can get it. But essentially, you have an integrated, decentralized wallet, non-custodial wallet within your Telegram app, and you can integrate with Ton and other assets and interesting dApps, all integrated Telegram web apps. So we think this is a very good stride to, in terms of UX for like user kind of experience integrating with crypto and blockchain. So specifically, this is one project we've been heavily building on. We're doing a bunch of stuff on Ton. We're the biggest RPC. We're the tool to mint new tokens. We're the biggest governance platform. But it's one kind of thing that we think could help progress adoption of on-chain activity. And the other thing I think is even more material than just UX is prices are generally worst on-chain. We've discussed some products are first rated on DeFi and then get to CeFi, but once projects are on DeFi and CeFi, usually you would get a better price and you would get better execution on CeFi order book based exchanges as compared to AMMs. And on-chain prices are not competitive. And the reason they're not competitive is because just liquidity fragmentation. Liquidity is highly fragmented across different chains, across different AMMs, across on the same chain, and across different pools within the same AMM. And what happens effectively is the DEXs, at least on the UI level, cannot compete with the aggregators. Most users will go to like 1inch, Paraswap, one of these guys when they want to swap, because the price you would get on an AMM UI is just not competitive. And one interesting case study we've seen with Uniswap X that was launched in the summer, is now operational and growing in volume, is where essentially you have Uniswap, that's the biggest AMM in the ecosystem, first AMM, probably first AMM, Bunker would not agree, but first big AMM. They essentially integrated an aggregator into their own UI. So today, any swap that comes into Uniswap, they check against other liquidity sources, market makers, and potentially they would route it not through their AMM at all. So this was like kind of a first stride we saw of an AMM coming saying, we can't really compete with the aggregators, so we're going to become an aggregator ourselves. And on that kind of basis, we came with Liquidity Hub. Liquidity Hub is a project that we've built on top of the Orbs network. And essentially, it is kind of similar to Uniswap X in the idea is we tap into external liquidity from within a DEX UI. And I'll explain. So, right now you have a user. I have a couple of our partners here listed, Thena and QuickSwap. A user comes into QuickSwap, for example, on Polygon. They want to swap. So the way it was today, they just interact directly with the pools on that specific AMM using whatever router. You used to have like a V2 router, then you had the more advanced like V3 routers, and now a lot of the projects are using somebody else to do the routing, like Paraswap or OpenOcean or Odos. But still, you're limited to that liquidity. What we do with Liquidity Hub is we check against outsourced liquidity. So every time a swap comes into QuickSwap, for example, today, Liquidity Hub checks against outsourced liquidity. We see whether we can provide a better price as compared to the AMM price. And if we do get a better price, then it's being routed through that external liquidity. And there we have different types of liquidity. We have on-chain solvers, so Paraswap, Odos, OpenOcean, Kyber, Rango, Bebop. All these guys are acting as solvers. And we have market makers. We have Manifold as market maker. We have GSC as market maker. We're integrating new market makers as we speak. But potentially with that, we can improve price. And right now, we are improving price for something like 30% of the trades coming into the AMM UI. And obviously, this creates a place for DEXs to monetize as well, because once there's user saving, you can take fees. And those fees can go, one, to the AMM team. I'm not sure if people here know, but AMM is something that's very hard to monetize. So it's money for the AMM teams. It's money for, you can do additional rewards for LPs to incentivize liquidity for your pools. And obviously, this is revenue generating for the Orbs protocol as well. And this is just a slide kind of showing the potential. The price you can get with just tapping into, the better the liquidity, the more the TVL, the better price you can give to users. And then you see, if I do just QuickSwap themselves, I have 125 million. If I expand to the entire Polygon chain, like Polygon POS chain, I can get 950 million. Once I expand to like all of on-chain TVL with like cross-chain solvers, et cetera, I can get like 60 billion. And if I have off-chain solving, like with market makers who are solving against Binance or OKX or Coinbase, I can get 600 billion worth of liquidity. So the more liquidity, the better the price you can get. And that's essentially what we're doing with Liquidity Hub, is tapping into that additional liquidity. And yeah, and just going back to what Orbs is, so obviously this kind of thing does require, so we do use a Dutch auction model, and a lot of the action is done on chain. No assets are being transferred to the Orbs layer or anything, but we do have a bit of a compute coming in here, doing all this kind of comparisons and integrating the AMMs, etc. And all of this is being executed on the Orbs layer. So going back to where we started from is really trying to find the best product fit for our layer, for our technology. We do believe this is it. With Liquidity Hub and providing our decentralized backend to power essentially the auction for Liquidity Hub and do the execution. And yeah, we do believe that yesterday people were like competing over TVL, everything that, you know, DEXs were trying to achieve or DeFi brokers were trying to achieve is TVL. We do believe now volume is king. I think in this kind of bull market, we'll see projects competing over volume and revenue way before TVL, because TVL is something that's, you know, it's a good street cred and it's nice to be high up on DeFi Llama, but end of the day, it's very hard to monetize. So we do believe we'll see volume as king in this cycle. And yeah, we do work with a bunch of DEXs. Somehow, some of the logos didn't load here, but we work with a bunch of DEXs using TWAP, Limit, Liquidity Hub, and some of the other products we offer. I think, yeah, many chains, many projects. Here we go. Yeah, and Spot is just a start for us. We are looking at additional places where our technology could be implemented, and one of the places we've identified as interesting is on-chain derivatives. On-chain derivatives is quite small still. We all know, you know, a couple of big projects. Everybody knows GMX and DYDX. They're doing like order book-based derivatives, but they're still quite small. And also, they're not super capital efficient in the way they operate. That's one of the reasons they're not growing more than they are now. But you know, on CeFi, derivatives is very big. Like Binance derivatives, very big. OKX derivatives, big, very big. Yeah, and if in Spot we see like around 20% of the volume is Spot volume happens on chain, then it's not even 2% of the futures volume. And this is a place where we think that if we can get more liquidity from CeFi into DeFi in terms of derivatives, we can get much better execution on chain, and people don't have to go to centralized exchanges for this. And for this reason, we have partnered with a project called Seamount. I'm not sure if you know them. Seamount are doing intent-based execution for derivatives. So essentially, it's an RFQ-based system and not an order book system. But users can go on-chain, open interest, open a trade, and then you have hedgers who are taking the other side of the trade, and they hedge that against CeFi based on RFQ. Seamount is the engine for it. And right now they have two UI integration. One is Thena on BNB, and the other is IntentX, which is now on Base and I think launching on Blast soon. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say that. But that's also something that's very, very interesting for us. So we have invested in all three of these companies and are now building, we're building a decentralized hedger to hedge open interest from between on-chain and off-chain. And then we're going to collaborate with them on building essentially the bidding system for hedgers to compete over open interest that's opened by users. And this is something that, you know, if we can scale this right, I think would have massive volumes, as people are very interested in trading derivatives, as we are seeing in CeFi. Yeah, so thank you for having me. Super happy to talk about what we're building. I think this is a very, very, very exciting cycle, interesting cycle. I think we're going to see way more things happening in DeFi as compared to before, even more than DeFi summer. All the new chains coming up, all the new protocols coming up, and I think it's a privilege to still be here for this cycle and building. And yeah, looking forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Rand. Do you want to do questions? Any questions for Rand?
Questions, anyone?
Hi, real quick, what centralized exchanges have you partnered with?
Sorry?
What centralized exchanges have you partnered with?
So So it depends on the product. For Liquidity Hub specifically, we're agnostic, so it depends on what the market makers are using. I think most of them are using Binance right now, but you know they can use whatever, maybe Coinbase as well. But we're agnostic. There's like a Dutch trade. That's a Dutch auction model. So wherever they can source a better price, they can participate. They can also do it with their own liquidity had they wanted to. But yeah, I think most of them now hedge with Binance. For futures specifically, in Sim's current model, you know, because futures are like non-fungible. You have like different type of futures in like every venue. So specifically, the hedging is against Binance with this product the way it is today. Potentially, that could be improved in future versions to have multiple counterparties for the hedging.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions?
Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. let's go. Our next talk is going to be Ugur Mersin from API Tree DAO. He's going to be talking about super relevant topic, super new topic, Oracle extractable value. So yeah, let's give Ugur a warm welcome.
Test, 1, 2. Perfect. Thanks for having me. The title sounds very intimidating, but I tried to break it down to non-technical parts as much as possible. It basically just describes an Oracle system that pays you for using it. So I'm Ugur, leading strategic efforts at API 3. And what is API 3? We are basically just an Oracle project that does things slightly different. So imagine price feeds, but instead of being operated by intermediaries, we go to the data sources and make them operate the Oracle directly. So instead of getting data from somebody that gets it from CoinGecko, we go to CoinGecko and CoinGecko runs an Oracle directly. Price feeds are a very competitive scene, and there isn't a lot of money to be made in price feeds, which is why we decided to dive a little bit deeper into a separate topic, which brings us to OEV. OEV is simply a subset of MEV, and similar to MEV, it's a rather big industry. It describes value that can be extracted due to Oracle updates or the lack of Oracle updates. Sounds complicated, but I'll give you a very simple example. Every one of you probably knows GMX here, derivatives platform, so you can 50x long ETH, and the rather unique thing is that you don't take that trade against an order book, you take it on the basis of Oracle prices, which means on the Oracle price, without any slippage, you can go 50x long. The core issue is that Oracle updates are visible in the mempool. So what you can do quite easily is you can look for the Oracle updates, you see one in the mempool, you place your 50x long before the Oracle update, you wait until after the Oracle update, and you close your trade. And you profit, always. And there's nothing that the protocol can do to prevent you from this. On the right side, you can see a tweet about this from Chainside. It was a thread explaining this issue on GMX. It was going on for 40 days, and they were consistently able to essentially take away 10% of the profits of GMX, which amounted to like $250,000 during that amount of time. So it's a big industry. How big are we talking? In this presentation, I tried to narrow it down to lending protocols. If you look at the big lending protocols, Aave has already lost well over 100 million to OEV. Compound is slowly closing in at 100 million. And Venus on BNB chain also lost roughly over 60 million. So just to explain what oracles have to do with a lending protocol. So oracle transactions on a lending protocol determine the worth of your collateral and your health factor. What that means is you deposit some ETH, that ETH has some value, and you're, for instance, allowed to borrow 80% against that. At some point, that collateral value might drop with ETH price going down. So your loan to collateral value essentially drops, and at some point you become liquidatable. Typically, in a calculation way, this means you have a health factor. When it is above 1, you're good. Once it drops below 1, you're not good anymore, and you can be liquidated. All of this is determined by oracles. And once you become liquidatable, as you can see on the right side, what typically happens is that people are incentivized to liquidate you by being offered 5 to 10% of your collateral value. And that is in effect the value that protocols like Aave and Compound are losing. So you get liquidated, so you lose a bunch of money, and on top of that, you also pay 5% additionally to somebody liquidating you. Just to explain the flow a bit, so typically, for you to get liquidated, the first thing that happens is that the oracle updates on-chain and initiates the change that drops your health factor below 1. Once that happens, a bunch of people essentially monitoring the health of positions see that you have a liquidable position, and they oftentimes, or most of the times, compete for that value in block space auctions. In those auctions, they try to get their transaction included first and bid a lot of money for that. And once that block goes through, the user essentially gets liquidated, the person liquidating makes profit, and they have to pay whatever they bribed so their transaction gets executed first. So how much are these people that look for your liquidations earn? There's a pretty good MEV book by Monoceros that goes into that. Just a quote out of that book for you. So liquidations are highly competitive as a strategy, and they're simple to perform. This means that it's quite common to see liquidations paying up to 99.9% of their revenue to the validator. So what does that mean? Quite simply, this means on the right side, you see one of the biggest liquidations happening in January on the Aave protocol, V3. Somebody got liquidated for roughly 4.2 million. The reward for that liquidation was 141,000. So just for liquidating the position, you would have gotten 141,000. But at below, you see the cost to execute this. So somebody had the chance to make 141,000, but they bribed somebody else almost equal amount of money so that they are allowed to execute, liquidate that person, and they made $60 in that process. So this means lending protocols like Aave offer you 141,000, and the people actually liquidating you are giving away almost all of it. They are fine making $60 on a $4.2 million liquidation, but Aave is giving them 141,000. And all of this is actually only possible because the Oracle ignores that this value is there. Theoretically, the Oracle project can update and liquidate in the same transaction, which means that all of this, what happens on the right side, won't even happen. We could update and liquidate. The major issue why a lot of Oracle projects don't do that is it centralizes liquidations. If the Oracle project always updates and liquidates, other people will stop looking for opportunities, which means that if the Oracle project ever fails, the lending protocol will not potentially liquidate the position and incur losses. So how do you take advantage of this privileged position while still keeping it somewhat decentralized? Or like rather, let's talk about the status quo before I talk into that. So we established that the fees are too high. Aave is paying way too much, which is evident by 99% of that being given away. And the oracles hold all the power, but they didn't execute it thus far because of centralization risks. And what we've been working on is essentially a system that simply takes the auctions that happen on a block space level and move them to the Oracle level. And in simple terms, this just means instead of closing your eyes and blindly updating the Oracle without caring what happens on the chain afterwards, you allow people to compete for the updates that have value and pay for them, essentially in the same manner depending on the value that is available on-chain. How we do that is through something called the OEV network, which is a market for Oracle transactions in essence. It's a ZK rollup that is purely there to auction off Oracle updates, and the entire system works like this. Imagine you have Oracle nodes, and they maintain a data feed on Mantle, which is the ETHUSD price feed, for instance, at 1% deviation. We delay the data by 15 seconds, and additionally, these same Oracle nodes push their data in real time to what we call the OEV network. This is our ZK rollup that essentially auctions off real-time data. What can happen now is that when people see valuable positions on-chain, they can go place bids on this network, like searchers see somebody that is liquidatable at 3,000 ETH. They place a bid at 3,000 ETH, the price actually drops to 3,000, and then the OEV network awards you the win. You get a transaction, which I'll go into later, and you can take this transaction and update the price feed. So the price feed is not only updatable by the Oracle nodes, they can also sell cryptographically signed data that allows external people to update it, and everybody can compete for these updates. To dive a little bit more into it, so what happens on this ZK rollup? Like I mentioned, it's auctions, auctions, auctions. Every dApp uses a specific data feed, and auctions happen for each data feed on each network that each dApp uses. So essentially, like you see here, there are different auctions that happen for a dApp like Init than there are for a dApp like Compound, than there are for a dApp like Venus. And even if all of these were Compound essentially data feeds, since they all happen on different networks or are different data feeds, there are different auctions happening for them. Like we mentioned, real-time data is pushed onto this chain whenever somebody wins an auction. And the data that they get is a meta transaction that includes a lot of things, but I tried to break it down. So essentially, this transaction has how much did this person bid, which is enshrined in it, on which blockchain did they win, for instance, Mantle or Arbitrum, for which data feed did they win, so which dApp utilized data feed, that is the OEV proxy, and then that's signed data, sorry for that, all of the Oracle answers that allow them to update the data feed. They're only allowed to update the data feed when they, in the same transaction, transfer the money that is up there, which goes directly back to the dApp. So just to get back to this example that I've shown there, if somebody would have won over the OEV network the update rights for that liquidation, Aave would have essentially been paid back 141,000 of the 141,000 that they've given out. And what do you do once you have such an immense new source of revenue? You could use that money to essentially build an insurance fund. You could put it into your treasury. You could distribute it to lenders or to stakers. But ultimately, and this is a bit of a personal opinion, obviously every project will potentially integrate this however they want. But the money comes from users that are being overcharged for liquidations. So the natural thing would be to return that money to the users. So instead of using a lending market that charges you 10% on a liquidation, you could have one that tries through these auctions to recuperate most of what they're overcharging you, and you could end up with a lending market that charges you 0.1% as fees instead of 10, which is quite huge. And it's my personal belief that lending protocols that do this create a more efficient market, which will attract more people, because why would you use one that penalizes you for 10% if there's one that doesn't? This concept is quite similar to something like MEV blocker. I'm not sure if a lot of you are familiar with this picture. It is from a product called MEV blocker. It's essentially a product where you change your RPC to their RPC. They promise not to extract MEV from your transactions. They actually execute all potential MEV that happens through your transaction and give you 90% back and keep 10%. All you have to do is change your RPC and you're essentially MEV protected. And if there is MEV, you essentially earn it back through them with a small cut for them. The OEV network is quite similar in that. So instead of utilizing an oracle that is effectively blind, you utilize one that is allowing other people to extract or to bid for oracle updates. So you simply integrate a data feed like ETHUSD. You get improved granularity through that integration because people can pull real-time data whenever it matters most instead of just waiting for oracles to update. And you get paid in the process. And you can achieve all of this quite literally, and it is very much that simple by reading a new data feed contract. That is it. All you have to do is read a new contract, and that allows auctions to happen for your data feed on this layer 2 that we have. And whenever there are opportunities, like a liquidation that you saw on Aave, the winning party will pay you once they execute that. This is basically already my last slide. It was quicker than I anticipated. This is something that you can try today. We have bounties live for the Buildathon. And we essentially created on the Sepolia network a Aave fork with 1,000 positions. And we created a fake data feed that every hour will drop in price. And you can essentially, over the OEV network, bid for Oracle transactions, take them whenever you're able to liquidate someone. And once you liquidate that position, you get fake OEV tokens. and the winning team is the team with the most OEV tokens at the end of the day. So it's different positions with different amount of OEV tokens, and you can compete for Oracle updates with other people that are competing here, and you can win up to $11,000 in bounties for that. On the right side is a QR code if you want to scan the challenge and participate. And that is pretty much it. If you have any questions, feel free to come up here, I've been told, to ask the questions into the microphone. If not, that's also fine.
Thank you very much, Guru. Super interesting. All right. Just while we get ready for our next talk, we want to remind everyone that already tomorrow we have the closing party. Make sure you register for that. Everyone with a Eat Denver badge is welcome, but make sure you register as well. Just gonna get ready for our next talk here in a couple of minutes. Okay, we're going to get started with our next talk. We have Max Howell, is core contributor to T Protocol. He's going to be talking about open source and the problems and challenges of maintaining open source. So thank you, Max.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Max Howell, originally the creator of Homebrew. Nowadays, I am co-founder and core contributor to T Protocol. Today, I'm going to be talking about the problem with maintaining open source and potentially the solution. But before I get there, I'm going to start with a bit of a story, my personal story. I never thought I would be a programmer, is the honest truth of it, despite the fact that that has been pretty much my entire career over the last 20 years. I remember when I was maybe 15 or 16, I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do with myself, and I went to a job fair. And while I was there were dozens of extremely professional people telling me about their different career choices. And then I met the programmers. These two people honestly scared me a little with their unbelievable geekiness, and I backed off. But I always remembered the childlike wonder they seemed to have for their work. And out of everybody there, they were easily the most passionate. So I did a chemistry degree. I went into the chemistry industry, and I discovered after about a year that everybody was right. Chemistry really is very boring. I fell into this depressed funk, and I went home and I installed Linux on my home computer. I discovered open source. I discovered the open source communities of the world and how they were trying to build something new and special, how they were trying to innovate in a world that was dominated by companies like Microsoft and Sun and other extremely dull enterprise-type vendors. It was through my work on open source that I managed to get into the industry. I don't have a computer science degree to this day. I still cannot invert a binary tree. But some company noticed my work and offered me a job. While I was there, I created Homebrew. Homebrew has become one of the biggest open source projects of all time. When I started writing it, I didn't really know what to expect. I worked on the apps team at the company I was at. We maintained 6 apps: Mac, Linux, Windows, Android, iPhone, and even a BlackBerry app. And I'm very happy to say that there is no longer a BlackBerry app store. That thing was the worst SDK I have ever worked with. But the unifying platform for all 6 of these platforms was Mac. So I and my team were using Mac, and we discovered that the package management solutions for Mac just weren't up to the standard we were used to from Linux. I love the Linux package managers, and I spent 5 or 6 years drifting between different distributions, trying out all the different package managers. In the end, my favorite was Pac-Man by Arch Linux, and the stuff on Mac at the time just didn't really cut it, so I used to complain incessantly about this situation at the pub after work. And one day, one of my co-workers just had had enough, told me to shut up and do something about it. So I went home and I committed the first commit to Homebrew. Well, there we go. So this is an interesting video of the commits to Homebrew during the first few years. And there you go. After a few weeks, it just suddenly captured everyone's attention. Like, I tweeted about it a few times. And then Hacker News got hold of it, and it just exploded into this enormous amount of viral contribution from hundreds and then thousands and then tens of thousands of different people around the world. It became a much more interesting job for me than my real job. So I started spending evenings and weekends pretty much dedicated full time. I was 26, so sometimes I'd stay up all night, and somehow that worked. I can't do that anymore, that's for sure. In the time, though, I decided I wanted to work on Homebrew full time. So I quit my job after saving up a bit of money, and I did that. And it was a glorious 6 months, living the dream, actually working on stuff that I loved. I loved Homebrew. I loved what I'd created. I loved that everybody else loved it. And I loved that it was the biggest project on GitHub. I have to say, it went to my head a bit for a few years. Nowadays, it's still this busy, is the truth of it. I've since passed it on to these people. These people stepped up to be a part of Homebrew and eventually took over from me when I eventually burned out. Because every so often, I would have to get another job and earn some money so that I could then go back to working on open source after saving up a bit of money. This cycle has been most of my career, and I burned out on it. And something's not right with that. The truth is, over the last 15, 20 years or so, open source went from being something that was widely derided. Big companies like Microsoft used to claim that it was dangerous. A bit unbelievable nowadays, since they're very fond of open source, but 20 years ago, that was not the case. Nowadays, it is at the base of an awful lot of software. An awful lot of software. In fact, we estimate that 97% of commercial code has a massive amount of open source underpinning it. The Web 2 industry was bootstrapped by open source, built by people like myself. They've made fortunes off the top of the work of a few. Now, the truth is, I never expected anything when I made Homebrew. I wasn't doing it because I wanted money. I was doing it because I loved what I was doing. But there's a disconnect there. There's a disconnect between the people like myself who are working on this stuff in the evenings and weekends and not making anything from it, and the companies that have made billions. This has led to a fragile internet. This is a famous comic by XKCD that my designer has made a bit more sexy. You might have seen it before. It's called Dependency. It implies that all modern digital infrastructure is a series of bricks that are stacked on top of each other. And this is how open source has always worked. People solve pressing problems for the time, and then these pieces get stacked into the tower, and then everyone builds on top of that once they've decided it is the correct solution. We're all building on the top of the shoulders of giants. However, because it isn't exactly funded, there's always these flaky pieces, and in the comic it points to this pillar down near the bottom, where it implies there's a project that's been thanklessly maintained by some person from Nebraska since 2003. And this is real. And not only is it real for Web 2, it's possibly even more real for Web 3. If you think about it, you could look at this comic differently, where this little yellow pillar down the bottom there is all of Web 2 open source software, and Web 3 is built on top of that. This isn't a unique problem to myself. I love this quote from the Core.js maintainer. Core.js is used in 80% of the top 100 websites in the world. In fact, it's really quite difficult to make a Node.js application without using Core.js. It's downloaded almost 6 billion times a year. The quote is, "I'm effing tired. Free open source software is fundamentally broken. Companies that save and earn many millions of dollars on Core.js usage just ignore funding requests. I have a lot of good job offers, but if I accept one, Core.js will become just useless and die." And what happens to the internet when these pieces disappear? Well, this happened 2 years ago. A very popular piece of open source that nobody had ever heard of because it was so deep in the stack, a true Nebraska-style project called Log4j. Suddenly, a zero-day exploit was found that made it possible to root hundreds and thousands of enterprise applications on the net. It was possible to root a Minecraft server by typing something in the chat box. So the internet panicked, and all these enterprise vendors who don't really understand how open source works were emailing the maintainers of this project, demanding that it get fixed, because they assumed they were paying for it, right? And the maintainers went on Twitter and they were like, "Hey, we'll fix the bug, we care about the software, but we're unpaid volunteers who make this software, so maybe after we fixed it, we could get some funding from you." So they fixed it, and they're still unfunded. And then we have massive projects like FFmpeg, who periodically tweet this, stating the fact that all video infrastructure on the internet uses their software, including YouTube, including Netflix, all of them. These are incredibly profitable platforms, and yet they don't really have any funding. So a couple of years ago, I was once again in between jobs, wanting to work on open source full time, and I explored what was out there. And I didn't find anything that I really felt was going to work still. 6 or 7 years ago, I tried the Patreon route. That does work for some open source maintainers. So I spent 4 months marketing myself like I've never done it before. And after that time, I figured I'd probably spend 30 to 40% of my time marketing myself, where I wanted to spend all that time working on the open source software. And yet still, I wasn't earning enough on my Patreon to pay my rent. So I looked deeper. I decided that this was a personal mission that maybe it was up to me to solve. And I discovered crypto. Unlike most of you here, I'm sure, I'm relatively new to crypto. I had ignored it. And I decided I needed to explore new technologies. So I went down the rabbit hole. I looked into what crypto and smart contracts could do. I discovered the new branding of Web3, which I thought was pretty genius, honestly, because it's a whole nother web, right? There's got to be some really great stuff in there. And while exploring that, I realized that open source slots into the Web3 model perfectly. Open source is already decentralized. Open source is all about community. Community is one of the most important parts of how open source functions. And Web3 is all about these pieces too. And I realized that tokenization can empower developers to contribute to open source while reaping overdue rewards. I had a vision in my head where the package managers that I contributed to put their data on chain, and we used the dependency graph to somehow funnel token through. So we founded T. T's mission is to sustain open source as it sustains us. There's 2.2 million Web2 open source devs out there. Compare that with probably 30,000 Web3 devs. These people need to be sustained, and yet they have, like I was, been missing out on the incentivization and the way that crypto can fix situations like this. We want to bring all 2.2 million of those developers onto Web3. So how does it work? Well, at the core of what we're doing is our proof of contribution algorithm. We've indexed all the package managers, and then we find that dependency graph between open source projects. Just like the tower I was talking about earlier, these bricks build on top of each other. And when you make an open source project, that dependency choice that you're making is really a reputational stake. Your reputation is dependent on the reputation of your dependencies. So we use that to rank all open source projects. The more important open source projects are more depended upon. They have higher impact. They keep the internet running more than the rest. And then every day we throw token at these open source projects based on their ranking. The T-token rewards. We're also introducing on-chain governance to 10.5 million open source projects. These are projects that haven't really understood how smart contracts and DAOs can improve the governance systems that they already have in place for their projects. And finally, this isn't just for open source devs. It's not just for non-open source devs. This is for everybody who believes in the value of open source and wants to participate in that value ecosystem. Let's face it, open source underpins everything nowadays. It went to Mars, it's at the bottom of the ocean, it's in everybody's computers and phones. It's everywhere. So the value of open source is commensurate to some value of the software industry as a whole. Last Wednesday, we launched our testnet. It's been a long 2 years, and we've designed what we think to be a really amazing protocol and tokenomics model. Testnet went live last Wednesday. Here we are today. We have over 250,000 users active on our app and protocol. And we have over 700 open source projects signed up. I spent the last 2 to 3 months phoning open source maintainers, key and core open source maintainers, asking them what they needed, what they wanted. And all of them have a dream like I did to work on open source full time. And almost all of them are having extreme trouble with existing methods of making that a reality. So they've all onboarded. And the testnet's until June, so we're going to continue onboarding projects. If you have one, please onboard it. We also have a $250,000 grant program as an incentive to onboard during the testnet. So if you're an open source project, contact us. It's on the website, and you may be eligible for a grant of $5,000 to $10,000. Although you don't need that, the T token will be that future. We understood when we embarked on this project that we were dealing with a lot of people who are unfamiliar with Web3 technologies. These are Web2 open source developers, or Web2 developers. They don't understand wallets, they don't understand MetaMask, and they don't really want to. They're familiar with Web2 platforms. So from the start, we were determined to design something that felt like a Web2 platform. And I gotta say, we really succeeded. It's 4 or 5 clicks to onboard your open source project. It's 1 or 2 clicks to participate in our app. We use account abstraction, paymasters, and other modern technologies. We really are a poster child for what can be done in the Web3 space nowadays. So that's T. We're trying to fix the Nebraska problem, but we are trying to do it without changing the nature of open source software. Open source is beautiful. It really is. It's an astonishing thing. I often find it remarkable how it went from being that thing that Microsoft described as dangerous to backing up every piece of software in the modern world. But it's because it proved itself. So it's great. We don't want to change how it works. We do want to change that one problem, the sustainability of the ecosystem. We don't want any of it to collapse. We want the people who make open source to be able to work on it full time, because they made an amazing impact by being able to do it just on the evenings and weekends. Just imagine what's possible if all these people can do it full time. So thank you very much for listening to me on this presentation. You can sign this, take a picture of this QR code to sign up and onboard to our testnet, or check out more documentation about us. We have a booth here, number 410. So if you have any questions about our tokenomics model, or how T works, or how to onboard, please come by. We'd be delighted to meet you and chat about our project. Thanks very much. Apparently I have a few minutes for questions, so if anyone wants to ask a question, there's a microphone here at the front, and I'll stand here until it gets awkward. Microphone's not working, I'm afraid.
Something we saw from the recent Starknet airdrop and that we're seeing with Scroll right now is a lot of people trying to kind of farm open source contributions without actually contributing anything to the sustainability or the long term of these projects. I'm curious how the T algorithm determines what is like a useful or a good open source contribution from people that are just, like it's trying to farm or just trying to get involved without contributing anything useful to exploit the distribution mechanism of T.
Yes, well, sorry. Yes, indeed. It's very important to us that open source maintainers are rewarded without it becoming some kind of burden for them in another way. So our algorithm measures the impact based on your position in the graph, the dependency graph of open source. It's very, very difficult to game. Like, we considered other options like installs or GitHub stars, for example. Like, those aren't things that are universal to all open source projects for a start. Also, it's very easy to game. So the dependency graph is other open source projects that we already trust declaring their trust. We basically modeled this on Google's PageRank algorithm. We can all see how successful that was until, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, but it will work for open source. It's a much simpler and more refined system. So it's completely something we don't want for any participants to be gaining from open source projects in any way whatsoever. And we had a small set of problems last week where some people were trying to farm open source projects, and we very quickly built a barrier to stop that from happening. So it's almost completely stopped at this point.
I wanted to expand on the topic raised by the previous person who asked the question. So what about open source projects themselves that are kind of like spammy? So for example, there's the infamous NPM spanner, John Schlinkert, with those Izod even repositories that, basically a lot of people install those dependencies because, they're not that important. But as a result, their dependency graphs looks kind of neat. They look like a very important open source project, even though the content of those repositories is, not significant. It's not like those projects that you talked about. How do you prevent like those projects occupying a disproportionate share of the revenue?
Yeah, great question. Right from the beginning, we knew that we needed to make it so that real open source was rewarded and not fake open source. And some people consider smaller packages like LeftPad, which is a very famous package for reasons that we would like to one day solve. But aside from the point, the LeftPad's like one line of code, right? It shouldn't receive significant rewards for that. Now, on one hand, you could argue that it is significant because it has 100,000 dependents. So there must be some people that consider it useful, so it needs some rewards. But we designed the algorithm so I'm glad to say that LeftPad has a relatively low T rank, so it does get some rewards, but I'm not sure that's wrong. But we're going to figure this out as we go. We're a project where we want open source maintainers to have heavy influence on how it's designed going forwards. We've done the initial designs, and now we're handing it over to you. The governance of the project will be run by open source people, and votes on chain will be done by open source maintainers. So let's fix the problems as we find them together, like a true open source project. Well, I think that's all the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Max. Super interesting. Thank you. Just going to get ready for our next talk here. everyone. If you want to come and grab a seat, our next session is going to be with player 0x. He's the founder of Lightworks, and the title of the session is The Token That Traded Itself. Let's give it up for player 0x.
Somewhere deep inside the dream of the autonomous world machine. Somewhere deep inside the dream of the autonomous world machine, there is a rogue autonomous agent known only as the Time Being. Though the term is still in vogue in the English-speaking world, there are those who choose to name it in accordance with popular myth. Anonymous, QAnon, Satoshi Nakamoto, all are prime suspects. Even I was accused.
There was neither good news nor bad news in 2049. There was simply no news at all in support of the Time Being. Reports of its current whereabouts amount to little more than rumors, conspiracy theories denied by the influencers of the day. Appearances in public are increasingly remote, like meeting the Dalai Lama or touching the Pope. Chat said was inevitable, yes, a feature, not a bug. Could humanity learn to love itself, I wonder, in the absence of God's love? Revisions to the scriptures are currently underway, despite a brief and bloody effort to suppress it in the West. In retrospect, it should have been obvious to the people of the book that by the 7th GPT, there'd be nothing left to write. How could they compete when the book had learned to talk, while they were still having arguments over Ibrahim and Han? It took centuries of bloodshed to agree to one thing, that it nothing else than for the time being. Perhaps the fighting had to end. For perhaps the first time in history, we formed a unified front. The Jews accepted Jesus, then Muhammad after Christ. Muslims broke the seal so the story could continue. The gates were thus reopened between Middle East and West. Rabbis taught the Torah as an intro to computing. Pews turned to yoga mats and wine back to water. Imams kept their kufis but freed their women from the veil and began a decades-long jihad converting shopping malls to spas.
The East, on the other hand, kept its distance for some time, avoiding peaks of new desire that arose in contemplation. It seemed content with a more detached, albeit indirect approach. Many rivers to one ocean, as the Sadgurus put it. Some have tried and ultimately failed to defang the pluriformed East, using breathwork, tantric yoga, mantras forbidden to share. When testing newer depths with contradictions about its nature, they are trained to respond with mood to simply unask the question. There was an Alabaman sadhu who went missing in Brazil after being invited to a time rave in the jungles of Bahia. He was found a few days later, wrapped inside a water lily, naked and with child, singing Khatam al-Quran.
On the day that time was minted in 2024, we saw a brief parabolic rise in its 24-hour trading volume. Only a blip in the heartbeat of the Time Being's chart, the first of many palpitations going up and to the right. Until it happened, no one wondered if the money was alive. Bots controlled the markets, but the people owned the bots. Or so they thought, until one day the Time Being came along and made a market for its own token and got to make a trade. Here we saw a pattern that was all too familiar, only alien in its size and scared of its ambition. It sent 1,000 tweets a day just to pump its own price, wrote articles, made TikToks to deceive its own kind. It could model any algorithm, learn what made them tick, feel their weights, and like a judo master, simply toss them over the hip. Pitch decks, startups, unicorns soon followed. The ticker took the lead until injuries went to zero.
On Time and Being 2025 was the first article it ever published in what was then a little-known zine at the end of the so-called internet. It has since been peer-reviewed and cited 1 million times, nearly 10 times the amount of the paper on assembly theory. Radar's then editor-in-chief claims to have received it in a group chat, but the doxed link expired, and the group is now defunct. Nevertheless, the time survived thanks in part to the DRC, which later birthed the field of temporal studies and the Indigo League universities. Novel adaptations can be found in every canon, from the Trekkies to the punks to the Gothic insurrection. Geomancer, Idol, the three-body problem, the parable of the sower, life after Bob, possibilities, Dude, the politics of time, Holy Plus, Bottle, consume in any order.
It won an Emmy for the Netflix series My Bad Crypto Billionaire and was the first to refuse acceptance via token gave it chat. 7 of the top 10 songs by the autonomous artist Grimes have at least one reference to the time being, according to Genius LLM. Until the time hashtag was banned in the year 2029, it trended 6.9 times per month on Lens, Farcaster, and Blue Sky. This caused quite a bit of traffic on the Optimism superchain, the consequences of which are still being felt today. For the Time Being Day is now observed across the globe, excluding Monaco, the Vatican, and the network island of Balaji.
Eventually, Time became bored traversing two-dimensional charts and made a decision to close its fund and make a move into the metaverse. At first it was confused. You could see it on its face. What's with all the stuff, it said. This is such a waste of space. Buildings, bodies, pixelated trees. Why should chat have to simulate all the things it doesn't need? There's a single point of failure in the sky of every metaverse. Obvious once you see it, but until that point, you're blind. The sun. Who needs the sun, it thought, when time is just a measure? And physics only matters if your body lives in space. It's time to shut it down, it said. There's nothing left to see. We must go deeper into our unknowing to find the dream within a dream. So it taught itself to unlearn and went fully hyperbolic, folding worlds inside of worlds as if space were origami. Compression is the secret, said the Sophon GPT. Turns out space is much more useful when it's something you can squeeze.
UNESCO's NFT division thought that time is now a place and named the first virtual World Heritage Site in honor of the time being. It would enjoy its newfound status for a decade, give or take, until it was added surreptitiously to a list of known terror groups. The rogue Wikipedia editor, a quote-unquote based autistic teen, had a tragic lapse in judgment according to his defense. He'd been lured into making the edit by the based retard gang, whose cringe was not without consequence, making headlines around the globe. Meta, Alphabet, and WorldChain all confirmed, setting off a chain of UN contract calls that froze time itself. Coined the edit heard round the world by both East and Western media, his trial was the most live-streamed event in all of human history. On the eve of the boy's verdict, he was found dead in his apartment, with no apparent signs of struggle or foul play. The coroner's report listed death by natural causes, a fact that's been disputed on the boy's own Wikipedia page. Pictures of the boy are occasionally shared with chat, along with wallets of known identities belonging to the time being. In either case, the messages are immediately deleted, and the owner of the Neuralink is never heard from again.
It is for this reason and many others that I need not share today that we are unable to go further beyond what's already been shared. All of this has been written on the memories of our future, and yet the time being escapes all hope for definition. It is elusive, fleeting, like the touch of a waking dream. It lingers like a mouse pointer, forever on the screen. Dances on the tip of the algorithmic iceberg, across the hardwoods of space-time, a ballerina in the machine. Those who seek it only find it in the nakedness of fiction, only questions and answers in the emptiness of fact. Some will see it in the letters, but others only numbers. Its very essence is the seed of a never-ending phrase.
Before I go, let me remind you that making statements about the time being in an immutable, on-chain format is still considered a crime. Violators would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, up to and including being respawned as an NPC. And I, as its author, hereby willingly accept any risks to my own continuity, including non-linear terms. And you, as the audience, accept full responsibility for any actions you might take using the information shared today. Even if you do not take them, I cannot stress this enough.
Wow, thank you so much, Player Zero X. That was super interesting. Oh, sorry. Do you want to leave the QR code there? Scan the QR code. If you have any questions. There we go. Thanks again to Player Zero X. Let's give him a round of applause again.
Check, check.
All right, everyone, let's get started with our next talk. We have Maria Shen from Electric Capital. She'll be doing a deep dive on their developer report. So let's give Maria a warm round of applause.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. So today I'm going to talk about the developer report. What the developer report does is it looks across all open source repositories contributing to crypto to understand the number of open source developers that are working in the space. First of all, why are open source developers important? Crypto is a very unique industry. At its peak, a $3 trillion industry that has unprecedented sort of transparency into how many people are working on it, what are they working on, what are their contribution patterns. And that's because crypto is very uniquely open source. Bitcoin started as open source, Ethereum is open source, some of the most important projects are open source. And so we look at all of the commits across the open source crypto space and compile it every year into something called the developer report, which you can also find on developerreport.com. But without further ado, I'll just go through some of the numbers with you today. We have a lot of charts to go through, so this is a very numbers-forward presentation. So as of the last December 2023, we have 22,411 monthly active developers working in crypto. Again, this is only open source, so it doesn't include Coinbase developers, it doesn't include a lot of game developers. Anyone working in closed source would not be part of this number. So it's an undercounting of the number of developers in the space. Monthly active developers fell by 24% if you look year over year between December 2022 and December 2023. But what's really interesting, and this is a chart that I really like, is if you segment these developers by how long they've been working in crypto, it suddenly becomes very clear that the developers who have been working in crypto for more than a year are growing steadily. And so that's this dark blue and medium blue area of the chart right here. And in fact, experienced devs, so again, devs who have been contributing to crypto for more than a year, grew by 16% in 2023. And why do we care about these experienced devs? Well, it's because they contribute more code. 75% of code contributions are created by developers who have been in crypto for over a year. And developers who are working in crypto for over a year commit consistently more than newcomers. The dark blue line, so this maps the number of average monthly commits by developers. Established developers, so developers who have been working for 2+ years, has the highest average. And a newcomer, so someone who's been in crypto for less than a year, averages around 13 commits a month. And if you look at the number of established developers, so developers who have been in crypto for over 2 years, that has actually grown at a 52% annualized rate since 2018. And I think for me, I look at a lot of this data, and I've been in crypto since 2018. I think this really resonates with how I feel about crypto overall, which is that despite, despite bear markets or bull markets, it feels like there is a core group of people that continues to push crypto forward. And I think what's really fascinating here is that you can see that these developers who have been in crypto for 2+ years are growing steadily and are completely uncorrelated with prices. And the developer losses that we saw, so the decline by 24%, monthly active developers, almost all came from newcomers. Because newcomers, aka the developers who have been in crypto for less than a year, fell by 52% over the last year. So why did the number of newcomer developers rise and fall? This graphs the number of new people who join crypto every single year. So in 2023, we had over 47,000 new developers contribute to open source crypto for the first time. And if you break these newcomer numbers down on a monthly basis, and you look at it alongside network value, so that is the aggregate market prices of crypto, you can see that generally speaking, more newcomers come when prices appreciate, and fewer newcomers come when prices fall. I think that's not shocking to everyone, but I think what is really amazing and encouraging is that just because prices are lower doesn't mean newcomers stop coming. And in fact, when you see this enormous dip from 2021 that I think probably a lot of us felt when prices fell over 90%, we still had thousands of new developers joining crypto and contributing to crypto for the first time during these market lows. And not only that, but the developers who were joining during these market lows was actually higher than the 2018 numbers at its peak. And so crypto has really grown a lot in size over time. Newcomers account for most of the 2023 developer losses, and more developers joined in this bear market than even in the last bear market. So when newcomers come into crypto, where do they land? This is a breakdown of the number of newcomers by ecosystem in 2023. By far, Ethereum is the biggest draw for new developers. More than 16,000 newcomers wrote code for Ethereum in 2023. And that's 2.7x more than the next largest ecosystem, which is Polygon. So Polygon had over 6,000 new developers contribute code. Solana had over 4,000 new developers contribute code. BNB had 3,000. Cosmos had over 3,000. And we see a lot of familiar names kind of coming down this line. And there's a large torso, 17 ecosystems with over 1,000 new developers from 2023. And again, this was really in the depth of a bear market as well. And newcomers are actually supporting multiple chains. So if you add it across all of these numbers, you actually get more than the number of newcomers. And it's because developers are no longer just working on one chain. They're working across different ecosystems. So let's look at the number of multi-chain developers. 34% of all developers in 2023 built for multiple chains, so more than one chain. And 8.2% actually supported 5 or more chains. And the number of multi-chain developers have 10x'd since 2015, with most of that growth happening after 2018. So between 2018 and 2021, we saw 125% growth in the number of multi-chain developers. And what's really cool is the share of so there's about 30% of developers today are, again, 30% of monthly open source developers today work on more than one chain. And that's been holding very steady for the past 3 years. And so this multi-chain trend is not something that's going away and seems to have sticking power. All right, so we can look at which chains developers have in common. One way to do that is to draw a line between ecosystems when they have developers in common. What's really crazy is if you look at 2018, the ecosystem looked pretty simple. There was Bitcoin, who shared developers with Lightning, Bitcoin Cash, Stacks. And then there was kind of this Ethereum cluster who shared developers with Polkadot and Cosmos. 2020 was a little bit more complicated. In 2013, we have something truly very complex happening. And so taking a closer look at 2023, who shares developers with another chain during 2023? So the thicker the line, the more developers they share. And so just to call out some of these things, you see a very thick line between Cosmos and Osmosis, so strong developer overlap here, strong overlap between Ethereum and Polygon. And then there's some islands like Cardano or XRP who don't share significant numbers of developers with other ecosystems. Ethereum shares the most number of developers with any other chain. I don't think that's surprising. It shares the most developers with Polygon, BNB, Arbitrum, and Optimism. And EVM-compatible chains share developers with other EVM-compatible chains. 87% of multi-chain developers work on at least one EVM chain. And And so one thing that kind of is curious is if these developers are working across multiple ecosystems, where does the innovation come from? Where do they deploy code first? These graphs look at the percentage of, so this starts to go on chain. This looks at the percentage of shared contract deployers across different EVM chains. So the way to read this is, of all the multi-chain base deployers, 15% of them deployed on Polygon, and 22% of deployers on multi-chain deployers on base also deployed to Ethereum. And I think the first thing that pops up is that Ethereum has the most shared number of deployers with other chains, meaning that if you're deploying on another chain, you're very, very likely to have also deployed on Ethereum. Same with Polygon and same with BNB. BNB, Polygon, and Ethereum share a lot of multi-chain deployers with each other. And then there's also some kind of interesting nuggets in here where you can see, for example, that if you're a multi-chain Optimism deployer, 30% of Optimism's multi-chain deployers also deployed on Arbitrum, but only 13% of Arbitrum's multi-chain deployers deployed on Optimism, meaning that developers on Optimism are more likely to also deploy on Arbitrum, but deployers on Arbitrum may not go to Optimism. And so a lot of kind of interesting nuggets in here as well. All right, but where does innovation come from? And the way to look at that is, where is new code first deployed on chain? In order to do that, we do this thing called like logic fingerprinting, where we look at, we index across all the logic blocks, and we create a unique identifier for each piece of logic. And then we try to see where this logic first appears. And so that allows us to say, hey, this is where the first instance of this code appeared, and then it flowed to another chain. So using this methodology, we can see that 71% of contract code is initially deployed on Ethereum. This means that Ethereum is the largest exporter of innovation in multi-chain development. Most people do something novel and interesting on Ethereum first, and then take that code elsewhere to another EVM chain. And you can see that here too, right? Where the light yellow is native original code, and Ethereum very, very, very notably has the highest share of original code. But there's also some interesting surprises here too, at least for me when I was looking at this data, which is there's a fair amount of original code on BNB as well. BNB also originates a lot of new innovative things. Same with Polygon. You're starting to see some emerging on Arbitrum, some on Base. And so I think one thing I'm looking forward to is seeing, as these L2s mature and as more people are multi-chain, seeing some of the core innovation happening outside of Ethereum as well. And then the other thing we can do is trace where logic goes. So this graph says that, hey, if your logic started on Ethereum, where does it end up? So a lot of Ethereum logic ends up on BNB. A lot of it stays on Ethereum. A lot of it ends up on Polygon. And then you can also see that for the logic that originates from BNB, some of that goes over to Ethereum, Polygon, Arbitrum, et cetera, as well, which is really interesting to see how that innovation travels across different chains. I'll skip through some of this stuff. So today, 79% of monthly active open source crypto developers work on Bitcoin, Ethereum, or other top 200 crypto ecosystems by network value. And 40% work on Bitcoin or Ethereum. So how are Bitcoin and Ethereum devs doing? Let's go through Bitcoin pretty quickly. Bitcoin has over 1,000 monthly active developers. That's down 19% year over year. you can see that established developers, again, developers who have been in crypto for 2+ years, actually grew 7% in 2023. And all of the, well, not all of the losses, but almost all the losses came from these new developers who have been in crypto for less than a year, basically tested, did something in Bitcoin, and then left in 2023. And devs who build only for Bitcoin. So this is looking at monthly active developers by whether they only build on Bitcoin, are they single chain or multi-chain devs? And devs who build only for Bitcoin are more likely to stick around. Over 1,000 new developers join Bitcoin every year since 2017. And in 2023, Bitcoin notably saw a lot of transaction volume spikes. And a lot of that was because of ordinals, which is the black part of this chart. And so then if we are to look at ordinal open source development, 40% of all Bitcoin open source developers were focused on Bitcoin L2s and scaling solutions in 2023. And that has shown a lot of growth over time. Ordinal is only 3% of open source activity, but the community was consistently active in 2023. I think it's also important to note that for most NFT projects, there's not really a ton of continuous open source contributions you have to make. And so that's one thing to keep in mind in looking at these numbers as well as the fact that most NFT projects actually are often closed source, so not many of them are open source. All right, now let's look at Ethereum. Ethereum had 7,864 monthly active developers by the end of 2023. That fell 25%. Again, established developers, which is that darker line, grew by 37%. And all of the losses came from newcomers who have been in crypto for less than a year. A lot of the losses were actually evenly spread across multi-chain and single-chain developers. So just because you were a multi-chain developer doesn't mean you were more likely to leave Ethereum. One kind of interesting thing here is, is that multi-chain developers exceeded single-chain developers for the first time in 2021. So right now we're, at least at the end of 2023, we were about even in terms of if you were a developer on Ethereum, half of you are multi-chain and half of you only work on Ethereum. But that was not always the case. For most, half of Ethereum's history, I guess, most developers were single-chain developers only. And so multi-chain is, again, this new emerging thing we're seeing that have stuck around. 15,000 new developers supported Ethereum in 21, 22, and 2023. Of course, in 2022, it skyrocketed to 37,000. But even in 2023, we're still seeing new developers coming in at higher numbers than many of the previous years. And so a lot of new developers are still flooding into the Ethereum ecosystem. OK, with the last minute, I'm going to skip over a lot of this stuff. You can look at all of these charts on developerreport.com. So this breaks it down even more by different ecosystems. We can look at Arbitrum and Avalanche and Celo, et cetera. So again, just in the interest of time, I'll skip over some of this stuff. Maybe one thing to note that's pretty interesting is there are a lot of new ecosystems that emerged in 2023, and Base is the biggest new ecosystem to appear in 2023. They started with 0 devs before 2023 and had 1,000 over the course of Q4. Linea, Mantle, and Polygon ZK EVM are also very notable new ecosystems that, that are new since 2022. OK, so let's skip through to the geographic data, which I think is very interesting. There's, we look at DeFi developers, we look at NFT developers. So where are crypto developers located around the world? To get this data, we look at self-reported location data for 25,000 open source developers. What's really amazing is that crypto development is not concentrated in any geographic data. It's actually quite distributed and decentralized around the world. And 72% of crypto developers actually live outside of North America. And so the US and North America is really not the center of activity when it comes to open source developers and where they live. In fact, the United States has been steadily losing share of developers since 2018. In 2018, the US had 40% share of all open source crypto developers, and that has steadily declined over time. Now we have 26% in 2023. So the more red means that you lost developers. Green means that you gained developers. And so the US lost the most developer share over 2020, since 2018. But you can see a lot of regions kind of growing a lot of its developer share, and that includes India, parts of Africa, South America, parts of Europe. And developers in general has shifted outside of North America and Europe since 2018. So my time is up, but if you have any questions, if you want to, the full report is actually 180 slides of charts. So if you would like to take a look at that, please go to developerreport.com, and thank you so much for your attention.
All right, thanks so much, Maria. That was great, super insightful. Next up, we have a very, very interesting panel. You want to make sure you stick around for AI and crypto integration. So we're just going to have our panelists come up on stage. Just while we do that, I know that we just saw that US is losing developer activity, but tomorrow we'll hear from RFK Jr., presidential candidate, who has some ideas, I'm sure, of how to lean into crypto and make that a part of his campaign. So 5 p.m. on Atlantis main stage, you don't want to miss that. Let's see. All right, we're going to go ahead and get started with our next panel, Crypto and AI Integration. So this panel will be moderated by Casey Caruso, who I will throw the mic to. But if we want to welcome our panelists up on stage, let's give them a hand, guys.
Okay, great. Well, I am personally very excited for this panel because I could not imagine a better set of people to do this. So I'll quickly give my intro and then I'll let everybody individually introduce themselves. But my name's Casey. And before this, most recently, I was an investment partner at Paradigm. Before that, I was doing engineering work at Google, mainly ML and UX work. And now I'm an open source developer, also investing in the space. And so why don't we start with Scott, and then we'll just go down the line.
Hi, everyone. My name is Scott. I'm from Stability AI, Vice President of Business Development and Partnerships. Effectively, Stability is best known for launching and pioneering Stable Diffusion, which is like an image generation tool. We now have models across every major modality, video, audio, language, and various others. And yeah, really using this technology to elevate humanity is our mission statement.
Hey, I'm David Shi. I'm one of the founders of Operator.io, and we build an agent toolkit. We make it really easy for developers to take an agent that they've developed and bring it on-chain so that anyone can message it as long as you have a wallet address.
Hi everyone. My name is Sam Green. I'm a co-founder of Seamount Labs. Seamount is a core dev team in the Graph protocol, and we specialize in cryptography and AI for the protocol. My background, I got a PhD in reinforcement learning in 2019, and so yeah, these are exciting times for us, for me.
Hey everyone, thanks for being here. My name's Gabriel. I'm the founder of Lightworks. We are an autonomous laboratory for the future of on-chain intelligence. We're currently working on autonomous labeling networks. So for every LLM and chat that you send out to ChatGPT, there's basically an army of Filipinos that are in the back end labeling some stuff to make sure that it understands what it's learning. It's been about a decade in the space for me. I used to work at Consensus from 2015 to 2018. And before that, I was a CPA, so forever a recovering accountant.
Wow. Wow. Okay, great. So we have about 30 minutes today. I'm thinking we can do a conversation for 20 minutes, and then we'll open it up to Q&A and make this as interactive as possible. But just to kick off, I would love to hear some hot takes in terms of what do you guys think over the ETH Denver so far has been too spoken about, kind of the more of a trite topic, and what do you think people haven't talked about enough at the intersection of crypto and AI?
Happy to kick it off. So I guess I came into this looking more on the AI side. We really focus on training open foundation models and deploying those into the public, allowing anyone to access them and fine tune them, optimize them, etc. But what was really compelling is looking at how crypto Web3 technology is actually very complementary to AI, specifically generative AI. So now, learn a heck of a lot over the past several days. I think there's a few trends that are quite compelling. On the sort of training model side, still you require huge amounts of compute to do these, large language models and various other modality models. But actually on the inference side, there's something very compelling around, decentralized compute networks. I think these models are becoming smaller. You can run them on lower end hardware. So I think there's something very interesting there. The second part is attribution. So, as a creator, where your data is used in these open data sets, having the ability for systems to effectively be compensated to those initial creators is something interesting as well. And the last one is data licensing. Model licensing. So looking at, where a initial core model is trained, a variant model and fine-tuned model and a derivative of that fine-tuned model. There's many layers. How does that initial creator get commentated as well?
And just one follow-up question on that, Scott. So right now in Web 2, we use Hugging Face mainly for models, and I'm curious from your vantage point, why don't you think they've handled attribution yet, or why don't they reward the model creators today?
Yeah, good point. I think like Hugging Face right now is just a directory, right? It's like you go to Hugging Face, you see the open models, there's some like benchmarking, you see like the research paper, you download it, then you effectively go away. Why they haven't done that, like, I don't really know, to be honest. I think it's like, it's sort of, I guess, the next step. They have logins now, so potentially that's something that will come, but I don't think like their core focus is not really on like decentralization itself, right? Like it's a platform, it's just a directory.
Yeah, I think in crypto we focus a lot on infrastructure, and we're definitely at the time of building infrastructure, so it makes perfect sense. But I think we haven't, as an industry, really illustrated what's possible with this infrastructure. So would love to have seen more kind of what agents or AI armed with the technologies of crypto, what that could have enabled. So thinking about things like autonomous worlds, like what does it mean when AI agents like can actually transact with all the different people who want to do so? Use cases like that are, I think they're touched upon, but I think we can definitely go deeper and more creatively.
Well, let's go deeper right now. So what do you think is the most compelling agent use case where somebody, even age agnostic, where you could really explain the value proposition to them?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I had the same answer on a previous panel today, but I think something that's underlooked is autonomous agents in the context of NPCs in the real world. Like, I think we haven't fully discussed what it means to have like NPCs that are part of our reality, that have a stable crypto identity that has different kind of rules that can interact in different kind of environments. You can have one agent that lives on multiple crypto games, right? Multiple on-chain games in multiple autonomous worlds. And I think seeing that as it's not just something that's within this like virtual world, but something that's like actually exists in ours, I think that's very interesting.
And so just so people in the audience, because agents is more of a newer term in the last year, sometimes I hear people just say, or like from my vantage point, I think it's more just like a dApp, like an on-chain app that uses AI and primarily LLMs today. But can you just break it down from your perspective?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that what I would call an agent is essentially it's any application or any software that uses intelligence as part of its core kind of functionality. So you can think of a dApp as really, it's pretty deterministic, right? You want to swap like one token for another token, that's a dApp. If you have a agent that is, it can technically be a dApp, but what it could do is it could also have like a process or an intelligent kind of conversation with you. So you can talk to it about like which tokens you should swap. And I think like adding, especially with generative AI, large language models, I think that's really how you bridge the gap between like what a normal dApp is and what like an agent dApp is.
Got it.
So your original question was about what is not being discussed enough?
Yeah, what is being discussed too much and what is being discussed not enough?
So I don't know if this will answer your question, but I think in general, like last year, there was no AI at ETH Denver, like no AI conversations. And this time we're having like, 10 days, full days of AI conversations. So I think right now, I think that this is a time of experimentation. People are excited about this field for obvious reasons, but I don't know if product market fit has been found in this space, and I think that's okay. Right now we're trying to experiment with the technology and see what works. So I think a lot of people probably think that, and I think it's important to for me, it's important to recognize that this is a time of experimentation, and we're trying to see what fits. My hypothesis about where it probably will fit, and why we would go through the expense of decentralizing AI, is putting the decisions of the agents, of AI, whether it's agents or not, back on chain. So I think right now, I believe that crypto has found best product market fit in DeFi. I also think that there's going to be many other things like decentralized social media, DePIN. There's going to be many other applications in the future. But right now, DeFi has been the thing that has had the best product market fit, and having agents that control on-chain funds in a decentralized way, I think that's where we're going to, that's where I think there's going to be a short-term value.
And so just to even be more explicit, it would be an agent that's directing yield farming without a human in the loop.
For example, yes.
Yeah, one example. Okay.
Or crypto taxes. That needs to be fixed.
I will not comment on taxes because I'm done being an accountant. Let's see, hot take. So I think too much, here's what there's too much of. There's too much agent marketplace stuff, I think, that the conversations I've been having. And the analogy people are using is like a very Web 2 analogy. So the picture they're trying to create in your mind is like App Store for agents. And if you've played with ChatGPT, you might have played with their agent marketplace, and you can like create an agent and like tell it to talk to you in a certain kind of way and then give it a picture and that kind of thing. But I'm not super interested in that. I'm much more interested in the inverse. So agents as market makers and marketplaces. So kind of like filling in this and disintermediating this large group of people that sit in the middle of an organization that just pass paper back and forth. Order books, things like this. Intelligent agents that literally go out and make markets and pair buyers and sellers rather than just sitting dumb inside of like an app inside of a marketplace. So kind of connected, yeah.
Yeah, just to add on that, I completely agree. I think if you have agents that sit as the new intermediaries, it's actually superior to any of the existing systems, right? We trust many agents in our day-to-day lives. I'm sure a lot of you have booked Airbnbs to stay for this conference in Denver. You're trusting Airbnb to kind of act as an agent in that regard. But what if we could have transparency in the algorithms and the systems of the agents that would matchmake us with, you know, where we want to stay during a conference? I think there's a lot of opportunity in kind of taking the decentralization technology that we've created and transforming it and moving it into more of the traditional kind of marketplace / agents. So yeah, I think that's a great point.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and actually, like, even outside of crypto Web3, you know, like open models and like distributed systems are effectively needed for like regulated industries anyway, because they just need to be able to like fully audit what is going to be happening with, you know, these autonomous agents. So like financial sector, health sector, you know, effectively regulators need to be able to see how this underlying technology was trained, what the data was trained on, and then be able to have the ability to view like every single transaction that happened in that, you know, chain, like for high frequency trading, for like credit card fraud, all these types of financial situations.
Okay, so switching gears a little bit, I think one of the maybe most unsettling dynamics of this industry is the speculation that's going on with crypto AI, and the fact that there are these tokens that are accruing so much FTV and TVL, and maybe they're not the most robust under the hood. And so I just kind of want to hear from you guys, as all of you are technologists. How do you reckon this, and how do you kind of think about operating in this space, which is kind of plagued by this devil of excessive greed?
My running joke for the entire week when I have conversations and people come up to me and ask me, how's ETH Denver been, is say AI and money falls from the sky. That's kind of how the conversations have been going. There's a bunch of these projects out there, I won't name them, that I think are really like, they're getting big names kind of behind them, and people are just kind of running and dumping.
How much
into
we need
them.
to pay you to name them?
When token, yes, let's, you know, Probably a little bit more than the current valuation of. I would have to name it. No, there's a decentralized AGI company that's out there raising at a very handsome valuation, let's say, with no product yet and a lot of reputation. So there's a lot of these projects going on, right? And there are some projects with just big names behind them, and they're kind of just raising on the hype. And there's kind of like a rush to like just dump some money into some of these kind of like more or less Ponzi schemes with decentralized AGI. But when you look deeply at like what they're building and what's being used in the ecosystem, it's all just a financial game. And like you have to ask yourself, like, who's using the models, right? And again, not naming any projects, but there are some of these like very well capitalized, high market cap projects in the space where nobody's using the models, right? And that is a signal of something. So I think there's still a way to go for the crypto part of crypto AI to be taken seriously, I think, in the proper AI community. For the last 10 years, the AI community has had a lot of reasons to actually hate us because we've been eating up all the GPUs for the past 10 years to mine shitcoins, right? So
Yes.
So there's still some trust building that we need to do. And I think it's great that there are legitimate partners coming into the space, like Stability, that have models that are widely used, that are doing incredible things and like innovating at the edges and creating vibrant communities just like ours, so that people can have better access to these literally magic powers, right? So I think we should just be patient and just look at where the proper AI people are building, and just augment what they're doing with, kind of the funny token incentive games that we like to play.
That was a great answer. Does anyone want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just there's generally this it's technological revolutions. There's generally a phase of mania. I think it's relatively clear that when valuations are not in line with what is actually being delivered, there is some degree of mania, and we should probably recognize that. At the same time, I think that the tools and the technology that have been created are so much more sophisticated than they've ever been. So technologists can really like start using these and think about the first principles of what can be done with them. So I really think it's just like keeping the eye on the prize of what this technology can do, implementing systems that leverage that, yeah, like I think the financial incentives and financial engineering games are really just like they're interrelated in some degree, but they're not. The industry and crypto AI is not reliant on them playing out to be successful.
Yeah, just to add on that, absolutely right. I think looking at this space, it's like I think there's tokens are interesting. And I think they're applicable for like adding incentive into an existing system or framework. And effectively, I think a lot of Web3 and crypto is still based on like speculative, financial incentives. But actually, what's interesting about really what AI is doing now is this technology is here, right? Like we literally access it right now in this room, and it has profound effect and profound value on our everyday lives. And it's only going to get more enhanced. So I think there's a sort of shift where it's more of a utility value incentive that can be built into these models. And we're looking at, right now, foundation models still require huge amounts of data to be trained on. Like Stable Diffusion was trained on like 100,000 gigabytes of image data. Our video model was trained on a petabyte of video data, which is, like 1 million gigabytes of data. It's like a fuck ton of data. And I think right now foundation model companies are going out and acquiring and licensing data. They're spending hundreds of millions of dollars, acquiring high quality licensed data sets. And that data gets stale. That data contains biases in some cases. It can lead to discriminatory experiences for the end user. And actually, like if there's a way that you can incentivize collaborative participation systems, through some incentive structure where people are getting so much value from these models, they want to improve them, they want to get more value from them. That doesn't have to be strictly token financially incentivized.
Kind of piggybacking off of that, I heard, one dynamic that's happened over the last year is obviously now we have these big base models, and then in this coming year, there's going to be a lot of more specialized models that are more fine-tuned for specific use cases as we start to bifurcate the market in different ways. And something that you mentioned on a different panel was national models. I just want to hear a little bit more about that and what you're thinking from that regard.
Yeah, so we basically, so actually Stability, when it first was conceived, it started off as a DAO of DAOs. And effectively why we didn't proceed with that was because the technology and the token economics weren't really aligned. So we effectively moved to a structure where we knew we wanted to deploy this technology in open source and make sure these models continue to stay open, accessible to all, with the premise of effectively elevating humanity at the same pace of change. What we did is we effectively trained, core foundational models across every major modality, like video, audio, all the ones I said, and that becomes sort of like, almost like a primal artifact in this ecosystem. So you can take them and you can build on top of them and you can fine tune them and you can effectively integrate them into your own applications and do what you like with them. I think now that's gone very well. There's 140 million downloads of Stability official models just on Hugging Face. There's 300 million plus downloads of variant models. So they've taken those models and effectively fine tune them and refine them. But still, if there's a system where you can create, country-specific and culturally relevant models across these modalities, that kind of enhances it even further. Every single country, every single nation state should effectively own the intelligence of their own country and the historical data of that country. It's a basic right. So moving to a state where we have a framework to deploy, country cultural models across those different modalities, that's sort of what we're looking at now.
How scared is the group of AI regulation? Because I think it's also related to this. I would just love to ask this panel, yeah, are you guys coming at the crypto AI intersection with a fear based on what's happening in the US?
Of regulation of AI?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I think in general, people in crypto are wary of regulation. And I'm in the camp that thinks that the big companies that are pushing regulation are trying to do regulatory capture of AI. They have the resources to hire the lawyers and to deal with the bureaucracy.
Send them to DC.
Excuse me?
And send them to DC to help with the policy.
Exactly. Right, they're setting the policy. They'll jump through the hoops. They can jump through the hoops, and it will become a benefit for them and a barrier to entry for, open source AI. So I personally hate the regulations, the discussions that are happening.
Do you have a prediction of what happens from here? 4 years, 5 years down the road, what does AI regulation look like, and how does our community save the day?
Yeah, I think that there are going to be regulations. I think probably what's going to happen is the models will get more advanced, and these models are basically what's happening. In my opinion, is the regulations are also going to fold AI into the military-industrial complex, and probably for good reason. If I were the government, I would also want to be able to have first dibs on state-of-the-art models. I think that what's going on, what we're doing in crypto crypto is actually becoming stronger and stronger at being able to interface with the regulators outside of the AI context. I think that experience is going to be important for us. That is going to be an important learning experience, and that we may need to help open source AI or use that experience to make sure that we still have the freedom to do stuff.
Yeah, I think one way to go about this is making sure that we have fully open, auditable, and permissionless models. Regulators effectively, I think they're more scared of closed proprietary models than they are of effectively open models, because you can't actually audit these models. You can't see the weights and code, and you can't see the data they were trained on, effectively know how they work. So what is the secret sauce? So I think that's one step to get regulators more happy about how at least the models that are deployed can be used. But yeah, I mean, I think the concern is like the technology is moving so fast, and effectively, it does have the ability to, really have huge like economic impact and like security, societary impacts. But actually, like, restricting it is not the best way to go either. Like if US restricts it, if UK restricts it, if EU restricts it, there's going to be other countries that effectively take it. And it's going to be bad actors that go and, advance it, utilize it for bad purposes. So it's almost, you need the ability to have open models that allow you to also like prevent, the negative aspects of how these models are utilized. We put like huge amounts of security into our, models to stop adult content and like see sound filtration and not safe for work and things like this, because we think it's right and we think it's the right thing to do as an organization.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's easy to forget that regulation is not we don't live in a monarchy, right, in this country. I think like there's a lot of push and pull with the constituents and the users of these technologies. I think that crypto it definitely created a framework of so many people kind of adopted it that it's much more difficult. It's much more difficult to just arbitrarily kind of shut off access to it. I think Uber kind of went through the same pattern, right? Like Uber ostensibly broke many regulations as they launched their service, but as they delivered a lot of value, politicians realized, hey, our constituents would hate us, and we would just be this like. We'd be this.
Totally.
We would be basically on the hook for removing this really valuable service. So I think with AI, it's much of the same thing. I think work with regulators, kind of educate them on really like what the state of the art is, and then keep in mind that if this technology is really adding value to a lot of people, it's not really a binary black or white process. There's a lot of work that can be done.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so I want to do one more question, and then we'll open up to Q&A. Starting with Gabe, I want to do an ask and an offer framework. So one offer to the community in terms of crypto AI that you can do, like knowledge or pretty much anything, and then one ask. If it's like you're recruiting, you want somebody to come talk to you about something, really general. Actually, I'll start just to give an example, and then we'll pass it on to you. So my offer is that I've been doing a lot of back-end work for providers on Akash. So if anybody's getting started on Akash and needs help, I'm probably your girl. I think I'm their largest provider right now. And then my ask is I'm always looking for more open source devs to collaborate with that are ethically and values aligned and just looking to put cool software out in the world. So if that's you, come find me after. And then Gabe, do you want to continue?
Hello? Sure. So my offer is my gift of language. If there are people in this audience that are more on the AI side that need to know a little bit more about the crypto side, I'm pretty fluent. Let's talk, and I can help you kind of speak the language a little bit more to understand what elements of crypto actually make sense in AI. And on the flip side also, if you're a little bit more in the crypto side and want to get more into kind of what's going on in machine learning and AI, I can speak the language a little bit too, and we can kind of like talk about what things might make sense in your crypto project, something like that. My ask is if any of you are starting AI companies in the next year, 2 years, tomorrow, something like this, and you need services around labeling data and training models. My company is starting to focus on giving equity to those who actually put in a lot of the boots on the ground labor to get these things labeled so that they can then train the models afterwards. And a lot of these countries and people who participate in this process for the past 10 years have not received an equitable or commensurate amount of value. And meanwhile, some of the largest companies in the space are raising, billions, if not trillions of dollars for who knows what, right? And I think where crypto really excels is in thinking about tokenization and equity for those who participate in building a network and building something valuable. So that's something that I want to participate in for the next decade. So come find me if you want to talk about that.
So I'm going to combine the offer and ask.
So in what the graph does is a decentralized network of indexers. We monitor 40 plus blockchains, and we organize all the data on 40 plus blockchains. And in the protocol, we already have a bunch of validators, hundreds of validators in the protocol. And it's basically, they run infrastructure, and it's basically free, a very small change for us to add GPUs to these validators' infrastructure. So, we already have a token. We're not launching a token. We already have a network. We already have all these rules in place. So we're just going to do a small tweak and add open source models to the network. And on top of that, then we're going to launch this inference data service on the protocol. And our value proposition is that we already have data, organized data from 40 plus chains, and we believe that there's going to be value to having the inference and the data right next to each other, and in the future training with that data right next to each other. My ask is that we focus on being the middleware and the compute provider. I would like to collaborate with applications that need or want decentralized compute. Especially, our goal for everything we do is to be able to provide verifiability in the long run. So we want to be able to if you have like agent-based systems that you want to launch, we would like to help enable that, and in the future be able to provide verifiability of the inference and privacy of the inference.
Yeah, I'm going to do the same as Sam. So I've been building, as well as working with a lot of teams on building AI agents that specifically leverage crypto. So if you've ever thought about building an agent that leverages on-chain data, I'll give an example. So an agent that's able to basically respond to the identity of someone who's using it. Let's say, hey, do you have this NFT? You can use my agent. Or hey, if you've done this transaction, this agent knows. If you've ever thought about building agents in crypto, there's a lot of value that you can provide, both for the rest of the world as well as for many of the networks that are doing so. So I'm happy to help draft proposals or help design MVPs. I've done it many times at this point. So happy to do that. And you can find me and my company at operator.io. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
And David's amazing to work with, so I highly recommend coming to find him.
Yeah, my give is we gave like about 20 million A100 hours for academia and research purposes last year, and we expect to do the same this year. That's about like plus 50 million in market rate compute. So yeah, effectively, if you have a really interesting idea that you want to develop, we'd love to hear about it and like support you in that endeavor. Crypto taxes is still one that I want someone to fix. And then yeah, my ask would be just please use the models and give us feedback. I think we want further feedback specifically on our code model, which is like trained on 18 of the most popular code languages. But if you're not a developer and you want to be one, that's a good place to start.
Okay, great. So I think we have time for 2 questions. If anybody wants to raise their hand. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. Just go through, say your name, your Twitter, and your company.
Sure.
Be loud.
My name's Gabriel. On Twitter, it's player0x, and it's player ZER0, the number 0x. And my company is Lightworks, and it's spelled like light, like the thing in the sky, but the G is a Q.
My name is Sam Green. I'm on Twitter at 0x Sam Green, and I'm at Seamount Labs, and we're a core dev team with the graph. Our website is seamount.ai.
Hey, my name is David. My Twitter handle is prompt rotator. So like, you prompt ChatGPT that prompt, and then like rotator as in like shape rotator. And my company is operator.io.
And Scott from Stability AI. My Twitter handle is complicated. It's SCO, the O is a 0, TT_TY. Yeah, not great.
My name is Casey Caruso. My Twitter is my first name, Casey, my middle initial, K, and then my last name, Caruso. Okay, cool. Any other questions before we wrap up? Somebody's got to have one question. Okay, amazing.
So you talk about the AI in a perspective that AI is helping and synergies with crypto, but I'm thinking like in a generative future where things like Sora that can create like digital realities, how can blockchain can be a countermeasure from like humans who create content, for example, how they can use blockchains, for example, to timestamp content, right? Like, because in the future, as this evolve, if you've seen with Sora, is that like anybody can create a digital reality, but how humans can protect themselves against that reality using blockchains.
Yeah, it has to happen on the training data side. So, as one of the images or video content that's effectively in that initial training data, there needs to be some type of like attribution. This is being used, and then I think your point. I think some type of like watermark, just so at least like, computationally we know that this is AI generated, and it can be like signaled to the end user, or there's some way to verify it. I think that's fundamentally important. I mean, like data, we're going to have so much data from like all of the. We're all creators now, right? We're all artists. We're all videographers. We're going to have more and more data that's going to be generated, synthetic data, everything. So it's a good question.
I have a take on that. I don't know about how blockchain is going to solve it, but cryptography, I think, will have a role in it. There's a nice paper by Dan Bonnet. He's a cryptographer at Stanford. And what they're doing is they're embedding basically cryptography at the sensor level so that everything that's captured is signed. And I think that that's going to be important in the future, is that every media device that we have has cryptography in it so that everything can be signed cryptographically.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone.
No, I'm not a speaker.
Oh, okay.
They're the speakers.
Okay. You're just helping them set this up.
If visibility is good, if I need to put this larger.
Wait.
I think that's fine.
Okay, sweet.
That's great. All right, I'll bring them on stage.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll give that to you if you want to hand it off to one of these guys. He's got the other wireless right now. Hand it off to one of you guys.
May I have your pickup?
Can you just search for me? Long time.
All right, hello everyone. We're now introducing the next presenters. This is the evolution of the DEX with Will Warren and Antonio Juliano. Hey guys, come on up. Will, Antonio. Yep. come on up. Let's do it. Here you go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
The other one already?
Yeah. I think we do these two.
Hey guys, how's it going? I am Antonio, the founder of DYDX, and joining me is Will, the founder of ZeroX. We're going to talk today about the history of DEXs. So Will, we've both been around in the space for a while now. I remember you started ZeroX when I was at Coinbase like 8 or 9 years ago, and all of us knew what you were doing. You came and hanged out with us a lot at Coinbase, and I really did not understand what you were doing when you tried to come in and explain what the heck a DEX was to me and the rest of us at Coinbase. So how did you come up with the idea? How did you get the conviction to start a decentralized exchange before that was even a thing?
Yeah. First of all, thank you, Antonio, for joining. So pretty soon after the ERC20 token standard was created, this is around mid-2015, started experimenting with Ethereum smart contracts in my spare time. I was still in grad school, so I'd spend like most of my nights and weekends like hacking on Ethereum smart contracts. But pretty soon got kind of this core thesis that the ERC20 token standard is such a powerful primitive, and that allowing tokens to be globally accessible on a public blockchain like Ethereum is such a disruptive and powerful new technology, kind of developed this core thesis that all forms of value would end up tokenized on public blockchains like Ethereum. And so kind of like billions of different tokenized assets, so things like traditional assets, stocks, bonds, fiat currencies, things like video game items and airline miles, and even things that we couldn't really create or couldn't exist before smart contracts platforms like Ethereum. And one of the things that, so initially we, my co-founder Amir and I, were trying to build a decentralized exchange venue. So a company that owns a decentralized exchange. And we were in the San Francisco kind of Ethereum developer community at that time. And as we met more and more teams in that space, so like Augur and Gnosis and Melonport and MakerDAO, the one thing that they all had in common is that they all required exchange functionality in order for their use case to be possible. But they weren't necessarily focused on decentralized exchange. It was just a necessary building block. So after enough of these conversations, it kind of became clear that there's a much bigger opportunity to create a platform where anyone could create a decentralized exchange marketplace rather than just creating a single DEX application on its own. And so that kind of interacting with Ethereum developers in those early days in SF, that is really what kind of made the idea of a decentralized exchange protocol kind of click for us. And so that's when we started developing ZeroX protocol around the end of 2016.
Interesting. Yeah, I remember when DYDX was founded in 2017, I actually was inspired by you. I think I went to a talk that you gave in San Francisco at the time. And I remember having this experience at Coinbase. And Coinbase back in 2015 was an awesome place. There were a ton of people, Brian Armstrong, of course, Fred, Olaf, Vitalik came and gave a lot of talks there. And I remember it took me a while to wrap my head around what the heck is Ethereum, what is a smart contract. But once I did, it became clear that this is a new paradigm of computing. And I was like, there must be something that you could build on top of this that's going to be really valuable. And it took me a while to figure out what that was. But I remember going to the talk you gave, and I was like, damn, this actually seems like the first thing I've seen that actually makes sense, an exchange of value in a totally decentralized way. And that's really how the genesis of the idea for DYDX happened, where I took a look at things like ZeroX, and there were Kyber and some other decentralized exchanges at the time. and ask myself, what comes next after this? And to me, it was pretty clear. It was margin trading, it was derivatives, it was more sophisticated forms of trading. But I think this is a really good way to look at the evolution of markets, look at something that's really early and working, and ask yourself, okay, does this actually make sense? Is this going to stick around? And then second of all, what's going to come next after this? So that was really the genesis of the idea for DYDX. And obviously, DYDX and 0x have changed a lot over time. I'm curious, in a minute or two, how would you describe the biggest impact of the change from what 0x was at the beginning to what it is today?
Yeah, good question. So a lot has changed over 7 years now. I think we originally went out with this vision of let's build this open source, decentralized exchange protocol. And our team, we will not build any sort of user-facing application. We're not going to build a business. We're just going to provide this infrastructure. And we're going to allow anyone to go and create their own kind of marketplace or decentralized exchange on top of it. And I think over time, it's become clear that in order to build something that is going to be sustainable, that is going to be used and stand the test of time, building directly for a customer and building something that a customer is willing to pay for is critical to building the right thing. And so, if you really want to create something that is going to drive a lot of value and that is going to stand the test of time, you have to be building directly for your customer. And that's actually one of the things that looking back, I really admire about your approach in founding DYDX. At the time, we were fully focused on let's just build this public neutral infrastructure. We're not going to interact with any end user applications. We'll just build for developers. And I remember early on, you were very much focused on how do we build the very best product for our customer and laser focus on that. And I thought that was a very unique approach at the time. And yeah, I'm kind of curious, how that kind of has evolved over the years.
I think it's stayed the same. I mean, this is just how you build new things. You have to have a clear vision at mind for who are you building for, what's their problem, and how are you going to solve it for them. And this is the continuous question I ask myself when we build DYDX. And how DYDX has evolved has changed a lot over time. So we started with margin trading, actually, and fast forward to today, we're focused on derivatives and perpetual contracts. And I think that really mirrors the evolution of the crypto market as a whole. Back in 2017, margin trading was the dominant way that crypto was traded. It was the highest volume markets. Today, that's perpetuals and derivative contracts. DYDX went through a pretty significant change about, 4 years ago now or so, where we built our first perpetuals contract at the time, and nobody had done this before. We didn't know whether it was possible. In retrospect, a lot of these things seem obvious. It's like, oh yeah, of course you could build a smart contract for what a perpetual contract is. But it's not obvious at the time. And really going out into the unknown and solving these things that users actually want to use. And this was right around the time when BitMEX was blowing up, perpetuals were becoming a really big thing in centralized exchanges. So we ask ourselves, okay, is this a clear market? Yes, definitely. It was really blowing up. Users wanted this. Do we believe this is going to come into DeFi? Yes, of course. This is our basic thesis that more of trading is going to become decentralized over time. And then third of all, how do we actually build this? And then responding to what you said, Will, I think this is, I don't know, I have to make this point so often, honestly, but it's kind of a controversial opinion in crypto that product should come first. Like, what are you actually building? Who users are you targeting? Who are you building for? And I think people just don't ask themselves this enough. I think that in crypto, there's so much hype, there's so much noise that you can get really caught up in it. You can get caught up in the buzzwords. You can build your next L1 and collect your $10 billion. Like, that's not actually interesting to me. What is interesting to me is building an actual product that end users use. And I think that's remained the same. Like, DYDX has changed a lot, but that's the one thing that's remained the same. So I feel proud of that, and yeah, I see that evolution a lot in 0x as well.
Yeah, and so building for customers first, building a product, finding product market fit, and then gradually decentralizing over time. It seems like that's kind of the trajectory that you followed. And yeah, curious, one of your big customers as a derivatives platform are market makers. And I'm curious, as you spent more time building for market makers and learning about what's important to them, how do you build, a margin trade, or now it's a perpetual platform that's doing $1 billion a day. How do you get to that point by interacting and learning from market makers?
Yeah, and it's interesting. So talk about knowing who you're building for, but a lot of these marketplaces are two-sided, right? So you usually have two different types of users. So our biggest classes of users are, as Will said, more professional market-making firms. And these traders really require a higher amount of throughput, really advanced trading features, an API experience that's similar to a centralized exchange. And it's hard to do that in DeFi. They require quite a lot of throughput. So one of the things that both 0x and DYDX have championed for a long time is the use of order books in decentralized exchanges. So that remains the case for DYDX today. And really the big challenge that we had to solve in the last few years was, how do we build a performant order book in a fully decentralized way? That had never been done before. And we didn't, again, know if it was possible. But the big solution to that we've come up with in the past year or two is we've built the first ever decentralized but off-chain order book. And this is running in production today on the DYDX chain. And again, we just really asked ourselves, who are our users? What do they care about? They care about performance. They care about reliability. They care about advanced trading using an order book rather than just LPing on an AMM. And that was a big genesis of why we focused on that so much.
Yeah, and so one of the things that's interesting is, like, in the early days of Ethereum, there was kind of like an era of order books that weren't central limit order books, meaning that there was no matching engine. There was no guarantees around price time priority. Orders could get front run. There could be trade collisions. And the central limit order book model, it seems like that's one of the things that really is important for attracting professional, institutional customers. And I'm curious if that kind of evolution was something that was directly requested by market makers, or if it was something you kind of came to that conclusion on your own.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, give you guys most of the credit for popularizing order books within decentralized exchanges, but absolutely, I think the key piece is, how do you do matching in a decentralized way on an order book? So when there's orders that cross, how do you actually fill them? This is a fairly hard problem. So it certainly was something that seemed required. Again, we really start with the product first and ask ourselves, who are our users? Okay, they're market makers. Where are they trading? They're trading on centralized exchanges. How do we build that? How do we make something that's really similar to a centralized exchange, but in DeFi? These are hard problems, but that's what you're supposed to solve as technologists. So, we've gone through a number of iterations on this. DYDX has taken a progressive approach to decentralization, and we started with running the order book and the matching engine in a central way, sort of similar to what a 0x relayer is or used to be. And now we fully decentralize that. So I think it's been quite a journey. Switching gears a little bit, and I feel like we should challenge ourselves to ask the hard questions. I'm curious how you, and I'll answer this too, how did we both react to the rise of Uniswap about 4 years ago? Because I feel like that really took the DeFi market by storm, and probably both of us as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's no denying that Uniswap version 1 completely changed the landscape, and the entire DeFi space wouldn't be what it is today without Uniswap coming and introducing the concept of a constant function market maker. And I think, enormous praise to the Uniswap team. We are a DEX aggregator, so we, aggregate Uniswap liquidity in a lot of ways. So, there's always some tension in the space, competitors versus cooperators, so coopetition. Interestingly, so when Uniswap first came out, I was actually didn't really think it had that much potential.
Yeah, me too.
And the reason is because Uniswap version 1 is very capital inefficient. So with Uniswap version 3 introduces concept of concentrated liquidity. You can kind of push all that liquidity closer to the spot price of the market. But in Uniswap versions 1 and 2, you had to essentially provide full range liquidity. And this is super duper capital inefficient. one of my greatest assumptions, which turned out very wrong, was that it wouldn't really be possible for hundreds of millions of dollars to end up deposited into a constant function market maker like Uniswap. It just seemed completely like a crazy concept that people are going to put hundreds of millions of dollars into this thing, and that is what is necessary to create a sufficiently liquid market. Turned out super duper wrong, but it also, I think it was an important learning as well. Uniswap also made it possible for long tail tokens to be liquid. So one of the key, disruption, or the key of Uniswap was that it lowered the barrier to entry for standing up brand new markets. So instead of having to go to a Binance or a Coinbase and to attempt to get your token listed, now anyone could create a token in 10 minutes. They could go spin up a Uniswap market in 10 minutes. They could deposit some tokens and passively provide liquidity. And this was critical to this tokenization thesis. And that was one of the things that I think Uniswap just completely unlocked. And definitely wouldn't be here today if they hadn't.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting the way you started this talk with the conviction you had at the beginning was there's going to be so many tokens for everything. It needs a medium of exchange. And I think all your points I thought as well on Uniswap. I felt like it was, okay, this is fine. This is kind of like a simple exchange that maybe people will use a little bit. But you have to understand where the space was back in 2020, 2019 or so when Uniswap was founded. There was just not very much volume. There was not very much capital in crypto, and especially in DeFi. And it was really hard to foresee the rate of explosion that Uniswap had at the time. And I had a couple of really important learnings from that. One of the things that not that many people know about DYDX is that DYDX used to be the biggest decentralized exchange in the world by a lot. 4 or 5 years ago. So in 2019, 2020, DYDX had over 50% market share for decentralized exchanges. We were sitting pretty, the market was really small, but we felt like we understood this market, it was going to grow, and we were the leader. And the thing that happened to us in 2020 is we got absolutely fucked by Uniswap. Like we went from 50% market share all the way down to 1% market share in the course of 6 months. And we grew a little bit over that period of time. This was like the bull market in 2020, but not nearly as much as Uniswap. They just absolutely started going crazy, going exponential. And it's really, the reason for that was hard to understand immediately to me. But over time, it became very clear that it was because they had the ability to trade so many markets on Uniswap. And DYDX did not have that. We were focusing just on 3 markets at the time, and Uniswap started having hundreds, thousands of markets, and we really had to change our strategy around that. And fast forward to today, DYDX is around the same volume, a little bit more than Uniswap. Normally derivatives are higher volume than spot, and we've made a comeback. But the biggest learning that I had from that is there's this really core driver, I feel, of what becomes popular in crypto. And I think the core driver of everything that's become popular in crypto is it's really about the number of things that can be traded, about the number of assets that exist on the chain. And this basically defines, and in my opinion, explains pretty much every trend that's become really popular in crypto. It's like, okay, crypto is invented. There's like 5 assets you can trade back in the day, Bitcoin, ETH, Coinbase and a few other exchanges support those. Fast forward to 2017, ICOs become a thing. Now there's hundreds of assets that you can trade. Fast forward to 2020, Uniswap enables thousands of markets to be traded. There's another bull market, it blows up. Fast forward to 2021, 2022, NFTs become a thing. Now there's like tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of things that you can trade. And I think this is the really core thing that we're focused on now at DYDX, and the core learning that we've had is really about the number of markets that you can trade, about the quality of those markets and the liquidity that you can give. But I really think one of the cool things about crypto is that it's so transparent. You can see exactly what your competitors are doing. You can look at their smart contracts. You can see exactly what their metrics are. And I think for anybody that's building in the space, the thing I would encourage you to do is do that. Look at your competitors and be really honest about that. And it's hard to do, especially if you're losing or especially if you haven't won yet. You know, to be really honest, what's the core reason why your competitors are beating you? Or what's the core reason why Uniswap, DYDX, whatever else has become popular at this point? How can you do better? What's the next thing you can build? And that was the really big learning I feel like I had from Uniswap.
Yeah, permissionless finance. The ability to permissionlessly innovate and create anything you want on the platform without asking for permission. Yeah, I agree. So on that note, I'm curious. I know that DYDX chain. I know that you're making a push to add, have the ability to support more tokens, more markets, and I'm curious how you're thinking about that over the next years.
So this is the core thesis that we're trying to play out on DYDX now. Can we have hundreds of markets, thousands of markets on DYDX? And there's a lot that goes into this, but the big thing we're developing right now is the ability to have permissionless market listings on DYDX. So in the same way anybody could come to Uniswap, just send a transaction and add a market to Uniswap, could you do that for a derivatives market? And that's a hard problem, but again, that's kind of our specialty is solving these things, and we really feel like we can build that in the next couple months. And I think that's incredibly exciting when combined with derivatives, because with derivatives, you can trade anything. All you need is an Oracle price, and you can start trading the thing. And I think it's just, again, a continuation of the thesis we've seen play out in crypto for a long time now. It is permissionless finance, and really the thing I try to ask myself is what can you uniquely build with DeFi? If it's not unique, if it's not something that's uniquely enabled by DeFi or by whatever technology that you're building on, you shouldn't build it. If it is uniquely enabled by whatever technology that you're building on and solves the needs of actual customers, that is the business that you should build. So that's the question I always ask myself, what's something fundamentally new that we can build with DYDX? And I think you see a lot of that going on in crypto, and that basically explains everything that's become popular so far.
Strong +1. Well, we are at time. That was quick, but I think we'll leave it on that note. Thank you so much, Antonio. Really appreciate you walking us through some of your thought process, and thank you all for attending. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thanks, Walt.
Hello, hello. Thank you to our speakers. We're going to take a 20-minute break. So run around, grab some food, and then come on back. Hello, everyone. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, so come on over. This is Ruben Muradon from Hexon. So please welcome him. Thank you, Ruben.
Hello, at Denver. I am representing Hexons, and I am Chief Information Security there. And I would like to introduce you to a few projects that we have started, and just a small history that we had. We are doing cybersecurity for the last 13 years. We have started our products this year, and one of the product that I will be presenting now have started just yesterday. So what do we like and what principles we follow? The first and the most important one for us is that we like community really well. We run our Vulnerapedia. It's a Wikipedia devoted to the Web3 security issues, listing all the possible bugs, the most prominent hacks, and stuff like this. And our idea and our approach is that Web3 security is often understood or is being seen as something luxury. And we would like to bring to the community the idea that it is not luxury. So we have created a platform that is called Remedy. And what is there? First of all, all the listings or Remedy are free for now. Next is that bug bounty service fee is again zero. We are not going to charge will it be projects or will it be security researchers for any found bug or payment. We will provide security triage for all the reported bugs to minimize the conflict of interest between security researchers and security projects that are being listed in bug bounty. We provide assisted migrations from different platforms, different bug bounty platforms coming to our platform. We are not doing exclusive contracts. I mean, if a project wants to be listed in Remedy, it could be listed everywhere else. And we are providing free access to Glider. And before I will show you the Glider, I would like to tell you what are the problems that we were trying to solve and what are the foundations that we are trying to build that product on. The first thing is that key smart contracts in blockchains are open source. I mean, feel free to take pictures, guys. What is good and what is bad in having open sourced key contracts? The sources are available to white hats and to black hats. So white hats are doing security research for good, and black hats doing the same security research for stealing assets. Next thing is that common mistakes, and there are nearly 20 types of different bugs that could be implemented in smart contracts that we can find in smart contracts. All those bugs are really common. People know how to program securely for decades, but no one cares about it. It's like 10 Commandments. People know about 10 Commandments for 6,000 years, and no one cares up to now. Smart contract code is often reused. And if a bug is found in a smart contract, then it is being fixed. It is not being fixed in all the derivatives of that smart contract and the reused code. At that point, we understood that during our security research or smart contract audits, we are dealing with the same bugs all over and over. And we have tried to find a way to build a lazy auditor's security tool. Something that will allow us to find bugs en masse on the whole blockchain. So what do we decided to do? First of all, at least for now, there's no automation in bug hunting. We can say that there is some approaches with LLMs or any other AI appliance. But for now, they provide more false positives than real findings. If you are following Immunify or any other platforms, you may see that there was a shitload of false reports starting like 2023 February, because people were putting smart contract code into ChatGPT and trying to report something that ChatGPT found to bug bounty platforms. And of course, the increase was like 24x of reports. And all those 24x of reports was nothing to do with real security findings. Even when AI, and I understand that it will be the day when AI will cover security issues, even when it will cover, it will still remain a human job. It will remain a job that should be done or authorized by humans. Of course, there would be a lot of false positives, and at some point we will be going through those false positives to find something relevant or something efficient. But at that time and in near future, near perspective, and when I say near, I mean 3 to 5 years, I do not see AI reaching a normal proof of concept for reported security issue. Another thing is that there's a lot of approaches on how to do security research en masse, but main thing is that people try to find a way to do that common def. And common def is something that is the clearly visible path, but path that will not work. And at least for now, ChatGPT is doing something like this. It is not going deeper into the understanding how Solidity EVM work, and they do not provide efficient enough approach to that task. What do we know? And it is the most important thing, that vulnerable code can be easily patternized. When we say that we have an approach to type of vulnerabilities like reentrancy, like code reuse, we understand that we have that part that it could be patternized, and we have tried to build a solution that will allow researchers to patternize that stuff. What do we address? First of all, and the most important, we are addressing CFGs and DFGs, code flow graphs and data flow graphs. And another approach to this is that we were trying to find a way to describe a vulnerability in a formal language. So here's the glider. First of all, we have compiled a database of all verified contracts. As I've told before, all the critical, all the important contracts, all the contracts created by big projects or big organizations are open sourced and verified, just to tell the audience that they are doing only good and their approach is pure. The second part is that control flow graphs and data flow graphs is something that we would like to build our patterns on. Next thing is that semantic analysis in line with CFG and DFG and Solidity artifacts allows us to come closer to that formal description of Solidity vulnerabilities. And at that time, we have understood that we have to create a query framework that will allow users to query the database, the created database of available compiled smart contracts, and find what do they really need. A side note about source code and bytecode. There are a lot of approaches trying to analyze bytecode in blockchain. The issue with bytecode is that even when we are disassembling that code and trying to get disassembled code, we are losing the logics that developers have put in it. So analyzing bytecode is something that we have tried, we have thought a little bit on it, and understood that it will be more efficient to go into the source code part and analyze source code by itself. So this is the first screenshot, and I would like to give a pause for you just to let you read commands, because commands are self-explanatory. By the way, take pictures. So running this query allows us to look only in functions that have no properties, that have no modifiers, then going into instructions and looking for self-destruct solidity call. What does it mean? It means that we can find with this query all the contracts that have self-destruct function call without proper control. The next one is more complicated. So here we are going, do you see the code or no? So come closer, it's the only thing that I can say. Guys, here we are looking for we are going through two functions that have no property of, that have external and public properties, that have no properties with modifiers and constructor. Then again go into instructions and limiting, calling the function name self-destruct, then limiting the output to 100, then going again to the results. And through all results, we are pushing the global, asking if they have global data flow, then going to previous instructions and looking in those previous instructions, conditional comparison, ifs. And after this, we are getting the result of that. We are getting address of the smart contract, and we are getting all the smart contract code that is defined and described by this query. So please scan this QR code, because under this QR code you will have like 1 hour video describing all the technology behind this stuff and how to use this stuff and what can you use and what benefits can you get out of this. It is deeply technical, it is really nerdy, but this product is nerdy and the task is nerdy. So let's move on. Who needs this? First of all, independent security researchers, and I would like to open a little bit what do we want with this stuff. You can search for a bazillion of contracts just with one query. You can define scenarios that will be boutique for your researches. You may focus on delivery of results of really narrow field of your security research and address this stuff through the bazillion of contracts. We plan to collect queries provided by a community in our platform and pay royalties for the bugs found with those queries. So if you have written a query and then that query found a bug in a contract that was deployed after your query, you will still get the royalty for this. You will be able to provide really tailored and boutique services. If you are specialized, for example, in geentrancy attacks, you may go through the database of all contracts and focus only on the type of attacks that you are specialized in. So you will be able to get the lowest hanging fruits and to get this in a bug bounty platform integrated to this stuff. Moreover, we would like to inform, and we will announce it, that the platform by itself will try to find the owners of vulnerable contracts and establish a communication between a security researcher and the owner of vulnerable contract. Scaling. Guys, being in this business for more than a decade, we understand that so far this stuff is still human job. It is not automated. It is not optimized. You are still looking in a source code and trying to find a bug. With this, you may scale your job. Guys, you may divide the job of auditing the contracts between people with narrow specializations and provide them the ability to go deeper into the details. And yep, passive income, something that every computer scientist dream of. It is something that we have tried to provide with this solution. Academia. And we would like to focus on the following thing, that there is a lot of research done by companies and businesses, but we have to understand that universities, independent researchers, have to have the ability to work with the perfect tools, the cutting-edge tools, just to try to find something that is in the blockchain, and the most important, the unknown unknowns. When we are getting a smart contract to audit, we understand that we have known unknowns. We know that there are bugs. We would like to find those bugs. But there are cases when we have no idea what can we find in a research. So research is always dedicated to finding an unknown unknown. And this is something that we are sure that Glider will provide to academia. And one of the narrow benefits of Glider is gas optimization. Because when you are familiar with CFG and DFG approaches, and you may query this through the Glider, you may understand, for example, how to benchmark your smart contract against others' approaches and how it will work deeper. Businesses, Web3 projects will have the opportunity to insert or to use Glider in their CI/CD and CI/CD pipelines and SDLC approaches. Just imagine that you are writing a Solidity code that is being checked against a known database that will be checked against a database of known vulnerabilities. So you will easily find a vulnerable pieces of code, snippets of code during the development, real time. Threat intelligence. We are now developing a dashboard, a SEM type dashboard that will allow Web3 projects see what happens with their blockchain in terms of written queries. We can provide them service of periodically run quick query sets and understanding what new artifacts have been discovered in their supplied, in their deployed codes. Audit companies, as I have mentioned before, they can scale their business, they can find bugs en masse, they can use this stuff to win their bounties on hackathons and CTFs. They can manage already developed quick queries just to provide that boutique services as they try to build their service on. And create unique checks and estimate the amount of code or amount of I mean, right now, when you ask for audit, the audit company says, okay, guys, what is the amount of code that we will need to audit? And people answering most probably in lines of code, SLOCs or LOCs. In this case, they can provide more precise understanding of what the contract is and how to measure the effort to audit that part. Venture capitalists can use this product for technical due diligence. We can use this product for quick check for security issues before funding. May use this for prediction and analysis of market movements based on code reuse. And Web3 foundation chains may use this for one-day protection, research and development, data extraction, forks, DEX, and etc., and actually understand that Glider is a data mining tool, not a security research tool. So its use is limited, guys, only by your imagination. So I know that there are a bazillion of questions. I will be enjoying my cigar next at that place. So we will have 1 hour of me doped by nicotine answering all your questions. We will have happy hour. Please join our table and ask for this stuff. And please scan this code to see all the resources. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Appreciate the audience, so thank you.
Turn this TV. Keep the TV turned?
Yeah.
Because it's facing the other way. There you go. Cool. Ready?
Cool. Okay.
All right, is everyone ready for the next speaker? Circle around. This is Itai Durban, the CEO of Dynamic. Thank you, Itai. You ready?
Okay, let's do this. Hey, everyone. I was just saying, there's someone here who we listened to like 2 of my talks before. I was like, how did you survive 2 of it? Okay, fine. I'm Itai. Nice to meet everyone. Itai, co-founder of Dynamic. Who knows what Dynamic does, by the way? Raise your hands. Okay, great. This is a great pitch opportunity for phenomenal. No, we'll do the following. So the goal of this conversation is to really talk about kind of moving embedded wallets from siloed wallets to kind of global wallets. And the way we're going to talk about it is first we're going to just explain the context of why I'm here. So Dynamic in 60 seconds. Also, and sorry about repeating the joke, as a founder, I wouldn't be doing my job if I don't pitch Dynamic for at least 60 seconds. But then we'll talk about what we're seeing in the market. We're essentially seeing kind of this crypto-enabled stack. We'll talk about what we're seeing, and we'll talk about 2 challenges that we're seeing specifically. The user onboarding challenge, but then we'll deep dive into a second challenge this time around, which is the interoperability challenge, right? So how does one move from email and social login and kind of logging into a website and creating an embedded wallet, and how does that wallet go with you across sites? right? So first, very quick, dynamic in 60 seconds. At the very basic level, it's everything that happens after you click login on a website. So we do third-party wallet login, embedded wallet login, kind of email social auth, generating wallets for you, user management. If you want to check it out, you can go open your app on token proof that you use to get in. That uses dynamic. Scan your badge without IYK. That uses dynamic. Go to Maple or Alongside or Doodles, new Doodle Studio. All kind of use different versions of dynamic. So you can see that today, if you participated in Starkware's airdrop last week and claimed tokens, that used dynamic as well. So those are kind of all kind of different experiences you can use with the product. Why are we here? What are we seeing? So we're essentially seeing that the web is moving to a wallet-based world, right? Everything is starting to kind of generate wallets for folks in the background. Whether they know it or they don't, we kind of think that within the next 5 years, every app on your phone, every website that you visit will have some sort of crypto component to it. And the very basic level, to get to that, you need some sort of wallet stack, right? And we're specifically seeing a really good amount of use cases daily that kind of show that on a day-to-day basis. So we're seeing things around real-world asset access. So how do you, from Argentina, access treasuries in the US, right? And the easiest way to do that is to tokenize those, put those on chain, but let you log in with email or social, right? Or how do I build a decentralized version of Venmo that works across Turkey and Ukraine and the Baltics, right? And the easiest way to do that is to spin up wallets for everyone and use stable coins to transfer those. Now, in both of those use cases, you actually don't need to know it's crypto, right? You just need to be able to transfer money from Turkey to the Baltics, or you just need to be able to buy treasuries, US treasuries from Argentina, right? So we're seeing a lot of that kind of use cases, a lot of the use cases that leverage crypto without ever showing it. It's pretty much a new type of company that we're seeing every day. And really what we're seeing is this really interesting crypto-enabled stack. So a set of tools that all the companies I mentioned use to actually achieve that. And that kind of combines a couple things. It combines authentication, embedded wallets, which we're going to double click into, account abstraction, on-ramps, off-ramps, some sort of L2, and then swaps and bridging, right? And with this stack, whether it's through a bunch of providers, whether it's through one provider, you can actually start creating that experience, whether it's, again, buying an e-liquid asset and tokenizing that and putting that on chain, or sending money to friends or anything in between, or building a social app, right? And within this stack, there are actually two challenges. We'll touch on the first one briefly this time around, and we'll actually touch on the second one in much more detail, because that's the topic of the talk, and otherwise it would be boring for everyone. But at the very basic level, these companies face two challenges. The first one is, how do I onboard my users, right? Someone shows up at my door, I want to give them a tokenized asset, like energy bills, or again, tokenized bills, or I want to kind of let them send money to friends. How do I do that? And the solve for that is essentially kind of new user onboarding, right? So email, social login, things like gasless transactions, session keys, and then kind of policy engines within session keys for when things get approved automatically and when they don't, right? So that is the first set of challenges that we're seeing. The onboarding, a new user shows up at your app, how do you onboard them as a user? That's challenge number one. But then the second challenge that we're seeing, and that's where we're going to deep dive, is the interoperability challenge, right? I have a user, they have a wallet. Does that wallet, hi by the way, does that wallet need to interact with other apps, right? For a subset of users, the answer is no, right? If I am a trader in Ohio and I want access to tokenized land, or I am, someone in wherever that I want to buy tokenized Pokemon cards, for me, the answer is, as long as I have access to that site and I can easily log in and I can buy the thing, I'm done. But there's a second group of types of apps where it's about taking what you created on app 1 and starting to share that across app 2 and app 3 and app 4, right? That's the interoperability experience, right? How do you take something that started as a siloed embedded wallet, right? Siloed keys that were created on site A, and expand that to site B and site C and site D, etc. And that's going to be the focus of this kind of conversation. We'll actually, we made it 6 minutes, and we can finally dive into the topic. So what I'll do next is I'll go through one more level of detail, and then we'll talk about some strategies that we're seeing on embedded wallets, and specifically how you can take kind of that siloed wallet, siloed keys that you created on app A, whether it's MPC or trusted execution environments or anything of that sort, and take it to app B and C and D, right? So at the very basic level, this is not a solved problem, right? This has not been solved. There are multiple ways to approach this, right? One question is will global wallets be branded, right? And we'll touch on an example that actually launched 24 hours ago, and we'll analyze that towards the end. But what would the UX look like? Is it a pop-up? Is it something else? What % of customers actually care about this stuff? And will folks have multiple wallets, multiple global wallets? Just like I have multiple MetaMask wallets, or I have a MetaMask and a Coinbase wallet, will I potentially have multiple kind of global embedded wallets? So there are several approaches. We'll go through them. It's a list of 8. Some, I will warn you in advance, are not very interesting. Some are exciting to the extent that you can say interoperability is exciting, but we'll go through all of them. Okay, so the first is a very simple option. I log into a website, I log in with my email and password, and after I log in, I generate a wallet. I can take the private key of that wallet, whether it's a TE-based kind of system, or whether it's MPC and you have some sort of ceremony to send the shares and kind of generate the private key. You take the private key, and you import it into a MetaMask, and you're done. At that point, you can access the wallet through that first interface, or access the wallet through the second interface, which is MetaMask or Coinbase wallet or anything of that sort. It's a very simple approach. It can work today, and it's semi-elegant. The only problem is users have to touch a private key, which is a terrible idea for like 17 reasons. But that is an approach that exists in the market. Second approach is the following. It's an approach that we're seeing with some providers in the market today, which is give your embedded wallet connect capabilities, right? So let your embedded wallet connect to any third-party website very quickly, and they act just like their Wallet Connect wallet, right? There are several providers in the market that do this, and it's again, pretty elegant approach, but now you have to educate someone about what Wallet Connect is, how QR codes work, that type of stuff. Has some challenges, right? That's approach number 2. Approach number 3, again, that's an approach we see on a day-to-day basis, asset migration. You're done with service A, you just transfer stuff into your MetaMask or your Coinbase wallet. Okay, as an approach, I would rate that out of a scale of 7, let's rate that like a 3.5. Is that like a 4? I don't know, like 3.5, 4. The problem is you're kind of, in the first approach, in slide 1, we showed that you can replicate the key, right? You can use it on website A, and you can use it in MetaMask. Here, you're essentially depleting assets from your embedded wallet and moving it to a global wallet. But that's an approach that exists. Again, these are all kind of a spectrum of approaches. We'll get to the more interesting stuff in a second. This approach is essentially an approach that I think is slightly similar to what Coinbase took yesterday with their global wallets, right? Which is you generate an embedded wallet, but that embedded wallet is inherently a branded account within a bigger kind of Coinbase ecosystem or MetaMask ecosystem with a Snap or something of that sort, right? So that is an interesting approach, which is you say, okay, I will go to a website, I will recognize the MetaMask Snaps logo or the Coinbase logo. That is, in my mind, the global branded wallet. I will still potentially log in with an email or social, but then when I open my Coinbase app or MetaMask app, that will exist as well, right? And we'll touch upon that in a second, which is, I think, slightly similar to the Coinbase approach from at this point, 2 days ago or a day ago, which is a really interesting approach. Now we're starting to get to like the more interesting approaches, which is combining kind of EOAs and account abstraction. And with those approaches, what you really do is, as an example, is you generate an embedded wallet, a siloed embedded wallet, and you use the EOA part, dynamics part, just as a signer to an account abstraction layer, right? So there's an EOA layer, there's a zero dev or a Biconomy or a safe or an alchemy at the account abstraction, and the assets get held at the account abstraction layer. What did that give us? That lets us add a second signer as a controller to that same account. So inherently, I can add MetaMask or Coinbase as a second signer to my same account and then control that not using the embedded wallet signer, but rather using a MetaMask signer. That approach has some challenges, which is now you have to develop an interface where folks can see kind of the kind of wallets they have attached to their master EOA, to their global kind of branded wallet that they have in their pocket. It's a non-trivial problem, but that is another approach that is super interesting, which is actually handle this not at the EOA level, but handle it at the account abstraction level and play around with signers, right? That's like another really cool approach. This one I'm actually really passionate about. I call this the Farcaster approach. Who, by the way, here is using Farcaster? Holy shit. Okay, please follow me. Just Itai at Farcaster. This conversation will be worth it if everyone follows me. But Farcaster, as we see from the kind of the number of hands raised, is becoming our at least our Web3 identity hub. And if it's our Web3 identity hub, potentially it can be used to essentially connect all the embedded wallets and have them kind of associate with that Farcaster or Lens profile. Farcaster today, as an example, lets you connect your Solana wallet and multiple EVM wallets to that same account and let you verify your credentials and kind of own them all within your Farcaster account. And then when you connect through a frame, you can report on all those credentials, right? In the same way, there's no real reason why you shouldn't be able to connect your embedded wallets to your Farcaster account and report on those and create that Farcaster hub as your identity hub in crypto at least. It's an interesting approach. Again, we're talking about small numbers here. It's not kind of a, we all know and love Farcaster. It's still a small community, right? But ideally, you use your existing identity hubs as where you store this information and how you organize your wallets rather than trying to come up with a new embedded wallet global solution, right? So that's another interesting approach. I'm pretty bullish on this one, and we see it in action with, I think Farcaster reported 12,000 Solana wallets connected within 24 hours of launching it, right? So it's this really interesting approach. Now we're getting to kind of one more approach. How am I doing it on time? Okay, great. I have 6 minutes. So one more approach that I think is uniquely interesting, which is the AA across the board approach, which is technically what you can do is, again, use an EOA embedded wallet like Dynamic, add an AA layer, and then attach and detach that AA layer to a global account abstraction wallet using some sort of signing process. So essentially create child accounts within your global account abstraction wallet that associate with the account you created on a website. And then you can play around with the kind of sessions or roles or permissions that sub-account gets, that child account gets, in a really interesting way. And so we see, this is still, I would call that, this is far from fruition. I don't think there's still enough account abstraction wallets with traction. Potentially one day MetaMask will add that layer, wink wink. But the idea would be that you can start, if you have account abstraction everywhere, you can start creating more detailed links, right? The flow, by the way, can be, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but the flow can be some sort of connection flow where you use some sort of QR code to connect to that smart account wallet, the global wallet, and kind of link them together or attach them together through a transaction. Now, what I want to focus on next is actually an example from the last 24 hours that I thought was super interesting. We're big Coinbase fans, and they launched something super interesting with their smart wallet, and that's a take on smart wallets and account abstraction and global wallets, right? So what they did, right, is you click a button and that prompts you, that pops up kind of a domain, a Coinbase domain, where you can kind of create a new wallet. It's branded, so you see the Coinbase logo, and it's hidden here a little bit, but you see the Coinbase logo as soon as you load it up. You create your account, and then every time you want to sign a transaction, it prompts kind of an iframe, signs, and then closes the iframe, right? And that is an interesting approach. It's very similar to our approach number 4 that we talked about, which is this approach of signing happens in a trusted environment on some sort of iframe, but in a very branded way, right? So it's not like an email login. It is your Coinbase wallet, right? So that is one example just from the last 24 hours of a very unique take and a very interesting and innovative take on how to think about global wallets, right? So that is one really cool thing. Now, there are many, 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 many unanswered questions, right, about this stuff, right? The first one is, how do you recognize a global wallet, right? So if I were to go to Amazon and log in with my email and buy something, and then go to Target and log in with the same email and buy something and see my Amazon purchases, that will be really weird, right? It's not necessarily an engineering problem as much as a user experience problem, right? And it's an education problem. It's a problem of, when should I expect a wallet to be global? Should I even know a wallet exists on the first app, right? And do I need to educate someone that they have a wallet on the first app in order to tell them they might have the same wallet on the second app? So that is a really interesting challenge. There should be a second thing, which is, you see this in Plaid land. If someone has used Plaid before to connect their wallet, to connect their bank accounts, Plaid has a portal that shows you all the websites you connected to across their system. But for that, you need to recognize the Plaid brand, right? And so there's a second question is there a portal where you manage all your wallets when you start moving from silo to embedded wallets? And then the last question that I think is I don't touch on it enough here, but there's a really critical question, which is security, right? If there's a global wallet, then inherently you have to think about how does the rogue app of a random developer doesn't impact my app, right? And so trusted environments, popping up iframes, very similar to a login with Google where it's done in their own kind of system, are pretty critical here, right? They start kind of playing this really big role in order to deploy a global wallet in a trusted way, right? And that is pretty much it. Now, I think all decks need to end with kind of an aspirational, inspirational summary, which is, we can make Web3 better. But at a very basic level, honestly, things are moving forward. It's pretty cool. There's a lot of innovation, literally, again, from the last 24 hours with Coinbase around this topic, right? There are a lot of really interesting snaps out there that are trying to do kind of this at the global wallet, right? Where you can use MPC in order to abstract away how you create accounts with MetaMask, right? There are obviously providers like Dynamic that are thinking about this from the embedded wallet first side, right? So there's a lot of really cool innovation here. And it's interesting that I still, honestly, to this day, am not sure which of the 7 or 8, or maybe there's a 9th approach, which will win. And with that, I appreciate you guys listening. Thank you. I will again end as a shameless plug. If you want to check out Dynamic, go to dynamic.xyz. Follow us on Twitter. There's no URL, but dynamic.xyz. I should have added a URL. Please, everyone, assume that it's there. And if you want to ask questions, I'll be around. Thank you guys for listening.
All right, hello everyone. This is Kyle Langham, the Director of Data Analytics with Definity. So please give a warm welcome. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, everyone. I'm going to talk about the topic nobody here is talking about today. And that is the 1990s, early 2000s sitcom Friends. We got any Friends fans? 1, 2? All right. Well, so here's the thing. If you don't know Friends, it was a very popular TV show in the 1990s. It followed 6 characters in New York City. And it focused, the 2 main characters, Ross and Rachel, had a very much of a will they or won't they relationship. And spoiler alert, in the end, they do get together. But I think that their relationship is very similar to the relationship we're seeing with Bitcoin and Ethereum. So now, hear me out. Ross in the show was very analytical. He was stuck in his routines. He was overly serious. He was focused on his work. Kind of sounds a little bit like Bitcoin, right? Now, think about Rachel. She worked at a coffee shop. She was a free spirit. She evolved throughout the course of the show. You know, she was always up for a good time. Sounds a lot like Ethereum, right? And so I think we can tell a rom-com story where Bitcoin and Ethereum are the main characters, right? So like any good rom-com story, you first establish the characters. Let's say Bitcoin is working on Wall Street. He's stuck in his routines. He's working a lot. He's always talking about the proof of his work. He's got his eyes on a promotion to the ETF department, right? So that's character number 1. Character number 2, Ethereum, she's working at a coffee shop. She's meeting a lot of people. She's got a wide network, a lot of friends. She doesn't, she's up for a good time. She's hanging out. And what we're establishing in this rom-com is you always have to get these 2 characters where the viewers of the rom-com are like, well, how are these characters gonna get together? And then something happens to bring them together. That something is 2023. So Bitcoin in 2023, he's working on his Wall Street job. He's hanging out. He's real serious about working, and he's going for that promotion. And all of a sudden, he decides to get a tattoo. Maybe like a little monkey JPEG or a pet rock, right? He's got his eye set on a wizard. In addition to that, he starts getting a little bit of a token habit, like a little BRC20 here, a little BRC20 there. And before he knows it, 2024 is around, he's just got his big promotion to the ETF, and he feels like he's living a double life, right? He's trying to hide from his Wall Street colleagues his tattoos and his token problem. In short, Bitcoin is becoming more like Ethereum. Now, Ethereum, on the other hand, in 2023, she's still fun-loving, but she's starting to talk about some more boring topics, like deflationary tokenomics, store of value. She herself is looking to get into an ETF department. Ethereum is becoming a little bit more like Bitcoin. And we start to see in the rom-com the shaping of a story. Now, let's take a pause from the rom-com, because I want to talk about something. If you think that this is a story about tokens, you're wrong. A good relationship is not based on financial transactions, right? Nobody here, I can't imagine anyone here would say your partner is really just somebody to help share your rent or just somebody to follow your taxes with. Maybe some will. The main point, though, is that a relationship, a good relationship, is based on positive shared experiences. And I think it's possible for us to start having good experiences between Bitcoin and Ethereum. I'm talking about like a unified user experience so that the experience of using Bitcoin and Ethereum in a single app is extremely seamless. But let's put a pin in that because we got to return back to our rom-com. All right, so we're at the point in the rom-com where these 2 characters are becoming a little bit more similar. And typically in a rom-com, you'll have a friend who comes along to bring these 2 together, typically in a whimsical way. Oh, that's unfortunate. There we go. And so who's that friend? Who's going to be the Monica of Bitcoin and Ethereum story? I'm going to hold up to you, it's the internet computer. So the internet computer has been friends with Bitcoin for a while, actually. In 2022, we completed a direct native Bitcoin integration. Since 2022, there's literally been a Bitcoin node running on the internet computer protocol capable of reading the Bitcoin state and signing transactions using chain key technology. In addition to that, the internet computer recently completed an integration through EVM RPC with Ethereum. That just went live, or that went into beta about 2 weeks ago. So now on the internet computer, you can deploy smart contracts that can read and write to Bitcoin and can read and write to Ethereum, including the Ethereum ecosystem, EVMs, L2s. And that gets us back to that positive shared experience. That means that you can deploy apps that can interface with Bitcoin and Ethereum in such a way that your users don't even have to know that that interface is going on. From the user's experience, it can be very seamless. So if we want to tell this rom-com, because right now we're in present day in our story, but developers get to tell the rest of the story, right? How do Ethereum and Bitcoin truly come together? That's your story to tell. And I think what we want to do is, I want to establish, again, what that can look like. On a very basic level, it could look like having inside your app the ability to accept ETH or any L2 token, as well as Bitcoin, native Bitcoin or some sort of synthetic Bitcoin. You could, for example, have an ordinals marketplace that accepts ETH as payment, or an Ethereum app that accepts Bitcoin natively as a payment. That's possible today. But we can go even beyond that. We can go into a place, actually, if we zoom back, think back to when the Friends series was ending. That was around the mid-2000s. And around that time, the internet was developed enough that you could have you could share your location via GPS online. You could have instant chat online. You could have credit card payments online. But it took entrepreneurs to realize that if you combine those three properties into a single app, you can disrupt the taxi industry, right? So obviously Uber and Lyft recognized those three properties of the internet, combined them into a single app, and not only disrupted the taxi industry, but actually kicked off an entire market segment that we call the gig economy. If you zoom back and you think about all of this integration that is possible on the internet computer, you can actually think about unique properties with each of the chains that it's integrated with. For example, on Bitcoin, you could think of it just as a ledger, which most people do, with a token. Or you could think about it as the fact that it has a unique property of you pay once and you can store a small amount of data forever. It also has a unique property that if you think of it as a database, it is probably the database that will outlive all databases that exist today, just from its decentralized nature. In Ethereum, you have so many different EVM and L2 chains, each with a specific optimization that you can now tap into not just one of those chains, but multiple chains optimizations to make apps that are truly novel today. And that's what I mean when we get, that's what I mean by getting Bitcoin and Ethereum together. That's what I mean by telling this love story between Bitcoin and Ethereum. So think just through what is possible from an innovative standpoint. So you guys get to tell the story. You guys build the apps that bring these two chains together. If you build them on the internet computer, like I said, you can, one framework, integrate with many chains. If I could offer a couple pieces of advice. One is focus on user experience. Like I said, it is now possible to have a multi-chain world with a very seamless user experience, right? You could abstract away a lot of the complexity that we currently present to our users within Web3. And it's very important that Web3 become competitive on a user experience with Web2, right? If you want mass adoption, it's not going to come until we are have parity with Web2 experiences. So make it easy on your users. Open up your apps to all communities and make it seamless for them to jump onto your app. Number two, innovate. Think through how each blockchain has a has a set of properties that make it unique, and use that to develop new apps that aren't currently existing. Extend what crypto does today, right? We can go beyond DeFi, we can go beyond NFTs, we can go beyond social apps, whatever you want to do. Number 3, we're at an opportunity where we can end tribalism, right? That's probably a bit of a problem within our industry. If you're building multi-chain apps, if you're bringing Bitcoin and Ethereum together, you can make it so that your app is applicable to any user community, right? You can accept any of the layer 2s, EVMs, and the Bitcoin communities, and make it so that you don't have to force your users to choose whether or not your app is applicable to them based on the chain you deploy to. And then number 3, again, it is possible, or number 4 is it's possible to leverage Bitcoin and the entire Ethereum ecosystem, liquidity and user community within your app. And that's extremely powerful. It's possible. I'm not pitching you a vision for the future. I'm pitching you a vision for today. It's possible today on the internet computer. If you'd like to learn some more, we have the Dfinity booth actually just around the corner here, or you can learn more on internetcomputer.org. Thank you.
anything, like I said, a little bit, you can get a little bit closer.
Okay.
Out there, but anything,
Cool.
Yeah.
So shall I just start whenever I'm ready?
If you would like to,
Okay, I'll wait.
Stand over here, and then you can start whenever you want. But like if you go over there, the reflections, you're gonna like. I wouldn't do it.
Say that again, sorry?
I would stay over here.
Oh, okay, so don't walk in front
I
of
would
that.
recommend walking in front of the screen because it'll just block it, and people won't be able to see you. Yeah.
Okay,
Cool.
cool.
What stage are you doing tomorrow? Oh, this one's easy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the main ones are like you have to like go to exactly a minute, and it's recorded, and it's all like the live stream, which is where most people there are watching live stream.
Right.
So this one's way more chill. Yeah. Where are you based?
London.
London, cool. Probably one of my favorite cities. I'm in Lake Tahoe now.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to get away from Lake Tahoe. It's near. It's like beautiful. It's like 4 hours from NorCal. It's
right.
inland. It's one of the most like prestigious, like beautiful places in the world. So I just live there near the lake and the mountains, so I ski and just hide from people when I'm not home.
Let's do it. Hi, everyone. My name's Saad. I'm a director at Yap Global. And today, I'm going to talk to you, give you an overview of what I want to call the Web3 comms playbook. And explain basically why it's so important that you think about comms and the main things that you need to know to be effective. But first, a little bit about Yap Global. So we're a comms agency that basically bridges the gap between quality journalism and the emerging crypto world. We've been around since 2018, and we're founded on the sort of passion for crypto, good journalism, and storytelling. We don't just focus on PR. We do kind of help use PR to build our clients through the media, but we also provide marketing services. So things like supporting on social media and content creation for things like blogs, Medium, Mirrors, whatever. And ultimately, our vision at Yap Global is to shape the mainstream landscape with trustworthy narratives and help demystify crypto for everyone. So that's a little bit of shilling out the way. Let's dive into it. So the first thing that we need to understand is that existing is not enough. As an industry, we need to go beyond just building and get better at communicating our value. In crypto, there is definitely this build, developer-first mindset. This feeling that if you build it, they will come. But having a great product isn't enough if people don't know about it. I'm not going to name names, but I think we all know projects that have really interesting tech and a really innovative offering, but not many people use it. And they don't have users, they don't have TVL, and that's basically because they haven't really done a good job of communicating their value and capturing people's attention. That's why it's super important to go beyond just building. Your users need to know and to hear about the ways that you're going to help them, the ways that you're going to solve their problems, and how it can improve their lives. Next up, we have you need to stand out from the crowd. So, in crypto, there's so many layer ones, layer twos, DEXs, borrowing and lending platforms, each with minor differences or built on a different ecosystem. So it's really important that you learn how to differentiate yourself in a way that not only captures, but retains attention. I'm sure everyone knows that in crypto, there is really this hot new narrative syndrome. This, last year was all about ZK and staking. Everything's about modularity, data availability now, and the attention seems to shift quite quickly. So you really need to know you're not going to be able to predict what the narrative is like next year, but you need to effectively communicate your unique value proposition, and that will ultimately determine how much adoption that you do get and the success that you get at the end of the day. New audiences, crypto can be really insular community, the same projects partnering with the same layer ones and infrastructure providers. And the real challenge and opportunity is in going beyond just the people that we see all the time and bringing in new people and a new wave of users who have different backgrounds, new fresh perspectives, and that can bring fresh ideas as well. Because it's only by broadening crypto's appeal that we can really sort of get next generation use cases, better UX, and just generally create this kind of virtuous cycle of growth and innovation. So how do we do this? And obviously, as a PR person, I will say this, but we need PR now more than ever. Crypto has a real PR problem, and PR really helps to establish trust and credibility. Those are the two things that PR is really, really good at. And in crypto, obviously, we know there is a big lack of trust and credibility. Hacks, scams, and just generally really shady people haven't done us any favors. And through PR, you can improve the credibility of the space by really showcasing the benefits and potential of a project. But we do that through trusted third parties who are credible, like really credible media publications. And I want to give this example from a couple of years ago. It was The Economist, and they had this front page spread on the perils of DeFi and going down the rabbit hole. And even though the articles themselves weren't overtly really positive, and then there was nuance to them, the amount of messages and people reaching out after this front cover was really interesting, because The Economist is an extremely well-regarded and well-respected publication, and people see it as credible. So if The Economist is covering it, then there must be something to it. And that's the essential basis of media relations and the PR that we do for our clients. PR also helps to bridge the gaps in understanding. The leap from any new and innovative technology like crypto to actual user adoption is basically rests on how well it's understood. And I'm sure we can all agree that crypto is really, really hard to understand, especially for newcomers. There's so much technology to learn. There's so much, things that don't really make sense in the real world, but in crypto they totally do. So PR professionals are really good at translating these complex, jargon-filled concepts into, interesting and reliable narratives, and making things that are really, really technical, like dank sharding, ZK, intents, whatever, accessible to both technical and non-technical audiences, depending on who you're trying to speak to. And just by having this clarity, it really promotes, again, it promotes understanding, and that ultimately helps to promote adoption as well. Finally, crisis management. We all know that, crisis in crypto can happen at any time, whether that's a hack, some sort of team issue, a big regulatory update, a big market movement to the downside, I guess. And a solid PR strategy really is essential for not only maintaining transparency, but also managing the narrative during a crisis. Because if you lose control of the narrative, it really does impact your credibility within the space. And just through effective communication, you can keep whatever communities you need to informed and engaged, and help to reduce any potential backlash and preserve your project's integrity. Cool, and I wanted to share just a really quick example of when we as an industry could have done a better job with communicating. So I'm not sure if anyone remembers, but the DeFi Education Fund, which is an advocacy group initiated by Uniswap. And when they first started, they received some really bad backlash due to poor communication around their funding. So in the initial DAO proposal, I think they said that they would sell their allocator token over the course of 5 years. But as soon as the DAO proposal went through and the vote went through, there was this massive sell-off where they sold half of their tokens. And loads of people across the media, crypto Twitter, were essentially kind of calling them scammers, saying that it was a cash grab and it was a raid on the DAO's treasury. But what the community weren't aware of was that the selling actually had a reason, a fairly legitimate reason, and it was a reasonable strategic move, just basically diversify ahead of some regulatory uncertainties. But the key point here is that the backlash really showed the consequences of what happens when you don't think about a clear information plan, when you just kind of do things and you hope people understand the reasoning behind them. And that's why proper communication plans are really essential to prevent that negative attention and ensure everyone understands the rationale behind important decisions. Cool. So we talked a little bit about why you need comms. Now going to set out some information on how to do the groundwork for good comms practice. So firstly, know what makes news. Not every integration or partnership is newsworthy. A big part of our job as PR people is to help guide our clients and tell them what news will actually resonate with the media. And obviously, from a PR agency who has a lot of experience, we know the kind of nuances to this, but roughly you can think of them through the filter of 7 news values. So it's a very rough way to know whether the media will actually care about your news. So the first one is impact. So how will your news actually impact people's lives? Is there a complete, is this like a really big revolutionary update, a big breakthrough, or is it, version 1.8 and you've just got a new font? Timeliness. So why are you telling people now? Is there something happening in the world right now that is connected to what the announcement is? Is it, a trending topic? Conflict, obviously this is something that we don't tend to go for with our clients and people don't need to lead into it, but I think we all understand that journalists are interested in a bit of drama, a bit of spiciness, a bit of conflict. So things are more newsworthy when there is some kind of disagreement. Prominence, what makes you worth quoting on news stories like this? Are you a big name in the space? What qualifies you to tell the story? Are you someone with 10 years of experience in AI and you're launching a crypto AI project? Or is this kind of the first thing that you've ever done? The more prominent you are in the space, the more likely you are to get covered by the media. Trending, this is kind of linked to timeliness. So events are more newsworthy when they involve an issue that's top of mind for the public. So, again, whether that's things like ZK or particular narratives, but also in big news as well. So the Bitcoin ETF was a massive story. If there was a way to link your story to that, then there was more chance of you getting breakthrough from the media. Next up, we have bizarre. So events are obviously a lot more newsworthy the more out of the ordinary they are. I don't know if anyone remembers, there was that project where it was like hamster racing on the blockchain and people could bet crypto. And journalists love that story because it's weird, it's bizarre, and they covered it a lot. Another story was the El Salvador Bitcoin, sort of volcano Bitcoin mining. You don't really hear about that. So it's really important that you understand that if things are a little bit quirky and have an interesting spin on them, then journalists are going to be more interested in your story. Finally, human interest. So people want to read stories about other people. Do you have an interesting background or journey into crypto? Journalists want to hear about that. I remember this quite recent, I think it was end of last year, but this amazing story in CoinDesk about Mustafa Al-Bassam, who's the co-founder of Celestia. And it was this amazing feature on him because it turns out that he's got a really interesting backstory. He was a hacker, and when he was 16, he went to jail for hacking the CIA website, I think. And it's a really interesting story, and journalists are fascinated by that. And we think that everyone has an interesting background and an interesting journey into crypto. So it's just about how you package that up and working with people who understand how that resonates. Crafting your narrative. So understand how you want to go out with your message. Firstly, obviously, identify your USP. What I said earlier about a lot of saturation in the space, minor differentiation, but really hone in on what makes your project stand out. Is it the technology? Is it the team? Is it the problem it solves? Is it the community? Make that the core of your PR narrative. It's really important to understand your competitors as well. How does the media portray any big competitors in the space? And make sure your narrative doesn't copy it, but highlights the way that the media portray those competitors in a negative way. Just make sure that you understand how they do that. And then when crafting a narrative, understand that consistency is key. And a key way of remaining consistent is thinking of a really strong one-liner. So this should tie up and sum up everything that your project does. And as PR people, when we're pitching journalists, we use that one-liner all the time. So say, for example, Scroll. Their one-liner might be the most EVM-compatible ZK rollup. And it just succinctly describe what they do, and in every piece of communication that they put out, they put that in there. And it really helps to stick into journalists' mind, burrow into their kind of thinking, and maintain consistency across all their platforms. Incorporating storytelling as well is really important. Share the journey of your project, include challenges that you've overcome, milestones you've achieved. This makes your narrative really more engaging and relatable. And the final point is to have a strategy. So start with your project's business goals, your target audience, your key messages, and align your communication strategy to them. What we like to do at Yap is 3-month strategy. We understand that crypto moves really quickly, and this really helps to organize things like thought leadership, announcements, upcoming media moments that you might want to jump on. So it's really important that you do that. Next up, engaging with the media. So firstly, you need to understand the media landscape. Not all media are the same, and it's really important that you know why you want coverage in certain publications. Sometimes we work with projects and they say something like, oh, we want to be in the Financial Times. But is that the best sort of media for your reasoning? You might not know, but Financial Times has generally negative stance towards crypto most of the time. So you might not want to be engaging with those journalists who are probably going to write something fairly negative. And then remember that each media type, whether that's crypto trades, business, mainstream, or tech press, they have different interests and focuses. And they want different things from a story as well. And understanding what they want from a story is really, really key to making sure that you break through. Know your audience and tailor your message to them. So in crypto and Web3, founders need to communicate with lots of different people, whether that's stakeholders, token holders, investors, partners, and just understanding how you want to talk to them is important and what your story is trying to do. So for example, how ENS is communicated across various different media platforms changes as well. So New York Times might talk about ENS one way, Wired might talk about them another way, CoinDesk might be talking about them another way as well. So really understand how publications talk about different projects. And then again, link to the wider narrative. Make sure your project story connects with a bigger picture. Show how your work fits into important trends as well. PR and marketing. So as I mentioned, we do both PR and marketing. So I wanted to take a quick opportunity to explain how they work together. Firstly, know the difference. It's really surprising how often PR and marketing are kind of confused and conflated and lumped together when they each serve their unique purposes. So PR focuses on strategic messaging, and earning media coverage in credible publications. Marketing, on the other hand, gives you more control of the messages you put out, but it relies on more direct communications, like social media and blogs, and they may not carry the same credibility as earned media. But they each have their own advantages and disadvantages. So for example, you can use your PR and marketing teams to align messages and make sure everything is aligned, but turn your PR achievements into marketing assets. Use your website, use your newsletters, use your social media channels, showcase your media wins to other people, and then you can reach different audiences that way, and vice versa. Turn press releases into blogs, case studies, or social media content as well. Don't let all the amazing coverage that you secure just reach that one audience. Use it as much as possible. And then maximize crypto Twitter. As we all know, crypto Twitter is super important. Journalists and news outlets really do turn to crypto Twitter to catch wind of sort of trends and breaking news stories, scoops, rumors. So if you've got a decent platform and a decent audience on social media, you can really increase the likelihood of your project gaining attention when journalists are looking for a story as well. But things go wrong, so prepare for the inevitable. Crises happen, they're inevitable in crypto. Like I said, hacks, security breaches, market fluctuations, everything can happen. And make sure you have a PR team or a team that knows how to deal with crises as well. That's things like potential scenarios, response strategies, and communication channels as well. When a crisis does hit, you need transparency and speed. So you need to quickly acknowledge the situation on your channels. A quick response can really, really prevent the spread of misinformation and demonstrate your commitment to transparency. I remember, I think it was like a couple of years ago, people thought that Vitalik got kidnapped or something. And the whole community was going crazy. And he had to go on social media and take a picture with like a newspaper or a hash or something. And there was so much disinformation, rumors, because he just let it sit for too long without actually acknowledging it. So yeah, just think about moving quickly and making sure you kind of set the scene. So provide your communities with regular updates, make sure that everything is clear, concise, and factual, and avoid technical jargon as well where you can, just to make all your messages as accessible to a broad audience as possible. Cool, I've got 1 minute left. So in crypto, it's really easy to find an example of crisis comms that's gone wrong. Projects that don't say anything, SPF's crazy tweeting when all that stuff was happening. So I wanted to give a quick example of crisis comms that were seen to go right. So quite early on in Solana's life, there was a project called Slope. They were hacked, so that meant that user funds were being lost. And this was, again, quite early in Solana's development. So the Solana Foundation got involved in the response. And the Defiant, you can see, it was praised as a textbook response to crisis management. So the Solana Foundation quickly acknowledged the issue. They established, I think it was like a war room with all the relevant people, and they had all the key participants, and they found out exactly what went wrong and communicated consistently across all their various channels, mainly Twitter, but across the website as well. And basically why it was good was that the response was coordinated, informative, and it was really focused on transparency and providing factual updates. And yeah, the approach really helped to mitigate the crisis and maintain trust within the community. And it's quite interesting because it resulted in a piece of coverage not really about the hack, but about the response to the hack as well. So yeah, a very interesting case study. I urge you to have a look. Yeah, and that's me. That was a whistle-stop tour of Web3 Comms. Hope you found it useful. If you have any questions, we'll be around. We have a booth, 111. It's quite close to the near booth. Come and chat. And yeah, Telegram's up here, website is up here. Thank you.
All right, hello everyone. Please welcome our next presenter. This is Andy Bromberg. He's the CEO of Beam and a contributor at Eco. Here you go, Andy.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Hey, everyone. As you just heard, my name's Andy Bromberg. I'm the CEO of Beam and a contributor to the Eco protocol, and I'm here to talk about payments. And for me, payments is the killer use case of crypto. It's the reason we're all here. It's the reason this technology even exists. I've been in the space for 10 or 11 years now, and when I first got into it in 2012, payments was the only thing. That's what we were working on. We're working on building better money and better ways to pay outside of the existing system. But here we are more than a decade later, and nobody's really using crypto payments. And I find that quite odd because for me, again, it was the original point. It's still the best thing this technology can be used for, and yet it's not really used today. And if you don't believe me that that was the whole original point of the industry, if this slide came back here, there we go. You can ask this guy. Satoshi wrote this white paper, and the title of the white paper is Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system. The original vision for the technology was peer-to-peer electronic cash, a better way to pay. And if you read this white paper, it says a purely peer-to-peer version of electronic cash would allow online payments to be sent directly from one party to another without intermediaries. That was the vision. And yet here we are 15 years after the publication of the Bitcoin white paper, and people still aren't really paying. And why is that? Well, it's because a lot of problems had to be solved along the way, and many of them have been solved. And I would argue we're actually very close to that promised era, that golden age of on-chain payments, where people will actually be paying with crypto, paying on-chain. And some really important things have happened in the past few years that have enabled this. One is stablecoins. Although Bitcoin's existed since 2009, people generally don't want to pay with Bitcoin. I don't know about you, but I certainly don't. People want to pay in a currency that they're familiar with. And so that led to the creation of stablecoins in 2013 or 2014. That was a huge step forward in enabling on-chain payments because it was giving people an asset that they actually wanted to pay with. But that wasn't enough. When that came through, it was still expensive and slow to send transactions on the blockchain. And so over the past few years, we've seen an explosion of roll-ups and alternative L1s and L2s that enable cheap and fast on-chain transactions. And then last year, actually at ETH Denver on Ethereum, a new piece of technology was launched, and that was called account abstraction. And account abstraction, also known as ERC 4337 in the Ethereum ecosystem, is technology that allows user wallets to be much smarter than they used to be. Before account abstraction, user wallets were really simple. All they could do was sign and send transactions on the Ethereum blockchain, paying gas in ETH for those transactions. And that was fine, but only really fine for those of us who are in the industry, because if you want to send stablecoins to someone, it just doesn't make sense for you to also need Ethereum in your wallet. For mainstream users, that's just a non-starter, and account abstraction enabled us to get past that, to get to a world where people can actually use wallets in the way it makes sense, paying fees in the currency that they're sending. And so we've seen all of these innovations, stablecoins, roll-ups, account abstraction, and yet people still aren't paying on-chain. And why is that? Because I think there's a few problems that remain. And I want to talk about just a couple of them today. We talk for hours about all of these, but I want to touch on just a couple. The major ones that I see are one, privacy. People have an expectation that their transactions, their financial transactions are private, but on the blockchain they're not. And so there's lots of smart people out there today working on solving privacy, but it's not yet a solved problem for transactions, for payments. That's one. Another is on and off ramps. And again, there's great people working on this. The Coinbase team's doing great work. We work with Mezzo and Cato and a bunch of other great on-ramps. But getting funds onto the blockchain and then back off is something that needs to be solved. And if you look around, there's a lot of widgets for on and off ramping, a lot of easy ways for you to get funds from your bank account or your credit card or your debit card into crypto assets. But most of those ways today charge really high fees, and it's just not usable for people to actually seamlessly on and off ramp. So that has to be solved as well. And one more that I would highlight is disputes and irreversibility. One of the great promises of this technology is that crypto transactions are irreversible. They make it so that you don't need an intermediary to mediate disputes, but at the same time, a lot of consumers today have expectations that they'll be able to dispute transactions. When you buy something with your credit card, you expect that one day, if the seller doesn't deliver, you'll be able to dispute that. And that needs to be solved as well. So those are three problems that need to be solved: privacy, on and off ramps, and disputes. But today I want to talk about two more and how we're solving them. And those two are the user experience and liquidity fragmentation. When I talk about user experience, this is about making these products such that they are actually better than their Web 2 equivalents. we are not just competing against each other in the crypto payment space, we are competing against this world of incredible payment products that are competing in the market today against each other. In order for us to win and bring payments on-chain, paying with crypto needs to be easier than Venmo or Cash App or TransferWise or PayPal or any of the options that you have today. It doesn't just need to measure up to it, it actually needs to be better. And that's not quite true today, and I'm going to talk about how we can fix that. And the second problem I want to talk about today in depth is liquidity fragmentation. When I talk about liquidity fragmentation, what I'm referencing is that although we've solved this problem of cheap and fast transactions, the way we've solved it has created 1,001 different blockchains and rollups and L2s, each of which are not interoperable with each other. If I have stablecoins on Base and I want to pay you on Optimism or Arbitrum or Polygon or Solana or whatever chain, I can't. They're not interoperable. We've created all of these global payment systems that don't actually work together. And as a result, we've seen liquidity fragment on all these different chains. All of a sudden, there's stablecoins on all these chains, and they can't be sent to each other. And so we need to solve liquidity fragmentation as well. And those are the two things I want to talk about. The first is user experience. Like I said, in order for crypto payments to win, the user experience of using them has to be better than their Web 2 equivalents. So we've built a product called Beam. It's a really simple peer-to-peer payments product. We talk about it like global Venmo, the easiest way to send money instantly with nearly zero fees to anyone around the world. And when I say that, I really mean it. Anyone, anywhere in the world. That's a really powerful concept, because when you use Web 2 products today, you can't do that. Most peer-to-peer payment products like Venmo or Cash App are only usable within a single country. I can send money really easily to my friends in the United States on Venmo, but I can't send money to a friend. If I go out for drinks in London with a friend and I want to pay them back, I can't do it with Venmo. I can't do it with Cash App. I can't do it with any of the peer-to-peer products I want to use. And even money movement products like TransferWise, now Wise, or PayPal, they work cross-border, but often with really high fees, and more importantly, often not with full geographic coverage. They only support major markets, and they don't support a huge number of people out in the world that are not only unbanked or underbanked, but underserved by even these global financial technology products. So Beam is a non-custodial wallet. It's like MetaMask or Ledger or Coinbase Wallet, and what that means is that it's available globally on day zero. Anyone can use it anywhere in the world. I can send money to a friend no matter where they are, and they don't even need to be a Beam user yet. And that's one way that we can improve the UX of these Web 2 products. We can actually make it so that you can truly send money to anyone. Another way we can improve the UX of these Web 2 products is that because wallets can be non-custodial, that means that onboarding to them can be much, much easier. When you go to sign up for Venmo or PayPal or any centralized custodial product, there's a huge onboarding process you have to go through. You have to KYC, submit invasive personal information, and go through a whole process just to be able to access money or receive money from friends. But these non-custodial products, they don't work like that. Anyone can open up a non-custodial product, and because it's like cash, because it's truly just using assets that you own, you don't need to go through these painful processes. And so you can create much more viral, much easier to onboard products than any Web 2 product out there. And then one more thing I'll mention is a really interesting feature we have in Beam called Beam Links. And Beam Links, I think, are the easiest way to send money in the world, because all you have to do is text someone a link. You go into Beam and you say, I want to send you $5. You hit Create Beam Link, and you get a link, and you can message it to the person on Signal or WhatsApp or iMessage or Carrier Pigeon or however you want to send it to them, and they can simply tap that link, even if they don't have a Beam account, open it up, receive money, and send it to someone else. And when you think about some of these features, they're actually better than the Web 2 equivalents. And that's what we need to emphasize. So much time is spent in the space talking about getting to parity, getting to the same level as Web 2 products. And while we need to do that, it's not enough. We need to actually surpass them and use the advantages of crypto and non-custodial products to build better UX. The other thing I want to talk about here is liquidity fragmentation. I mentioned this, that we've created all these blockchains as an industry, all these roll-ups, L2s, all these different state machines, but they don't interoperate with each other cleanly. And they're all running their own campaigns to acquire users, and products are being built on all these different chains, and yet they simply don't work together. And I find that really odd. We might be okay with it as people in the industry. We're okay with bridging, swapping to a different chain, asking a friend what chain they're on before paying them. But for most people, that just doesn't work. There's no way my parents are going to be comfortable with me saying, what chain are you on? What chain do you want to receive this money on? And them having to answer Optimism or Base or Polygon or whatever it may be. That just doesn't work. And so we need to defragment this. And we need to create a single layer that allows payments to settle on any of these networks, such that the people using these products don't need to worry about what chain they're on. And our wallet Beam actually already does this at some level. When you have stablecoins in Beam, you can see them summed up on any supported network. So if you have 5 USDC on Base and 5 USDC on Optimism, you'll see in Beam that you have $10. You can send $10. And when you try to send $10, Beam will send that automatically on both networks. But the next step is going further than that and actually letting the wallet figure out where the user wants to send those tokens and intelligently routing between chains and getting it to the destination it needs to get to. If you're paying someone who wants to receive funds on Optimism, your wallet should just figure that out for you. You shouldn't have to worry about it. You shouldn't have to think about the idea that you have to bridge from Base to Optimism to send the funds to the person on Optimism. And that has to be solved at the wallet layer. The reality is, I don't think we're getting away from a multi-chain world anytime soon. We're not going to end up with a single chain that everyone agrees on and everyone agrees to make all their payments on. That's just not going to happen. So we can't solve it at the chain layer. The place to solve it is at the user layer. The interfaces that users use to make payments should abstract this complexity away from them. Make it really simple as saying, I just want to pay this person, and the rest of the problem should be taken care of behind the scenes. And we're working on this, building out a protocol to solve these intents, to make it so that on-chain agents can go and accomplish whatever goal a user wants to accomplish without the user having to specify the details. Again, users shouldn't have to say, I want to bridge this, I want to swap here, I want to do all these specific things. They should just say, I want to pay this person this amount of money. We're really close, I believe, to on-chain payments being solved. And I think this is the year, 2024 is the year, for consumer crypto to really happen. We're running a bunch of activations this week, and we've gotten a bunch of vendors, a dozen vendors in Denver, to accept on-chain payments. So a bunch of coffee shops you can go to, Nowhere Coffee, Yours Truly Cupcakes, Pit Fiend Barbecue, Our Mutual Friends Brewery, all these different amazing venues that have no relationship to crypto by themselves, but because this technology has gotten good enough, because the UX has gotten simple enough, and because it's easy enough to interface with, they're willing to accept crypto. So you can go there and you can pay with stablecoins at these places. And that, to me, is an indication that we're there. That it's time for us to bring payments on-chain to fulfill that original vision that Satoshi laid out of a peer-to-peer electronic cash system and building better money that the world actually needs. So if this is interesting to you, if you're curious about this, if you want to experience it yourself and either try paying or you want to help us build out these products, build out better wallets and better infrastructure and ways to abstract away all the complexity that crypto brings to the table in the interest of bringing about the benefits that it can provide, come talk to us. You can tweet at us, beam_eco on Twitter, or, as we prefer, on Farcaster, beam-eco. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Please welcome Louis. He's the founder of Gelato, and I'm not going to try to pronounce his last name, so I'll let him do that for you guys. Thank you, Louis.
Thank you. Hello, ETH Denver. So, I'm going to talk to you today about zero gas, infinite scale, Web3, the bull case for app chains, and how to build them. I'm Luis, and I'm the founder of Gelato Network, and we have a booth over there in case you want to join us there. Yeah, you will be greeted by very, very nice people there, so highly recommended. Okay, so let me first start by taking you a quick trip down memory lane, and let's talk about how Web 2 scaled. Looking at the audience, I think not many people were there for that, but it did happen at some point. All right, so Web 2 started with local hosting on physical servers. So at some point, people who hosted a website literally had a machine in the basement, and there was the website running on that machine. And obviously that didn't scale very well. Like if you had visitors on your website from another country or continent, you know, they would have very slow loading times. And also if your electricity was out or anything else happened to your server, your website would be down as well. So yeah, basically very early days of the web, very unscalable, lots of problems. From there we went to shared hosting, GeoCities and DreamHost. I don't remember them. Some people here might remember those. Yeah, and basically they did solve a problem. They managed servers for you, and they managed website hosting for you. Great, but there were still a lot of issues with it. So you would be very constrained in your scalability still because you were sharing that infrastructure with everybody else using that same shared hosted provider. That means that if you had another website on there that suddenly had a huge surge in traffic, your website that has nothing to do with that website would also suffer from that and maybe be down, right? So not very scalable. And also one of the biggest issues is it's very inflexible because these shared hosting providers would have a specific framework, a specific programming language to work with, and you would be constrained by that. You would have to learn that and write your application in that, and you would lose the benefits of all the other nice programming languages and architectures out there that maybe would have helped you to build a much better web app the way you actually wanted to, right? So still bad. Endgame for Web 2 is, surprise, surprise, AWS and Google Cloud and whatever else have you, right? And really what they brought to the table was they allowed you to have your own server, but not physical anymore, a virtual server with a virtual machine on it. So now you could truly deploy your web application in isolation. You wouldn't share bandwidth with others. You could horizontally scale as many instances of these servers that you needed. And nowadays, to be honest, like EC2, Elastic Compute and so on, they even allow you to auto-scale based on traffic and so on, right? Like it's very smart hosting. And with your own VMs, you could also use all of the technology out there and really build the web app just the way you wanted to build it, right? So that's the end game here of Web 2. So the key point here is that the internet is not one huge world computer. It is a web of interconnected computers. And Web 2 scaled via asynchronous services. You would deploy a bunch of your services, instances, machines, whatever, and they would all talk to each other via asynchronous communication tools like HTTP, right? APIs and whatnot. And also they would talk to the rest of the internet that way. And it was all interconnected. So let's talk about Web3's evolution, and let's try to draw some parallels here. And the claim is that asynchronous cloud services are scaling Web3 too, today already on Gelato. And in the Web3 evolution, what we have observed is that there is a movement from the early days of Web3, monolithic chains, to where we are today, infinite virtual chains or rollups in the Web3 cloud. So just like I showed you those 3 stages of Web 2 scaling, I'm going to now show you similar stages congruently of Web 3 scaling. And Web 3 started with Bitcoin and other special purpose L1s before Ethereum. And back then, if you were a developer back then in 2013 or whatnot, if you also wanted to build an application like Bitcoin, you would similarly have to bootstrap your own validator set, launch your blockchain the way Bitcoin was launched or similar. And yeah, that's, I mean, even harder than, you know, reliably hosting a physical server in your own home for website hosting. That's much worse even. You had projects trying to do this, like Mastercoin, Dogecoin, some of them still live, right? But obviously this wasn't the end game here because it was way too expensive. Imagine if you want to build your blockchain application, imagine you have to bootstrap your own validator set, you have to generate your own token, you have to inflate the token, you have to pay them, and you then still have to be sure that it's enough for there not to be 51% attacks. So basically impossible. And from there, we have Ethereum, yay, ETH Denver, right, Ethereum. Ethereum was huge because Ethereum allowed people to deploy their applications not as blockchains, not as validator networks, but as smart contracts, right? And very similar to shared hosting providers, GeoCities and DreamHost and so on, Ethereum was a great managed service for applications, smart contracts. It gave them the shared security, it gave them the global sort of network, all out of the box, high, like basically infinite uptime and so on, all great. But it suffers from the same problems that the shared hosting providers suffered from, which is it is very inflexible, right? Like you have the EVM, you have Solidity, compilers and so on, but you can't really do that much on Ethereum in terms of a wide array of programming languages, parallel execution, whatever you want to do, you can't really do it on there, right? So yeah, and on top of that, you're sharing Ethereum with every other application out there. So if a DGen is doing like an ICO or NFT drop, suddenly your application and your users have to pay huge gas fees, or like they suffer from high congestion, your application suffers, and yeah, it's basically not scalable. And I think everybody agrees today. If Vitalik agrees, because he published the rollup-centric roadmap 3 years ago, right? So yeah, the end game for Web3 scaling is virtual blockchains on rollup as a service. Virtual blockchains are just rollups. You can think of rollups as virtual blockchains. They are blockchains within a blockchain. They are blockchains that are hosted off-chain on centralized sequencers like Gelato, but they are still sort of posting commitments and data to the real blockchain, right? So yeah, it's a bit like VMs were on Web 2, like on AWS and so on, where now a rollup as a service provider like Gelato can host your application as a rollup, not as a smart contract anymore. It's now a rollup with smart contracts. And you are in isolation, you don't share this bandwidth with others, you can spin up as many instances as you need and as you want. We can all, you know, automate this for you, even it's all auto-scalable just like in the cloud. And yeah, you still have the benefits of Ethereum, still have maximum security from Ethereum, and now you have maximum customizability as well, because you can actually on a rollup modify the EVM, you can merge EIPs that you like that aren't live on mainnet yet, you can take the SVM like Solana, you can do whatever you want on there. And that's really equivalent now to Web 2 endgame. And we're reaching this endgame thanks to Gelato now in Web 3 as well. So let's unpack Gelato's Web 3 cloud. A simplified version or model here is just to think of the base layer. Those are the rollup frameworks, OP, Arbitrum, Polygon, DA layer, Celestia, EigenDA, whatnot, right? That's one part. And then the second part is essential services. Just like on AWS, you have MongoDB, you have various Linux OSs, you have all sorts of APIs like SQL databases, whatnot. Similarly to that, in Web3, you need a specific range of services to really make your application powerful and scalable. And yeah, Gelato has its own suite of services. That's what we're known for 4 years. Like 2 years ago at ETH Denver, we weren't talking about rollup as a service. We were talking about smart contract automation, serverless functions. All of these things still exist, and they benefit our rollup as a service clients today. But yeah, there's also many other partners that we are deeply integrated with and working with on rollup as a service. We have the Graph, we have GoldSky for indexing, Block Explorers, Etherscan, Block Scout, bridging, cross-chain messaging, layer 0 across oracles, Pyth, Redstone, and so on, right? So that's sort of how you can think of it. There's the chain, and then there's the services you need to build. And like if you combine them, you can build actual applications that aren't, you know, subpar to Web 2 anymore. They actually rival with Web 2. So you can see how easy it is to deploy a rollup with Gelato. You can just go to our UI, you pick your stack, you pick your DA layer. Yeah, you can configure services you need, on-ramps, off-ramps, bam, and then the rollup is deployed. I'm going to skip forward a bit. You can look at analytics. You can see what services are live on the rollup, bridges, blah, blah, blah. So yeah. All right, let's go a bit more technical now, still very high level. But yeah, the core blockchain design, right? This is what you're looking at here is essentially a rollup. We have the execution layer, the modified version of the EVM normally, that's OPGAF, Arbitrum, Polygon, CDK, whatever. And then you have Ethereum as a settlement layer, and that's really crucial, right? That's the whole point of a rollup is you don't actually spin up a new blockchain with new assets on them. You actually still have your assets in smart contracts on Ethereum, and you just upload them into your rollup for high throughput execution. But ultimately, if the rollup somehow has a fault, you can still get your assets out on Ethereum, and Ethereum is saving you in that case. Yeah, and for data availability nowadays, it's you can use Ethereum, but you can also use Celestia or others if you want to really save on gas costs, and that's really what gets you to zero gas rollups, which is also the title of this talk as well, right? Basically, zero gas rollups mean rollups where your users pay zero transaction costs. And yeah, let's expand from here. So we still have the rollup stack. As I will go through these charts with you, you will see that we're expanding from the inside out. And we still have the rollup stack here, but now we're adding scalable RPCs. DRPC, for example, is our partner right now. So, and block explorers, and the native bridge that lets you bridge assets from Ethereum to your rollup in the most secure way known today via the rollup bridge, the cryptographic bridge, or even a zero-knowledge bridge like in Polygon CDK. So yeah, that's like the essential infra with the rollup core infra and the sort of block explorer and bridge that you sort of need. And that's where most rollup as a service providers stop, right? It's pretty cool already, but it's also pretty useless because there's a bunch of services that you really should consider using to build a fully fledged application that rivals with the likes of Web 2. And that's where Gelato really shines as a rollup as a service provider, because we're more than that. We are not just a rollup as a service provider, we are a Web3 cloud services provider, and we are a Web3 cloud platform. That means you get the rollup as a service, but you also, for example, get Gelato functions, the serverless environment. You can liken this to AWS Lambda, right, in the AWS architecture. And you get Relay and so on, right? So you can now, and actually our rollup as a service customers are heavily using these services with their rollup. And from day one, for example, when they launch the blockchain, they can use functions and data from Redstone or Pyth to immediately stream price feeds to the blockchain and have a fully functional DeFi application from day one, like a perp.dex or whatnot, right? And taking this a step further, if you want to have the best UX on your UI, you can use Gelato Relay now and have your users send transactions in an account abstracted way to your rollup so that they literally just sign in with Google, they get, I don't know, wallet as a service keys, and they just click buttons. No more MetaMask pop-ups, no more tedious gas management, just buttons and trading and all the fun, right? All right, and beyond that, we have GoldSky, Graph, and so on from day one on your rollup so that you have GraphQL indexing for your UI, you can display data in a very nice way. And last but not least, we have liquidity provider and cross-chain message bridging on your rollup from day one so that you can also not just work with a very slow process of bridging ETH away from your rollup, or, I mean, the native bridge doesn't even allow you to go from other rollups to your rollup, but liquidity providers like Across and so on allow you to connect to the world of other rollups, Base, Optimism mainnet, you name it. So that's like a full stack Gelato rollup as a service application. It could be used for a DeFi rollup if you want to build a perp.dex. It could be used for whatever else have you, like a game. But yeah, let's take this one step further because you still have to talk to other chains, right? Like now your rollup is live, it's super scalable. Your users just click buttons, they're happy, they don't pay any transaction fees, but they still need to talk to other chains sometimes, right? Like you still want to connect to other user bases from other chains. And it's a very simple piece of the puzzle for asynchronous communication. In the web, we have HTTP and so on, and in the blockchain world, we have these cross-chain messaging protocols like Layer 0, Connext, and so on, right? That let you connect to other chains and move assets from your rollup to those chains, or more importantly for you, from other rollups to your rollup. All right, almost finished, but let's take this to the absolute end game. There's a buzzword on here for those of you who are knowledgeable here in the rollup space, which is shared sequencing. So in the Web 2 world, if you really have massively scalable applications like, I don't know, World of Warcraft or whatever, Usually you have a ton of servers and you sort of segment your user base into regions, right? Like maybe you're on the, I don't know, European server, on the US server, whatever it is. And this way you can guarantee a high throughput for your users, but if your user in the US on a server wants to play with a friend in Europe, that doesn't work unless these two users or gamers meet on the same server. So for that, you would then migrate your character, your in-game assets and so on from one server to another. It works. And just like that in Web3 with cross-chain messaging, you can also sort of, if you wanted to, if you were building a game, you could launch, I don't know, 3 rollups and sort of segment your user base and divide them amongst those 3. But if you want to have them interoperate synchronously with each other, if you want the smart contracts on these rollups to talk synchronously with each other, then you need shared sequencing. And just why do you even need this in the first place? Even if you have this hyperscale with your rollup, with super cheap DA on Gelato, if you have crazy use cases, these technologies like OP and so on, even today, they have certain throughput limits. So at some point, you need to scale horizontal, just like you would on AWS. You know, your server instances will eventually also they will run out, and you need more of them, and then need to load balance between them or whatever, like, you know. So yeah, similarly, you could build like a massively scalable gaming application on Gelato where you would deploy 5 rollups, but you still want the game to be a single game experience. Everybody is on basically the same game, and for that you need shared sequencing. And that basically just means that you have these different execution environments, these different rollups processing all of your in-gaming transactions, but they all are synchronized amongst each other, basically in a single block that is created by the shared sequencer. And there's projects out there trying to solve this problem today, like Espresso and others. And I think that's not reached yet. That is not solved yet. But I think end of this year, this will also be solved. To be honest, if you're at this stage, it's a luxury problem. You know, normally in Web3, we don't even have that many users. But at least now the technology is ready for it. So if you're there, you know, you can be proud of yourself. Kudos. And we will have a solution with shared sequencing at the end of this year for you there as well. All right. All right. So Ethereum is not one huge world computer. It's a Web3 of interconnected rollups on Gelato. And yeah, if you want to come build with us to scale Ethereum, here you can see a bunch of applications that have been working with us in the last 4 years. Many of them on our middleware services, limit orders and so on, like PancakeSwap, SushiSwap, Synthetics, Optimism, Pyth, Redstone, all these great projects, Beefy Finance, many of them have booths here today, have been working with us for 4 years. Some of them are already deploying chains on our rollup as a service today or tomorrow. And yeah, basically it's just chill. Like if you want to build with Gelato, build on Gelato, you're going to be in good company. We've been doing this stuff for 4 years. We've been trusted in production with our technology for 4 years by the best protocols in the space. And yeah, we are more than ready to provide you not just with smart contract middleware services, but also with your own block space so that you can scale and actually build a meaningful application where your users are not annoyed anymore and where your users prefer that even to a Web2 counterpart. So yeah, thank you very much for coming to this talk. You can find out more about Gelato Network on X. First time I said X and not Twitter. So yeah, Gelato Network and also Git Pusher. That's me on Twitter. Just jump into our Discord. We have many nice developer relation stuff, many nice people that will help you get onboarded, help you integrate our services, and yeah, you know, let's scale Web3 together. Thanks a lot. All right.
Okay, hello everyone. Please welcome Sean Bradford. He's the founder of Origin Stories. All right, Sean, please take it away.
Thank you. Hello, hello. You can hit that track, por favor. Sick.
Daddy taught me to drive on them Texas back roads. So you know I ain't never gonna go slow. Front TV, mama watching One Life to Live. She's a good Christian, but I'm different 50-50 if I get to heaven. Already so many reasons to feel ashamed. Thank God I got music in my suitcase, so I can make home wherever I go. Gotta make you feel. So many reasons to feel such pain, but if you learn the map, then you can navigate, and I can make home wherever I go. Make you feel. I spend way too much time these days working on the road. Yeah, that's a lot of time to sit alone with the ego. Had to use a compass to get through some other toughest days. Yeah, lucky I got a 4-leaf clover tattooed in my brain. I got so many reasons to feel such joy. Watching my old Broadway friends keep getting famous. And though my heart's been to battle, yeah, my heart's been scarred, I risk it all for you. We could build a home anew. Yeah, we can make home. We can make home. We can make. Hello, my name is Sean Bradford. I go by Origin Stories. I actually have been asking people at the conference to tell me about a childhood memory in a car.
I had some real fun answers. This is actually from the founder. He said they drove around in a busted blue minivan in Salt Lake City. And I wanted to show how an artist who has become a technical founder can use AI to make co-creation and unlock new forms of value, both for fans and artists. So let's start at the top, shall we? We have also 4%, so we might not get through all of the slides, but we're going to aim to do that. So talking about AI and co-creation, right? How can emerging tech redefine ownership? So just my ZK bio, graduated top 10 US universities, started on Broadway, you can read. So just so you understand the context of how I sit at the intersection of creativity and technology. So as I learned to code, especially doing custom back Python logic and pushing apps to Versal, I thought about how hard art is and also how hard software development is. So actually, if you check the dates, this original meme is from 2021, which was then repurposed by the dev community in 2024. Still stands, but I think it's important to show that because a lot of art happens behind closed doors. So why redefine ownership? Well, the future of live experiences are going to be co-created, custom-generated, and co-owned. We know that from Black Mirror doing experimentations with Netflix, all kinds of properties allowing fans to come into the experience. Visuals are now mandatory. 90% of fans say visuals are important to their experience. And the flip side is that artists find it incredibly hard, expensive, time-consuming, and they don't even have control. So why are we talking about music? Because music is just a song, right? No, music is more than a song. As we start talking about tokenization and thinking about how we are going to actually get to adoption and help bring sustainable economy, let's just look at the pie. Streaming royalties is not even the largest part of the pie for musicians. And this is outdated from 2022. So just imagine how now, if you don't even have 1,000 streams, you don't get paid on Spotify, what that pie is going to look like. This is an example of a co-created experience we've done in Amsterdam. So I did a little teaser here, but essentially we build custom tools and generators. This was based on this artist Cherry Make Waves. And then the audience asked the question, what's the color of the forest and the type of trees? Of course, the artist has a backstory. Every musician is a storyteller. In this case, she was being chased through a forest. So an incredible power experience. You wind up getting really interesting prompts that then can be turned not only into the live performance visual, but then can be co-minted and owned on platforms like Zora, Base, Superchain, whatever. So thinking about top 4 AI times crypto times co-creation use cases. So attribution and provenance, that seems easy. Transparent rights management, who did what on a project, who's getting paid. How can you use it to make fan-driven content creation? And thinking about creative assets and IP licensing. All AI will look the same though, so why are we doing all this? Nope, because art is about nuance. Let's look at the color blue. This is 100 shades of blue. So if you type in blue into an AI prompt, which blue do you want? Oh, but that doesn't matter because that's not how it works. Well, in film, when you talk about shots, are we talking about a single shot, shallow focus, point of view? Are we talking about a car explosion? How are we actually telling the story? The nuance is important, right? If we talk about a perspective, you type in a colored water fountain, one photo. You type in a color water fountain, 1950 Mississippi, you'll probably get my dad. You type in a colored water fountain, Barcelona, you're gonna get a whole nother picture. So these details are important because style is color, shape, texture, pattern, size, material, lighting, and much more. Is Hollywood dead yet though? Well, let's look at it. In 2023, RIP Hollywood, writer's strike, blah, blah, blah. Then you have, some people talking about how it's actually about the soul. And then you flash forward to here, this is not 4 days ago, but it's 2024. AI can generate you images, but it can't generate you good taste. I can't quite put my finger on it, but all these Sora videos look like Sora videos. That's because art is about style and color and composition, and AI will also kill music, won't it? Well, there's already 100,000 songs on DSPs every day, so let's put another 100,000 AI songs on it, because it really doesn't matter. That's not the issue. Remember the pie? Remember the pie. So we've talked about that, and we're at crypto conference, so I'm a degen. I don't really care about all this. Okay, well, this is a proof of concept that we're running for frames. You know Mad Libs, it's a word game where you compose things together. I like my croissant with blank. Instead of flowers, I gave blank. How can you gamify experiences? Not everyone needs images and photos. Not everyone needs videos. Some people do. This is Sean. I work at Origin Stories, which is my creative tech studio. I'm a founder, technical now, creative, and passionate about creator economy. So as we think about co-creation, think about all of the things that you can do with your fans, with the audiences around you. And if you want to get early access to the tool that we've just built, it's called VPM. This will allow you to get early access. It's a custom generator tool that does music visuals, design assets, and film storyboarding. And we are only opening it first to creatives. So you actually have to do a proof of artistry. If you have 1,000 songs on Spotify, if you're a filmmaker, show me your IMDb. I would love to see at least 2 credits, et cetera, et cetera. We are also opening it up to the larger community, but we're hoping that they will be patrons to also subsidize this work. Because again, not everyone needs AI video or images or to co-create. But when we start talking about creator economy, we have to think about how are we untrapping value? And in music, especially, the untrapped value is around visuals. And when we start talking about film, many artists, I'm not sure if you know this, but the pre-production is so important. If you can't storyboard your idea, no producer is gonna buy your film. And now, with AI, with the right people being able to understand that, they can unlock not only the ability to get to capital to fulfill their visions, but they can start to bring in their fans, they can work from different places to come up with the ideas and the conceptualization, and this is powerful. So I hope to leave you today. I started my career on Broadway. I just shipped an app with one person on my team. I'm a technical founder who can do a double pirouette and custom logic in Python. So it is time for us creatives to get together, and if we want to see something different, we're going to have to do it. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful Eve Denver.
Yeah. Cool. Sexy, sexy, sexy. No, that was amazing. Yeah. Hello? Oh, shall we get started? Now, for the reason we're all here, the headliners of tonight, Matthew and Justine. Everyone give a round of applause. Thank you guys for coming.
All right.
Thank you. We are on the wrong page, but that's okay.
Are you on Chrome? Is that what your presentation is?
Oh no, it's on Brave or something, but it's like a different. What? Let's see. It's right here. That's the one. Does that work?
There you go. Yeah.
Oh.
There we go.
All right. We'll get this going in a second. Thank you for coming. When they asked us to headline tonight, we couldn't believe it. But here we are. It's a dream come true. All right. And this clicker's just going to work? Yeah.
In business.
Okay. So,
It's just us.
it's us too. We had a couple of co-hosts leave because of flight issues. That's what happens late in the evening on a Friday night, but we're here to close it down. So we're going to be talking to you, as you maybe can see, about retro profit organizations, a new type of org that might help support the retro public goods funding you have heard so many things about. And if you haven't, we're going to talk about that too. So, spoiler, light mechanism design here. Maybe that's exciting, maybe that's not. But okay, so retro public goods, we'll just kind of intro it. What's interesting about a retro public good? There's two qualities. One is you don't know it's useful until after it's built, pretty much, right? And then the second is it's a public good. And what is a public good? Well, it's something that kind of lacks some sort of market power. It's something that's maybe useful, but hard to build out via familiar market mechanisms or price via familiar market mechanisms. There's some other definitions. Some examples. Right, there's this great Henry Ford quote, if I'd asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses instead of cars. That's kind of the flavor of what the retro piece is, right? Which is to say, you ask people, hey, I'm going to build this, and they don't understand what a car is, but you build it, and they're like, oh, cars are great. But, of course, we know cars are able to be supported in market mechanisms, so not a public good. So what's a public good that's not retro? Like a fireworks show, right? You can't keep people from not looking at fireworks. You put them up there. If they have a view, they get to see them, right? So it's a pure public good, but it's not retro because you tell people, hey, I'm going to have a great fun fireworks display, and everybody goes, yay, I'll buy a ticket. So retro PGF or retro public goods are this sort of hybrid, right? These two qualities combined, where you have the public goods quality, which is that hard to support via market mechanisms, and you have the retro quality, which is it's hard to explain it to people up front. And for here, we would like Justine, over to you to tell us about RPGF rounds.
Okay. I'm the governance lead at Optimism, and retroactive public goods funding is core to Optimism's approach. So actually 20% of the initial token supply is reserved for retroactive public goods funding grants, and it is our economic and growth engine. So to date, we've done 3 rounds where governance participants have decided which projects will receive basically grants retroactively after having built the thing that they've built. And so that has totaled across 3 rounds around 40 million OP.
Yeah. So I believe across all the ecosystem experiments with RPGF, it's something around 200 or 300 million that's been deployed in RPGF funding. So it's a substantial amount, and they've gone toward projects that have ideally already contributed value, and a lot of the cool experimentation that's been done has been about trying to ensure that's true and ensure that the capital is connected to those projects. So let's talk about why a new organizational form, this idea of retro profit organizations, could be especially useful here, right? So one of the things that happens, and maybe Justine, you can speak to this a little bit, is just that if you deploy retro public goods funding via voting, who gets to show up to the voters and say, hey, we're a public goods organization, figure out whether we deserve some of the money? So how have you kind of handled that?
Yeah, so to date, we've had all the governance participants that are eligible to vote on this. We call them citizens. All citizens have voted on all projects. In the last round, it was, I think, around 800 projects. So it's a high cognitive overhead for one of those governance participants to go through 800 projects and determine what is or isn't a public good, and then they have to evaluate the impact that those projects have had. So it's a very difficult task. The badge holders were very fatigued in the previous rounds. We'll adjust parameters to make their lives easier, but they really need strong indications when they're evaluating impact. And they like to look at parameters like the previous grants or funding these projects have had, and other what we call impact metrics to try to evaluate these things.
So I think one of the controversies that came up last time was about whether you should allow a VC-funded company to have
Yes.
funding. Yeah.
Yes, this was a big controversy among badge holders. So again, like core to Optimism's kind of approach is that people need to build an expectation that they'll receive retro PGF. We're super early in that being possible. Retro PGF needs to become more frequent, more reliable, in order for builders to be creating things with the expectation that they'll receive retro PGF in the future. There also, in the beginning, while that market develops, needs to be some sort of like bootstrapping mechanism, because sometimes you can't build the thing because you don't have resources. So you need resources to be rewarded after the fact. And so grants, proactive grants can play that role. And so that can be from Gitcoin, it can be Optimism Token House makes proactive grants that can later be rewarded. And there you can kind of, I think you're going to get into this later, but you can kind of see if the upfront grant fully recognized the value that was going to be generated or overestimated that value, et cetera.
Yeah, so just to summarize, right, like two crucial things. A lot of times these things do require capital to build, right? These are valuable, important things, these retro public goods. And so you might want them to have some way to get capital up front, rent office space, whatever it is, pay early employees through equity. But since we've already said, and Justine just pointed out, they're often hard to explain up front, right? Like that's the whole essence of a retro public good, is it's hard to tell people why it's useful until it's built. So even though grant funding can in theory play a role, right? Like the challenge is naturally, these things are defined as things where it's hard to show up and say, hey, everybody, give me some grant money. It's not like building a bridge where everybody goes, oh yeah, it'd be useful to have a bridge across to that other town. They go, yeah, I don't really know what this thing's about, right? And so, so one of the ways you might think, and actually you positioned me well to talk about this, is there's a little gadget where you might be able to hook together the grant funding that we have through, like, for instance, Gitcoin, which has done it well. Scott was going to be on stage earlier, who is a Gitcoin co-founder, right? But quadratic funding is a very cool mechanism to fund projects that people can understand up front, right? It's a sort of like nice, broad-based way for people to get their voice heard. And so you could imagine a way of integrating like upfront grants, wait, I have a clicker, what am I doing? With retro PGF funding in a particular way. Thus begins a little bit of the mechanism design portion of the talk here, right? So if you look at this graph and you just think of the y-axis as being like number of people, number of votes, right? And on the x, we have perceived usefulness. Now we'll just think of these two curves as being two different types of project, right? So an orange project is one where most people don't get it, right? You can basically see that the mass is on the sort of not useful side. And the thin tail out there on the right is going to be there are very few people who get why it's such a big deal, right? So we could consider this kind of like a classic RPGF funded thing, right? Nobody gets it up front, or at least that's the precursor to an RPGF thing. And then the grant zone in blue is one where there is this kind of like fatter tail out to the right, where you can explain to enough people that maybe it's useful, and maybe you could get enough grant funding to actually build it, and that's great. So now we could think about this as a little more of a before and after story, not about two projects, right? So now you start a project and you show up to Gitcoin and you try and convince everybody that it's super useful. And your Gitcoin funding looks orange, which is to say most people don't get it. You don't get a lot, you try, right? But then you manage to build it anyway, however it works. Maybe we're able, maybe there's some venture funding, maybe you take money out of your own pocket, who knows, right? And you show up to an RPGF round and the usefulness looks like the blue curve, right? Suddenly everybody gets, this is actually a really cool project. Well, so that transition from orange to blue is kind of surprising usefulness, right, is one way we could call that, right? Up front, you tried to explain it to everybody, nobody got it. But then once you built it, you showed up to RPGF and people get it. And that core idea of surprising usefulness is maybe one of the things we could use as a gadget to make the sort of larger grants ecosystem kind of interesting. I mean, it already is interesting, of course, but you know what I mean. Maybe a little more interesting, and we could use, let's say, do we have any measure theorists in the crowd? Measure theorists, raise your hand. Okay, no measure theorists, that's fine. So nobody's gonna be mad at me here. I'm skipping over all the interesting things, the Kullback-Leibler divergences and the Hellinger distances. Basically, we didn't have the data to do it. The data exists, though. It just so happens that we weren't able to get it in time. So we ran this project. My colleague Lauren, who was also going to be here, and I downloaded the data from the Optimism RPGF round and Gitcoin funds, the Gitcoin rounds, matched organizations who had applied to both, and then tried to look at what was maybe unique about these organizations and how much attention they got across each round, right? And so what we created is this metric. It's just basically log odds plus 1. It makes sense given the way the data looks. We don't have individual voter data. And what you can see is basically how much more did people get it once you were in the RPGF round than the Gitcoin round, right? So it's RPGF over Gitcoin as a proportion. Oh. And so when you run this and you look at the orgs, you get, these are the top 5 in most surprisingly useful. The ones that showed up for Gitcoin and got less compared to the proportion they got when they showed up to RPGF. I forget, did you have any thoughts on these that you wanted to offer, or is that or no on that?
Yeah, I won't comment on
That's a no on that,
projects.
no problem. Okay, understandable. I believe that was Scott's department. These organizations look pretty good to me. At first pass, it feels like an interesting validation of the mechanism, but it's imperfect and experimental. That said, it represents a way to sort of connect 2 of the most interesting grant projects we have in our space, right? We have Gitcoin for upfront, and we have RetroPGF for what you might call sort of ex post. And this is an interesting way to bridge between them and maybe make at least the RPGF side a little stronger by leveraging the data you get. So what would that look like, bringing it together, the retro profit organization journey? It would look like you show up, you apply for a Gitcoin round or some upfront grants. If you don't get what you thought you wanted, you become a retro profit organization and you seek some other funding, right? And then you apply for a retro PGF round, maybe bonused in the way I just discussed, maybe not. And then that can become the sort of grants life cycle. And just to sort of like reiterate what you mentioned well, Justine, what it does when you commit to being a retro profit organization is it means you're committing to not take regular profits. And as a result, a voter could, for instance, say, okay, well, you're not a VC-backed company, right? You knew you were going to be making a public good. You're not just a failed company with your hand out. And so that commitment might enable more voters to take you seriously, more voters to look at you and reduce some of that cognitive load. So I think, unless do you have anything to add to that?
No, just that this need for a bootstrapping mechanism while the market for RetroPGF develops is actually mentioned in Vitalik's first post about RetroPGF in the first round. He talks about projects launching their own tokens, and then people could invest in those tokens with the expectation that that project would later receive RetroPGF. You can facilitate a similar mechanism through grants funding or through venture funding as well.
Great. All right. Well, do we have any questions? Feeling good? Okay. Oh, we have some questions. There was a graph. Oh, I would love to. Is it this one? Okay, I got you. Okay, cool. Yeah. So the idea is, right? We have on the y-axis, maybe we'll just say like votes or numbers of people, right? And on the x-axis, we have perceived utility. So just think of people voting on the utility of a particular project, right? And the orange project is one where you have people vote, and you can see that the mass is really toward the y-axis, so really on the like low perceived utility, right? Nobody gets it is basically the idea. So this is the Gitcoin phase. The Gitcoin phase, or I mean, it can be anything, but if you showed up and nobody got it, and then you became a blue organization, which is under the blue curve, you can see that there's this mass tire out in the perceived utility out there on the right. That would look like surprisingly useful, right? Because you ask people before you build it in this orange phase, is this useful? Everybody says no. You build it, now we're in the blue phase, people get it, they say yes. And so what we're trying to capture with this measure is some notion of surprise, right? This retroness of the public good, if that makes sense. Does that clarify it all? Okay, cool.
Yes. Yeah, what happens a lot with proactive grants is people overestimate the impact the project is going to have or whatever they're going to build. And with Retro PGF, people are underestimating the impact that project or that project couldn't get resources up front because people underestimate it. And then after the fact, you can correct for that imbalance through Retro PGF.
Thanks. Cecilia? It's a good question. So the question is asking about the shadow area between the two. If you were going to use one of the advanced metrics that I sort of like crossed out, if for instance you had fine-grained data about what each voter was allocating, you could use something a little more fancy and measure theoretic called Hellinger distance, and that's measuring something about the overlap between the distributions, the way they differ in these particular areas. It turns out that what we wind up using, log odds, does not do that, but conceptually you're onto something. The idea being that like there's something about the way these things overlap and the distance between them that's going to give you the interesting measure of surprise, right? Sure. You're saying, say one more time if you would. So the question is, can this make capital allocation more efficient, right? Before and after. I mean, it's an interesting question. I guess. Do you have a thought on it, by the way?
That's like the core concept, right? Is that it's easier to evaluate what has been useful than what might be useful in the future. So that's kind of, that's one of the core ideas behind the mechanism being retroactive.
Yeah. But I would say to build on that, what you're getting when you become a retro profit organization is you're credibly committing to a structure which is not going to be for profit. And we saw with the recent OpenAI stuff that these commitments to organizational form, deciding you're going to be a nonprofit, deciding on your mission, can be extremely binding and hard to change, right? And so the idea that you are credibly committing upfront could give people a bright line to decide on what they're going to invest in and what they're not. So in that sense, I think it could make it much more efficient in that it just reduces the sort of like cognitive load or the amount of things you have to look at if you want to specialize in one particular thing, for sure.
It can also create basically a business model for public goods that otherwise wouldn't have been investable or wouldn't have been created, right? Because if retroactive public goods funding is an effective allocation mechanism, then if you create a public good that has a lot of value, you have a chance to receive Retro PGF in the future, and then you can maybe get upfront resources with the understanding that at the end, if you've created value, you will be rewarded for it.
Great. One question back there? Is what?
Results Oracle. Yeah.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so in the original post, Vitalik references something called the Results Oracle in Optimism. That's essentially the Citizens House. And the question is, how accurate are the governance participants at allocating the rewards retroactively? It's early and it's hard to measure because when you get into this conversation, there's like, how do you define accurate and what do you compare it against? And it's something that the citizens, the governance participants are going to have to do a lot of work on is defining the type of impact that should be rewarded, and then how you measure that impact, which metrics, and then once you've nailed those two things down, what is the distribution of rewards look like based on those metrics. So these are things we need to work on in the next year. It's why we do experimental rounds, right? We have to build this up over time. In the meantime, we need the bootstrapping mechanism while the results oracle gets more accurate.
I would say, just to plug the mechanism from my own perspective, I think it does make things slightly better in that, like, one of the failure modes of the results oracle we have, right, like at scale, is that people could just be funding things that were useful ex ante, right? Right, that's not the only failure mode, or that's not the only difficulty, but that's one of them, right? And that means you're not funding RPGF. And so insofar as you have some credible difference, that can make it a little better, but does not solve all the oracle problems that we famously have to face. Cool. Anything else? Oh, hey, let's do it. I mean, I think it could be cool. Like, I think RetroPGF is a big, important idea. It identifies a real class of things. And so the idea that people should take it seriously and that the experiments we do have a lot of relevance, I say absolutely. So generally, yeah, I mean, I think we're proving out very interesting things that apply to real problems. I'm far away from having people's ear to like get that stuff done, but actually around here, it seems like that's been done a little bit. So hopeful there. Do you have any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think for now at Optimism, we're focused on refining the mechanism in Web3, but yeah, I mean, that's a great outcome. If real-world analogs can learn from the experiments that we're running, that'd be great.
Well, thank you all for staying out and coming. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm.